Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound.
Papers, members' questions. Call Padraig Largy.
I rise today to talk about last week's news that the price of free school meals and school meals will increase, and that's another blow for hard-working parents. £10 extra per month per child will push many families into increased food poverty. Let us be abundantly clear. Hiking the prices of school meals is a political choice, a choice to shift the budgetary pressures of the department onto the shoulders of ordinary, hard-working families. Audit Office reports have repeatedly highlighted inefficiencies and waste within both the Education Authority and the Department of Education for years, and yet no action has been taken. Ordinary families are now picking up the bill for years of poor financial management by successive DUP education ministers. And as a teacher, I know that many hard-pressed families work hard to make ends meet. To provide a hot dinner at lunchtime isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. Add to this the minister's rollback on school uniform policies and making that more affordable. Add to this further consideration of hiking school tuition fees for music. Add to this the failure to fully roll out an affordable childcare strategy. Is it any wonder that ordinary families are struggling? This is about cutting services to those families and to those children who can least afford them. The Minister can reverse this. He can show children and show families that he is serious about creating an education system which provides equal opportunity, that allows children to flourish regardless of their socio-economic background. The Minister needs to listen to parents. He needs to listen to parents in Derry, in his own constituency, and the parents right across the north.
Trevor Clark.
Mr. Speaker, like many in this chamber, I was invited on Saturday to the Men's Alliance Domestic Violence event that was held in Writers Square in Belfast. Very disappointing to say the members across this chamber didn't support it. Many have much to say about domestic violence, but you could nearly be forgiven to say because it was a men's event they decided not to attend. Can I say, Mr. Speaker, 35% of all reported cases of domestic violence are suffered by men, and I think that's a startling statistic. Given that it's very difficult for all of those who suffer from domestic violence to come forward, but I think most members would accept more so for men because of pride. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I was surprised when I attended the event, because the event was actually led by women. And I think there's nothing more powerful than the woman walking down the street in Belfast with a very loud message about domestic violence. And to be fair to them, they're against domestic violence against all. In particular, there was two young girls I met who lost their father through domestic violence. They spoke of an event where he was attacked publicly by his ex-partner on the bus services in Belfast. But he was too shy to come forward or to make a complaint. But unfortunately, that man paid with his life. That man was stabbed to death in his bed. And thankfully, in this case, someone was brought to justice and will serve 14 years in prison. And I have to say, if that man is looking down on his daughters today, I'm sure he's proud of them leading the Men's Alliance event on Saturday in Belfast, where they're carrying that banner, and not only in memory of their father, but in terms of all of those other men and others who suffer from domestic violence. But I look at others, and I spoke to others at the event, Mr. Speaker, who described themselves as feminists, but put the issue of domestic violence at the forefront. And one of their banners said, "We recognise that all victims of domestic violence." And another one says, which I agree, which we haven't got in Northern Ireland and which we really need in Northern Ireland, and only through the efforts of the Men's Alliance raising awareness, we need more support services for men, and we need shelters for men equally as much as we need those for women. It would be great someday, Mr. Speaker, if we could stand in this chamber and talk about no domestic violence, and we've got rid of domestic violence. But unfortunately, that is not the case. It is here, and unfortunately, it looks like it's here to stay. So we have to do more for all victims, whether they be men or women. We need to do more.
Annie Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to recognise the success of Antrim Coast Dance Academy in Larne at the recent World Irish Dancing Championships in Salt Hill in Galway. The Academy brought 27 dancers to the event, and every single one of them placed in the top 10 of their categories. That alone says a lot about the hard work and the commitment of these young people and the support they receive from their families and teachers. 7 dancers from the Academy came home as world title winners. Eva Quinlan became the Under-9 Intermediate World Champion. Bailey Smith won the Under-11 Primary World title. Lacey Mitchell took the Under-11 Intermediate title after only 1 year of dancing, which is an incredible achievement for anyone who is just starting out. Grace McKeown became the Under-14 Intermediate World Champion. Grace lives with mild learning disabilities and had struggled to find her place until she discovered dance, so that makes her success all the more meaningful. Erin Miller won the Under-14 Open World title. Melissa Galway became the Under-16 Open Champion, and this is her second world title. And she also achieved 9 A stars at GCSE at St Killian's College in Carnlough this year. Jodie McCourt won the Under-21 Ladies Open title and has not been beaten in any competition in the last 3 years. The Academy has been running for 10 years and is led by 2 very dedicated teachers. It has around 30 dancers from the ages of 3 to 21. What they have built is giving children and young people the space to grow in confidence and talent, and their results at Galway show just how far that has taken them. I want to offer my warmest congratulations to every dancer involved and to the teachers and the parents who give so much time and care to help them thrive. Thank you.
Melissa McHugh.
Driving conditions are worsening as we approach the festive period. The days are getting shorter, the roads are wet, and there is frost and ice on them. And there is an increase in traffic, and people doing their Christmas shopping, visiting their loved ones. I want to raise the issue of road safety today in conjunction with the World Day of Remembrance for World Traffic Victims. I raise this in order to remember the victims of road traffic accidents, and I hope to encourage road users to be particularly careful as we approach Christmas. Over the weekend, we got dreadful news of the 5 young people who died on the M1 in County Louth. I want to send my condolences to their families and my prayers to those who have been taken to hospital in this dreadful accident. May God have mercy on their souls. Anyone travelling on our roads should make it to their destination, whether they are pedestrians, cyclists, drivers or passengers. Although we encourage road users to take necessary steps, We in the House must also take steps to protect our road users, no more so than in the case of the A5. According to the campaign Enough is Enough, 57 people have lost their lives since the A5 campaign began. That's 57 people who never made it to their destination. The A5 has been the scene of heartbreak and tragedy far too often, leaving families across the island devastated. We must all rally behind the community and with those who have lost loved ones, and to work together to make sure that this road is built. Completing this campaign will save lives. Sinn Féin will continue to work with campaigners, other parties, and with the Infrastructure Minister to ensure that this vital project is delivered. I'd say on this Day of Remembrance, we recommit ourselves to completing this campaign.
On the 16th of October, when the Minister for the Economy issued her politically charged ministerial statement attacking both the State of Israel and undermining the aerospace, defence and space sector here in Northern Ireland, this party made clear that we would challenge that decision at every possible turn. That is why, jointly with the Ulster Unionist Party and the Traditional Unionist Voice, this party tabled a call-in petition to the Business Office in relation to that decision. We warmly welcome the fact, Mr Speaker, that a ruling has been made that this decision must now come before the Executive. As we made clear at the time, that attempted decision by the Minister for the Economy was controversial and significant. For the avoidance of any doubt, Sinn Féin do not and will not ever set UK trade policy. That is a reserved matter for His Majesty's Government, and the DUP call-in justifies that decision. £2.2 billion a year, 10,000 people employed. That is the value of the aerospace, defence and space sector here in Northern Ireland. The Minister for the Economy is entitled to her personal views on that industry, but what she is not entitled to do, Mr Speaker, is to use that office to undermine those jobs and those investments. In every corner of Northern Ireland, people from all backgrounds, traditions and none work in that sector, and we will not allow their jobs to be put at risk by a minister who fears more from attack from parties to my left than delivering on her role as Minister for the Economy. Mr Speaker, whilst others may speak Northern Ireland down, try to cost us jobs and not welcome investment, this party will proudly take every opportunity to stand up and speak up for the people of Northern Ireland and ensure that our economy here continues to flourish.
Mr Speaker, as MLAs, people come to us with a number of issues. Potholes in the street, issues with housing, issues with health, education, and it's a privilege to be able to represent them. But every so often you get a case that really stays with you. And about 11 months ago, I met this extraordinary woman whose husband was tragically killed while cycling. When you speak to her, you can feel the grief and the love that she had for her husband, and the gap that he left in their family is much felt. But the trauma of his death was compounded by the fact that the person who was driving, the person who killed him, was not meant to be on the road. He was told that he couldn't drive anymore. And there is a gap within the system. So in some cases, medical professionals will report these drivers to the DVA if they suspect that they won't give up their license themselves. But in other cases, in most cases, it's left to the individual themselves to contact DVA. Now, we know enough about human nature and how people behave to do the easiest thing. And in this case, the man was told that he wasn't allowed to drive because of a medical condition, and he continued to drive. And as a result, this family lost a cherished father, husband, friend. I made a statement in this House about 11 months ago about this, and about how there is a gap and how we need to close it, and how in closing this gap we could actually help save lives. And since then, along with my constituent, we've made steady progress in speaking to the Infrastructure Minister, who was deeply sympathetic and empathetic. We met with the BMA, we met with the Court Service, we have written to the Health Department. I understand the Minister for Health and the Minister for Infrastructure have discussed this, but we need to keep this on the agenda. It needs to stop. And I am aware that there must be other people in our society who have been impacted in the same way, and I would love for them to reach out to me so that we can try and build more of a campaign around this. There is no reason why medical professionals can't report directly to DVA. They already do it in some instances. Let's just make it the rule instead of the exception. This woman, when you meet her, she's extraordinary, and she is so dedicated to changing the law so that no one else has to go through the pain that she did. And I hope as members in the House, it's something that we can work on together and help save lives as a result. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Northern Ireland's fishing industry is standing on the edge of a cliff, and unless there is swift, decisive intervention, we may soon witness the collapse of one of our oldest, proudest and most vulnerable industries. Last week, the International Council for the Exploration of the Sea issued its latest scientific advice. For mackerel in the northeast Atlantic, they propose a staggering 70% reduction in the total allowable catch for 2026. At the same time, for nephrops in the Irish Sea's Functional Unit 15, the lifeblood of our small and medium vessels, the advice is for a 35% cut, from just over 10,000 tonnes to 6,493 tonnes. These are not minor adjustments. These are seismic shocks hitting two species upon which Northern Ireland's fleet depends most. For crews in Kilkeel, in Ardglass, in Portavogie, these cuts mean something very simple. Boats tied up, income slashed, and processors running idle. Once a vehicle is sold off, once a processor closes its doors, once a skilled team is broken up, you do not simply switch the industry back on again when the science changes. The capacity is gone, the skills are gone, the supply chain is gone, and the community is left hollowed out. This crisis is compounded by a legacy of disadvantage. Their vessels can't simply stream to alternative grounds. Fuel costs, long transits, crewing pressures, and the realities of the Irish Sea make that impossible. And to add to the continued regulatory constraints of the protocol and Windsor framework, and you have a fleet exposed on every side, scientifically, economically, and politically. What we need to know: what assessment has Mr Muir made of the combined impact of these cuts? What defence of Northern Ireland's share has been mounted? Because, let us be clear, Mr Muir, if these proposals proceed unchallenged, and if your department fails to act, the devastation will be real and unrepairable for this industry.
Jerry Carroll.
Mr Speaker, it's been well documented how important speech and language assistance and support can be for children and young people who have additional communication needs. And there's no doubt that investment in speech and language provision through well-paid staff, support and appropriate provision can and does have transformative and life-changing impact for those young people. We often hear in this building, Mr Speaker, about the need for early intervention and preventative work to take place. Sometimes it does happen, but quite often it doesn't. And parents and carers often face barriers in place to secure the appropriate setting and support, and community support as well, for their children with additional communication needs. But I don't think it has to be like this. Today I want to pay tribute, Mr Speaker, to all the people working and delivering speech and language units and supports in other settings, and all the young people who avail of these very, very important services.
Disgracefully, only 4 speech and language specific units exist across Belfast, and I want to today speak to the issue of pupils in St Teresa's Primary School, and I know the parents and carers are watching this morning. It's an excellent mainstream school, St Teresa's in West Belfast, which provides a speech and language unit and to children who need that support and need that assistance. And shockingly, Mr Speaker, the support and service stops when the children and young people finish primary 4, and there's been no explanation or rationale as to why the service, this important and crucial service, stops at some arbitrary plucked out of the sky date. As things stand, come June next year, we will have 12 pupils having no idea where they will go, having to leave St Teresa's Primary School with no idea what support will be in place. And for some, this will be their 3rd school in 4 years, which is totally unacceptable. Mr Speaker, St Teresa's Primary School themselves support the call to extend speech and language provision on site, to remain on site for those young people up until primary 7. Nobody deserves, but especially children with additional communication needs, deserve to be uprooted and removed from an educational setting just to save pennies and pounds. A small investment in staff at the school for services to be extended for another 3 years would be transformative, would be absolutely transformative for the pupils, their families and obviously the wider community. So this morning I'm calling on the Department of Education, the Education Authority and the Belfast Trust to urgently intervene, to work together and provide some clarity and assurances for these families and the wider community to make sure these services exist for another 3 years up until primary 7. They say if it's not broke, then don't try to fix it, and this service certainly isn't broke. It's working and it needs extended, and clarity and security needs provided. And if this doesn't, the government departments don't respond, then we're getting ready to march, to fight and to kick up a fuss about this. Thank you.
Last week I visited the West Bank as part of an international delegation to discuss what's happening in Palestine at the minute. The West Bank, often referred to as the normal part of Palestine. And of course there's nothing normal about a place where the Israeli settlers grade people as if they were meat. There's nothing normal about a system that determines your value on your identity. Even before we got there in Jordan, I met Palestinians who had never been in their own country because they're not allowed. And my experience at the Jordanian border crossing, as unpleasant as it was, it's not the hostility of the Israeli officials that I'll remember, it's not the dry heat, it's the warmth and kindness and spirit of young Palestinians who went out of their way to make our experience easier, lifting our suitcases, pointing us in the right direction, trying to ease my obvious apprehension, being faced with a border crossing that I had no knowledge of prior to going through it. And then we got into Ramallah and we were told, it's not that bad here. How twisted a world we live in when the barometer for suffering is babies starving to death. In a place where the water is turned on once a week, where you can only go to work through border checkpoints, where you can't leave the country. I met families who have never left the country because they're not allowed to. And then we got to the university where we were having our congress, and I heard from students who had already been arrested, detained without trial, because getting educated in the West Bank is an act of resistance, where they had buried 5 students in their one university in the past 4 years. And again, they said it's not that bad here. In Gaza, they knocked all their universities and schools to the ground, and yet still the determination of those people. They walked for miles and set up school camps and educated their young people in the face of a genocide. We spoke to young people who told us how planting crops as the Israelis steal the land from under them is an act of resistance there. So I will carry those stories with me, and I will continue to be a voice for the Palestinian people who, it seems, cannot be heard by the rest of the Western world.
Ryan Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week is Road Safety Week, held annually across the United Kingdom on the third week in November. This annual campaign, organised by the road safety charity Break, focuses on raising awareness and promoting life-saving messages to reduce casualties on our roads. Mr. Speaker, our thoughts and prayers today remain very much with all those affected by the shocking tragedy which occurred on Saturday, when 5 young adults aged between 21 and 23 years of age lost their lives in a traffic accident near Dundalk. On behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party, I express again our deepest sympathy and condolences to their families and friends. The scale of that tragedy is chilling. We do not know the circumstances, which are under investigation, but this devastating outcome is a reminder to us all of the danger, particularly when travelling at speed, and the need for concentration and caution when driving, when lives can be suddenly, utterly changed or ended. The themes of Road Safety Week changes each year, but they often focus on critical areas like the devastating consequences of speeding, vehicle safety, checking that vehicles are roadworthy and using modern safety technology, and personal responsibility, that every road user has a personal responsibility for their own safety and for the safety of others who share the road. We are told that 1,671 people died on UK roads last year, which is between 4 and 5 people each and every day. Nearly 29,000 people suffered serious life-changing injuries last year, almost 80 people every day. The theme for 2025 is Safe Vehicles, Save Lives. The theme highlights the importance of both maintaining vehicles to ensure that they are roadworthy and utilising modern technology such as automated driver assistance systems to prevent collisions. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I expect that all drivers have had the experience of someone driving behind us, particularly on country roads, and causing us to feel under pressure to drive that bit faster. This week is a reminder to us all never to be pressurised into driving faster than would cause us to feel not in control and not safe, and never to be the one pressurising another driver for the sake of arriving a few seconds or minutes earlier. Better to arrive a bit later, but safely.
Today I want to speak to you about a deeply troubling story, a story that appeared on the front page of the Irish News and strikes at the heart of what our health service is supposed to represent: dignity, care and compassion. According to the report, a man gravely ill with cancer was connected to an IV drip, was forced to lie on the floor of Altogether Hospital for more than 50 hours, simply because there was no available bed. This is not a statistic. This is a human being, very vulnerable, frightened, without even the most basic comfort of a bed. He was given a blanket and a pillow, but that does not erase the indignity of being made to wait on the floor in a hospital, a place where we entrust our lives to be treated with care. The Western Health and Social Care Trust has acknowledged that its hospitals are under extreme pressure, operating far beyond their funded capacity. This is not just an operational issue, it's a profound moral failing. Reports from oversight bodies also warn of systemic problems: patients forced to wait in corridors or in chairs for days, insufficient beds, lack of basic dignity. When a health system allows someone in their darkest hour to lie on a hospital floor, we must ask, have we lost sight of what care truly means? We cannot let this become a new normal. Hospital care in corridors has become too commonplace now in Daisy Hill, Craigavon and hospitals across the north. We must demand urgent, concrete action, more capacity, better funding, improved infrastructure and, most importantly, respect for the dignity of every single patient.
Well, Paul Fruit. And the Northern Ireland Assembly passed the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Act in 2022. It was a private member's bill, but it was fully supported by the Minister of the Economy and the Department itself. But yet, even to this day, we still have not that regulation enacted. And I want to ask today this House why the Minister of the Economy is dragging her heels on this very important issue. The Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Act creates a right of 10 days paid leave for all victims of domestic sexual violence. And it was good enough to vote and be passed in this House, but yet the Department of the Economy drags her heels. This was the first piece of legislation of this kind to be passed in the British Isles, but yet the Department of the Economy is now failing those victims of domestic and sexual violence. Why is that, Mr. Speaker? I ask this House. And it should be the case that regulations be brought forward immediately in order to protect those victims and survivors of domestic violence, to keep them in work, to ensure that their work is a safe haven and a safe place for them. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a noble cause, and something that I will continue to pressurise and press the Department of Economy on. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings to a conclusion member statements. Received notice. Point of order, Mr. Galston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Further to your ruling yesterday that the Economy Minister's decision was significant and controversial, I wish to draw to the Assembly's attention an important clarification letter. Jim Allister MP has received a letter from the Secretary of State in which Mr Bain makes it explicitly clear that international relations are a reserved matter and that negotiations on trade with Israel are conducted by the UK Government on behalf of all parts of the UK. The subject on which the Minister purported to act therefore lies outside her legal competence. In light of this clarification, may I ask whether you will consider the procedural implications for ministerial authority and whether the Assembly was misled as to the scope of devolved powers in this area? Could you also outline what safeguards exist to prevent ministerial overreach when issuing directions to bodies such as Invest NI?
Okay, I'm not sure it's a point of order in the first instance. Secondly, I need to clarify that I didn't make a ruling that the decision was significant or controversial, because I wasn't asked to make that ruling. I was asked to make a ruling whether it was an issue of public importance, and I outlined the reasons why we arrived at that conclusion. The matter is now a matter for the Northern Ireland Executive, and it will be left with them to make a decision on how to take that forward after the decision that was made yesterday. Moving on, I've received notice from the Minister of Finance. They wishes to make a statement. I call the Minister of Finance.
I wish to provide members with an update on the progress made on the review of the rating system and my intended steps over coming weeks. Less than a year ago, it was announced that my department would be undertaking a systematic review of all rate supports. Substantial progress has been made to date, with 4 policy reviews completed. I am accelerating the review process and confirm today that every single rate support will have been reviewed by the end of 27-28 rating year. The remaining policy areas will be front-loaded in order of strategic importance within that remaining timeframe. The aim of this process has been and remains to secure positive and progressive changes to the rating system. This need has been echoed strongly by interested parties through the course of significant engagement with my officials. Today, I will be outlining how I intend to bring about changes that see enhanced support for small businesses, the backbone of our local economy, changes that tackle the high level of vacancies in our town and city centres, change that supports businesses starting out, and change that helps accelerate business growth. I cannot do this in isolation, and I have spoken many times, both in this House and around the executive table, of the constrained financial environment within which we operate. In terms of how we deliver rating change in such a context, the interlinked nature of rating policy both domestic and non-domestic, is critical. This is particularly the case as we aim to improve the system with limited resources. Where changes to make the system more progressive can act to deliver change in one area, those savings can then allow us to erase the tax burden on others. Following the public consultation on increasing the maximum capital value and reducing the early payment discount, which concluded in April, responses were assessed and proposals put forward to the Executive in June for decision. These proposals have the potential to unlock £9 million worth of government spending power. To illustrate the significance of that rating, in rating terms, that £9 million being diverted to small business rate scheme enhances an existing scheme which costs £22 million and already supports 30,000 ratepayers. Many in this chamber have called for additional support for small businesses since the Executive returned last year. The proposals I am bringing forward pave the way for that, while recognising the financial realities within which we are operating. It would be easy for me to set out my policy aims and seek additional funding to support these. That is not what I am doing. Operating a responsive, progressive rating system cannot mean layering additional supports at the cost of other executive priorities. Instead, we must carefully consider how best the limited support levers available can be applied in the current operating context to best effect. I am not seeking additional funding to enhance support for the businesses. Instead, I am asking for support to deliver changes in one part of the rating system which allows additional support in another, with the two adjustments operating on a cost-neutral basis. I want to see extra help going to small businesses properties, I want to see extra help going to small business properties that provide vital employment, supporting workers, families and communities. Today's proposals stemming from the discussions with business align with my own desire to deliver positive change for businesses and boost economic growth. Firstly, the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme. It was clear from the strategic review of this area there was an appetite from representative bodies, industry and local government for enhanced support to be delivered to small businesses. Our local economy is overwhelmingly made up of SME businesses, and around 90% of them here are classified as micro businesses with less than 10 employees. I fully endorse such an approach. A sustainable small business sector is at the heart of a thriving economy. It comes as no surprise that other jurisdictions are also supporting this ambition through their own policy proposals. The analysis from my department concurred that there was need to enhance support aimed at bolstering businesses in smaller properties. While the approach taken in other jurisdictions has been to cherry-pick specific sectors, that is often on the basis of legacy support put in place during the pandemic, I have listened to the views provided and am instead in favour of taking a sector-neutral approach to any enhancement for small business rates support. I want to create an environment that brings businesses into towns and city centres. However, I want that to be an environment that creates a level playing field for all types of businesses by enhancing support across business types. I see no hierarchy in need. I want to encourage business startups of any type and do what we can by lowering operating costs for businesses in that category. There are two methods by which I can deliver an enhancement to the current Small Business Rates Relief Scheme. The first method is to increase the amount of reductions delivered under the scheme. The current reduction levels of the current reduction levels of 20%, 25% and 50% have remained static since the scheme was last reviewed in 2012. It would be my preference to increase these reduction levels. The second method of enhancement is to increase the upper valuation threshold that applies within the scheme. Again, that upper valuation level hasn't been increased since 2012 and needs adjusted to modern rental values. Given that the Reval 2026 will be the fourth revaluation process in 11 years, it would be my preference to raise the rental value thresholds so that it's broadly in line with the valuation list growth. I will now be moving to consult in the next few weeks on both these aspects to continue to allow changes to be made for the next rating year. The scalability pertaining to both forms of enhancement is critical and is a key part of that discussion. It is no secret that the executive finances are under significant pressure at present. I have brought proposals forward in two policy areas that would raise £9 million. Likewise, lowering operating costs through rate support itself will have the potential to grow the tax base by bringing more businesses into the rating system and generating more revenue in overall terms. Those two factors, plus the fact that changes can be made alongside a revaluation exercise, gives us an opportunity to make important changes while maintaining the overall level of rating revenue generated through the broader rating system. I am also willing to consider all ideas on co-funding models from across executive departments and councils to enhance small business rate relief support. Supporting small businesses should be high on all of our agendas, and working in partnership to optimise joint efforts is my preferred approach. My officials are working at pace to put these proposals out for consultation between now and the new year to get the views of businesses before final proposals are submitted to the executive colleagues for decision. The progress made in taking forward policy considerations on rate release clearly demonstrates my commitment to deliver positive change. To be clear, to translate policy into action, members in this chamber must understand that progressive rating does not mean considering policy proposals in isolation, but as a whole. In regards to the second area of review, I have already stated that both in this chamber and at the Finance Committee that I want to increase the level of liability for non-domestic vacant rating. Admittedly, the views of this policy varied within the review feedback. The case for increasing liability was clear-cut for commercially attractive areas or where there is clear regeneration potential. Support for increasing liability was understandably weaker for less commercially viable areas where owners can struggle to let properties despite making active steps to do so. On balance, however, I take the view that to tackle the high prevalence of vacant units, which now needs to be undertaken to move the non-domestic vacant rate from 50% to 75% and then to 100%. When fully implemented, it is estimated that these changes would have the potential to unlock a further £20 million of revenue between central and local government. Given the Executive's programme for government commitments on housing and regeneration and the work on preventing dilapidation, again I think there's a unique window of opportunity to maximise the impact of the changes working actively across departmental level. This is, however, a significant change that connects so many strands of executive policy. An executive agreement will be required before the change can be implemented. I have now instructed my officials to take forward the policy work required to secure the executive agreement. I also appreciate that to respond to the concerns expressed during the review, there will need to be time to provide a sufficient lead-in time for any change to allow owners to respond to this future shift in policy direction. As I have stated, the engagement with the stakeholders over the summer was extensive. One of the discussion points was what can be done through the rating system to encourage business expansion. When a business takes a decision to expand their business, that will usually increase their rates liability immediately once work is completed. That additional rates liability in turn creates more revenue for public services. I recognise, however, that the initial outlay, coupled with the increased rates liability associated with that, can be off-putting for some businesses waiting to take steps towards expansion. To that end, I want to progress rating policy so that the additional rate liability incurred is staggered, where that may make the difference between a business deciding to expand or deciding not to. I am happy to announce my department will be taking forward a consultation process in the new year to progress policy development for business growth accelerator policy. This will seek views on the policy options for using the rating system to aid business expansion rather than prohibit it, while also unlocking future increased rates income for local and central government. That unlocking of future tax base growth would operate alongside existing initiatives brought in since the restoration of the Executive last year, such as the Back in Business scheme. As part of this review, we have worked closely with the hospitality sector. Since the Executive returned, a central ask from the sector has been to assess the valuation methodology for the receipts and expenditure method of valuation where it is used for pubs and hospitality. Similar sentiments have been expressed in Scotland and England. Both these jurisdictions have announced that they will be reviewing how the methodology is used in their jurisdictions. I am pleased to confirm that we will be taking account of any findings of both these review processes to assess any implications they may have on our local valuation processes. There has been a significant amount of work done within my department over a period of less than a year since the strategic review of rates was announced. We remain on track to facilitate changes for businesses for April 2026, provided political agreement can be achieved to do so. I do recognise that change is hard, but if we keep doing the same thing, we will keep getting the same outcomes. People elected us to serve and deliver. I want to deliver positive change, but that requires buy-in and partnership working. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. First question, Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, I support a more progressive rating system. I support for small business, but to be clear, today you aren't announcing either of those things are actually happening. You're announcing more reviews. If I was to list out the number of consultations and reviews on our rating system since last February, the Deputy Speaker would intervene on me. I know he likes doing that, but I'm not going to test his patience because it would take a very long time. This strategic roadmap appears to small businesses and others interested in a more progressive rating system like a road to nowhere. Can I ask, to be clear, do you have any intention of actually changing the rating system before the end of this mandate? Because so far, nothing has happened.
Mr.
One of the criticisms I recall from the member was that we weren't progressing reviews quickly enough. Now he's criticising me for progressing reviews quickly enough, or too quickly. The fact of the matter is, and the member will be aware, to change policy and to change legislation, you have to have a review framework, you have to have consultation, and you have to have engagement with the sector. And through that, you come forward with either a policy change or a legislative change. I've set out today a number of areas where I believe both policy change and legislative change will benefit our business sector, and I've set a time frame within which I wish to do it. And I can assure the member, I am dedicated to driving this agenda forward. I concluded my remarks by saying that it will require partnership working. It will require partnership working in the chamber. It will require partnership working around the executive table to deliver these changes. But I believe that when members had an opportunity to scrutinise what I'm proposing, they will see the benefit of them to the business sector, and that it is the proper and right way to move forward. If we keep that in mind, then I think progress can be made very quickly.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for this statement today. I want to also place on record thanks to his officials, in particular Andrew McAvoy, who gives us regular updates on policy on this area. I think it's very welcome that this was initially announced as a 10-year review process, and now it's been brought down to the 2 years, and that was something we had discussed at committee. The non-domestic vacant rate, it's a regular thing raised with me, where businesses are struggling to pay their rates and you have a dilapidated building next door not paying it, and you're saying there's potential to unlock a further £20 million of revenue. It's huge potential, and the Communities Minister also referenced this yesterday with regard to housing, and I welcome your mention of the cross-departmental approach. I just want to ask, Minister, what would be your estimated time frame on us actually seeing a difference on this in terms of the dilapidated buildings in our towns for businesses and for housing?
Well, and it will require cross-departmental working, because I'm also conscious of the Dear Minister's dilapidation bill as well. But I think through the rates process here, we can assist in regenerating our town centres, which is centrally the role for the Communities Minister. The Dear Minister's playing a role, and I think I, as the Finance Minister, can play a role as well. I think with a fair wind, we could have some of this work completed within this mandate. It will require some legislative changes. So I've asked officials to go away and start work on that immediately to see how quickly we can progress this.
Wigan.
Lascan Collier, I thank the Minister for her statement. Can I ask, Minister, what engagement has your department had with the Commissioner for Older People in respect of changes to the early payment discount and maximum capital?
There has been engagement in relation to that previous review, and while the Older People's Commissioner, I think, can obviously speak for themselves, they are on record at saying that the review and the proposals we have brought forward are workable. There is protections in place for the most vulnerable in our society, and they will fall into those protections if the changes we propose bring them into a category for that. So I think that engagement has proven worthwhile, both to hopefully to the Commission and also to my officials in terms of planning a way forward for that proposal. As I said in my statement, change is hard and change is difficult, but we have to do things differently, and we have to, as an executive, look at areas where we can raise additional finances, and I believe the changes I have proposed are both fair and equitable and have the protections in place for the vulnerable in our society.
Tennyson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement, and can I just welcome the compressed timetable from 10 years to 2 years, and also the intent to support small businesses and tackle vacant property. But can I ask the Minister, will the changes that you are proposing in respect of supporting small businesses be possible without raising money elsewhere in the rating system? And on that point, why haven't we seen the changes to early payment discount or max value cap emerge from the Executive?
Some of the changes are possible in terms of the non-domestic vacant rating policy would be possible. But in terms of more support to small businesses through the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme, we have to identify finances to go towards that. And I could come forward to the Chamber and say, I want to do this, but I need more money, and look at myself and say, can you give me more money? Or I can bring forward proposals which identify where we can raise finances within the current system, which are fair and equitable and protections in place, and move forward in that direction. We haven't not yet had a discussion or agreement at the Executive in relation to the proposals. I continue to hope that paper will be presented, and we can have a discussion around it and progress on it as well. I think it's fair and equitable. If others have alternative proposals, I'm open to hearing those as well.
Armstrong.
And Minister, thank you for bringing the statement today. I do welcome the indication that the Business Growth Accelerator will be looked at as a means of staggering rates for businesses in expansion. But like other members, I want to ask a question about timelines. Given the ongoing review of the valuation methodology for pubs and hospitality businesses, what tangible impact do you expect this to have on the hospitality sector by the end of this mandate? I mean, I'm talking about real on-the-ground support rather than further data collection or consultations.
It's worth noting that 75% of our small businesses receive support through the rate system, and it costs the Executive somewhere in the region, I think it's £250 million annually. That includes pubs and the hospitality sector as well. So there is quite a significant support package in place. But I thought it was only right and proper that, given that Scotland and England are going through a process and will garner data and information similar to what we require for our system, that we await their review. There's no point in me duplicating work that's going on elsewhere at this stage. There's work about to start, I understand, and we will garner the information and intelligence from that and see how we can support our businesses or what changes need to be made through that. So there is, I can understand some of the frustration in the sectors out there around this, but we have to work our way through these processes and also be mindful there are already significant supports in place.
Last Concordia, Minister, I welcome this statement this morning, but can you provide more detail on the Business Growth Accelerator, which you've mentioned in your statement?
I think this is a very innovative way to move forward and encourage our businesses who want to expand to be able to expand, because quite understandably, when a business is looking at its future business plans and they're looking to expand, they'll have to take into account, will my rates go up as a result of that? While I'm establishing that expansion in my business, will I be able to afford that? What we're saying to businesses now, if this proposal goes through, is yes, move ahead with that expansion, create a larger premises, and we will support you in at least the first year of that expansion in relation to your rates. We won't charge you for the additional accommodation or the additional space you have, and that allows them time to develop that expansion in their business. It's also, I think, good news for the construction sector as well. If we can encourage more businesses to physically expand, then it's good news for our construction sector as well, and generally for our economy. So I'm delighted to be able to bring forward this proposal, and I do hope it moves forward quite quickly.
Brian Kingston.
And I do welcome that the Minister is investigating tackling blight and increasing funds for public services by increasing the level of liability for non-domestic vacant premises. Minister will be aware also of the need to disincentivise domestic properties, houses, being left vacant with reduced rates liability in certain circumstances. Does he have any intention to also review the removal of rates liability for domestic properties which are vacant and causing blight?
Well, in terms of the first part, the taxation has a number of policy intentions. One is obviously to raise revenue. The other is to change habits and support habits which the government wants to progress. And I think the revitalisation of our town centres, our city centres, and indeed our villages is an important one. And when we do see vacant properties, non-domestic properties lying vacant, it is a blight. And I'm conscious of the work that other ministers are doing, and I think this fits into that. In relation to domestic properties, as I've said in my statement, all rating policies will be reviewed over the next number of years, and that will include whatever support or non-support is in place at this stage. We want to see properties brought back into use. And I see the Communities Minister coming in relation to the challenges he faces in terms of social housing and housing. So if I can assist in a way to bring properties back into use, whether housing, commercial or otherwise, then I will be doing so.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. It's good to see progressive rating system being brought in, something we've been calling for a long time for small business and to see regeneration of our town centres. But just to pick up a couple of things that you said that the changes are cost neutral to the department, but you also talked about an additional 9 million coming in. But you also brought a line in of bringing businesses into the rating system. So can you outline who they are, what sectors you're thinking of, and what type of premises will see an increase in rates?
I'm not exactly sure the point the member's making, so apologies in terms of bringing businesses into the rating system. All businesses pay some form of rates. Well, exemption maybe charity shops. But this is my intention through the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme is to support more businesses through that, to look at the levels of support, around 20% up to 50%, look at how and what categories fall into those. And then in terms of the non-domestic vacant rating policy, that's increasing from, it currently sits at 50%. I want to see that rise over a number of years up to 75% and then up to 100%, which will bring us in around £20 million extra when it is fully operating. So I'll further clarify to the member if I haven't correctly understood the point he's making, but my understanding is that all businesses are involved in payment of rates of some kind. This is about how we support small businesses and enhance our town centres and city centres and move away from the blight of vacant properties.
Andy McMurray.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister. Minister, so surprised that the rating system is seen by many businesses as a barrier to their development and precludes a bustling high street. And the statement references rental values. For some, the rental price is not the barrier, but rather the rates paid on top of it. How will this help those wishing to establish their businesses in the high street?
Sure. Well, rental levels are driven by the market and what the market is prepared to pay. So I have limited ability to change that, though I think in terms if we do support more businesses through the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme, then the burden of the rent which is placed on them or the rent which is there, that burden is less, that they have to pay less rates, or we are supporting them through the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme in that way. So, and if they're prepared to expand, then we're also going to support them through that proposal as well. So I think there is a balance to be got at all of those things, and I think in terms of us looking to expand the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme is a good way forward.
Durkin.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for the statement. It's certainly nice to hear some of the positive proposals in the statement. Businesses will be glad to hear them. They'll be even gladder to see them. but it would be nice if we could get some indication of when that might be. And given that previous proposals have been sat at the Executive for nearly 6 months now without even making it onto the agenda, has the Minister and his colleagues considered invoking the 3-meeting rule?
Sure. Well, I think we need to, across a wide range of topics facing and challenges and opportunities facing the Assembly and Executive, we need to work in partnership with each other. And doing so, that will mean that there has to be give and take on all sides, and open to ideas and discussions around proposals of all these things. The reality is this: no one is expecting the Chancellor to announce a budget which is going to alleviate the pressures our public services are under, our business communities under, our workers and families are under. So therefore the Executive has to look at new and imaginative ways how we can assist and help ourselves. I believe the proposals I have outlined today and the proposals that are in the previous paper I put before the Executive are imaginative and assist the Executive in meeting its challenges and opportunities moving forward.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, under your vacant rating plan, you say your policy could potentially raise 20 million. How much of that do you estimate of the 20 million would be net after administration and enforcement costs, or will this figure simply be added onto the uncollected rates debt?
Sure. Well, as the member knows from a previous debate here, the rates debt has reduced by 20%. And we continue to take action in relation to the rates debt, which I see further reduction in that. But when you're collecting the scale of revenue that we are collecting, there is going to be a certain amount of debt because of factors, including representations from MLAs in this chamber to my department around trying to assist ratepayers who find themselves in genuine challenges. So there's the balance to be got in all of those things, but there's also those who won't pay or refuse to pay, and they'll be pursued vigorously through the courts. In terms of the £20 million estimated cost, or sorry, revenue collection, I'm not sure what percentage at this stage will be used for what the member has outlined. But if we're bringing in significant amounts of extra revenue, there is a cost associated to collecting that revenue. But as long as we are collecting more revenue in a fair and equitable way, then I think the member himself will accept the costs are associated with that.
Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Minister. You talk about a more progressive system and for ideas. I want to expand on the previous point and ask what plans you have to reform the rate system to disincentivise and financially penalise people who are leaving tens of thousands of properties empty across the north. It should be illegal to allow properties lying empty when somewhere between 50,000 people are on housing waiting lists. So this could actually address the housing crisis and also bring in large amounts of revenue. So what plans is your department doing to tackle this issue and bring it forward? Thank you.
Well, I think in terms of the non-domestic vacant rating policy, which I'm announcing today, and the proposals for it, will encourage property owners to make those properties usable again. And whether that is in terms of reletting them to business or a business entering them because of the small business rates relief enhancements we want to do, or because of the expansion of businesses, whether it's driven through that, or whether it's driven through the fact that a property owner saying to himself, well, if I continue to leave this former business property empty, I'm going to have to pay increased rates on it. Why don't I use it in terms of housing? Why don't I convert it into property? Will it be more attractive? Will they put it on the market and housing associations perhaps purchase those properties moving forward? So the proposals I put forward today, I think, open up the property market to a challenge and an opportunity, which thus far is only lying vacant and empty.
Hargate.
Minister, for your statement. I think it shows that you're a minister who's listening and willing to take action. So I would like to ask how other rate reliefs, particularly for those on low incomes, will sit alongside any increase on the maximum capital value.
Those protections remain in place and will continue to protect those people who then fall into if the maximum capital value rises, lowers, and then they find themselves having to pay a greater percentage of their rates, and their income then qualifies them for protections. Those protections will continue, and the Older People's Commissioner has actually recognised that in his response to that consultation. He recognises protections are in place. So I think the proposals we have, both the proposals the member refers to and the proposals I'm announcing today, are fair and equitable and protect the most vulnerable in our society.
Members, that concludes questions. Point of order.
I just wanted some advice, and it may not be for today, on the appropriateness of making oral ministerial statements on proposals which aren't actually practical proposals in the sense that they're only ideas. I say that, Mr Deputy Speaker, because a year ago an oral statement was made by the previous Finance Minister about changes to the domestic rating system, which still have not happened. 1 week later, we got a written statement on the 25-26 budget. Can the Speaker's office give us an advice on the appropriateness of oral statements on proposals which aren't happening, and then making extremely substantive statements via written statement?
Okay, Mr. O'Toole, in the first instance, it's up to a minister what they make a statement on and what they wish to make a statement on. However, the comments you've made can be brought back to the Speaker's office for consideration. Minister.
What would be the appropriateness, do you think, Deputy Speaker, of the opposition coming forward with any proposals or any ideas?
Members, I think we're straying somewhat away from actual points of order. I'm going to move on to the next item. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister for Communities that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, members are reminded that they should be concise in asking questions and there should not be long introductions. Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement to the Assembly on the funding and development of new social homes across Northern Ireland. I want to begin by recognising the efforts of our key partners in delivering new social homes via the New Build programme in times of constraint and uncertainty. The solid partnership arrangements between my department, the Northern Ireland Housing Executive and housing associations ensure there is a steady and increasing supply of new social homes for people on the waiting list. I am grateful for their steadfast commitment to delivering the programme. But both the department and the sector face many challenges in relation to the budget required to support this work. Despite my efforts to secure an adequate budget allocation to meet the need for new social homes and my intention to continue to maximise delivery, I, along with the sector, have not received sufficient capital allocations in any budget rounds. Every party in this chamber talks of their passion for housing and support for more social homes. At the Executive, we agreed a housing supply strategy with clear targets for house building. In the programme for government, one of the few targets agreed was on social housing, yet still, Mr Deputy Speaker, I continue to receive insufficient capital funding, and I cannot be the only one to make the case for housing. Mr Deputy Speaker, today I have taken the decision to review the funding allocation to housing associations to ensure we get the most out of every pound we spend. This is an opportunity to look at the programme afresh and identify opportunities to be creative. We need to do more with less, collectively working to address the barriers to finance and social housing supply. I met with the Northern Ireland Federation of Housing Associations, Housing Association representatives and the Northern Ireland Housing Executive in late October to give them advance notice of the changes I have announced. At that meeting, I advised the sector of the new indicative costs and grant rates for new build social homes, which will be effective from the 1st of December 2025 through to the end of March 2027. New social homes are funded through a combination of grant from my department and borrowing by the Developing Housing Association, creating a match funding style arrangement which gives value for the public money invested. Following careful consideration, I have decided to increase the benchmark costs, the assumed cost of building a new social home, by 13.7% from an average of £181,164 to an average of £206,100. This reflects increased costs to the sector due to inflationary increases, new building regulations and increases in NIE connection charges, among other things. This is an acknowledgement that relevant costs have increased since the benchmark costs and grant rates were last changed in 2023. However, while construction costs have increased, rents have also increased. As a result, and in the interest of securing the maximum possible number of new social homes from the Department's budget, the proportion of grant paid by the Department for Communities for new social housing starts will decrease from an average of 54.2% to an average of 46.52%. To give certainty to the sector, these new benchmark costs and grant rates will be kept in place until the end of the 26-27 financial year, unless there are very exceptional circumstances requiring a change to the rates. I have set out to the housing association sector my expectation that they, like the public sector, must deliver within challenging financial circumstances and strive for efficiencies. It will be for each individual housing association to decide themselves how much private finance they can borrow and how much risk they can take on. The impact of this will be to make my budget allocation stretch further and enable us to build more homes with the funding that is available. I'm asking housing associations to do more, driving innovation, finding efficiencies and increasing private financing to make up this small shortfall. But let me be clear, I am not cutting funding to the programme. I'm making changes to ensure that the £177.5 million allocated from my budget that will be spent this year on new social homes and the funds spent next year go as far as possible. Every new home matters. I've listened to the housing association sector, and that is why I have also announced reviews called for by the associations themselves into how we subsidise new build social housing and the standards to which they are built. Our ambition is that at least some of the value increasing measures that these reviews should propose may be introduced to the development programme in the next financial year, and that in their entirety these reviews are completed by September 2026. Achieving the programme for government target of 5,850 social housing starts within this mandate will be extremely challenging given the constrained budgets. Changes must be made. We must achieve more with less. And I am fully committed to delivering on the PFG target and realising the longer-term ambition of the housing supply strategy to deliver at least 100,000 homes, of which 1/3 will be social. Achieving these will require innovation and creativity, but at the outset will ultimately require adequate funding allocations. I chaired a housing roundtable meeting earlier this year, which brought together key stakeholders to share knowledge on how to increase social housing delivery in the current challenging environment. My officials are taking forward work with the Northern Ireland Housing Executive and the wider sector on proposals aimed at increasing or improving the delivery of the new build programme in future years. As previously advised, I'm bringing a proposal to the Executive to make better use of public land in a way that can act in lieu of grant and support the delivery of more affordable homes. We must maximise supply with the resources that we have. The whole system issues, such as wastewater capacity, planning and land availability, must be addressed to unlock the homes we need. My housing supply strategy provides the framework for how we can do this, and the Executive has collectively committed to it. The quality of actions to implement it will determine our success in delivering the strategy vision. I require an action plan that demonstrates real intent to removing barriers. So as it moves closer to being finalised, I have written to my ministerial colleagues to challenge them to propose actions that will genuinely deliver progress in meeting the significant challenges that we face. I have also written to the other ministers in the Executive to seek their support in ensuring that sufficient budget allocation is made for the social housing development programme to enable delivery against our commitments, and I unashamedly make that case again today. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I can assure the House that I am committed to delivering value for money in the social housing development programme and to doing everything in my power to ensure that sufficient budget allocation is made to enable delivery of our PFG target. However, the House should take note. I'm not prepared to just keep doing things the way we have always done them. I will always seek to be innovative and to try new things to maximise delivery. That is what I've been doing since I took up post. Using more FTC for homes with cheaper rents. Using Northern Ireland Housing Executive Reserves to reduce temporary accommodation costs. Doing away with intimidation points to create a level playing field, and finding new ways to subsidise public housing. These are changes that we need, and changes that I will continue to bring in so we can deliver more for the people of Northern Ireland. I have played my part. Now it is time for this House and my executive colleagues to rise to the challenge and take the decisive action needed to ensure our shared ambition truly meets the needs of the people of Northern Ireland. I commend this statement to the House.
Minister, thank you. And I call Mark Durkin for the first question.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Thanks, the Minister, for the statement. The reduction of the Housing Association grant in other areas has either contributed to or coincided with a reduction in the number of homes being delivered, and I appreciate there are multiple factors at play in that. But come 2027, how will the success or otherwise of the Minister's decision be measured, and does he expect it to have any impact on rental costs for housing association tenants?
Minister.
Well, rents have already gone up, and that's one of the reasons why we are taking the action that I am taking today. And ultimately, I believe the success will be in the number of additional homes that we will be able to deliver that we wouldn't otherwise have been able to deliver if we stuck with the status quo. And I'm not cutting the funding that is going to housing associations. If the member's already had his opportunity to ask the question, I'm not cutting the money that is going to housing associations. That £177.5 million is still there. What I am doing is cutting the amount per unit so that other sources of funding, private funding, can be looked at. He seems to be annoyed with what it is that I am doing, but it's quite clear if I were to stick with the status quo, not only would we not be building more homes, but we would actually be building fewer homes because the costs have gone up, and that can't be left for the department to shoulder in its entirety. So this is fair, and this will actually enable more homes to be built and more investment in public housing.
I thank the Minister for the statement. Minister, the committee have asked in writing for further information on this change, given that it was released during recess more than 2 weeks ago, and we look forward to receiving that information. However, in the meantime, who will carry the financial risk created by the reduced grant rate? Particularly, I'm concerned about smaller housing associations. And what assessment has your department made of their borrowing capacity under these new arrangements?
Sure. Well, I'm confident that the borrowing capacity exists for housing associations to continue to do the work that they are doing, and through these changes actually make sure that we are building more homes. I think that it is right that we share the burden on this, and I do want to commend housing associations for the work that they have done so far, often in challenging circumstances, but we all need to do more, and that's why I have asked them to shoulder more on this as we move forward. But of course, in return, there will be additional benefits for them in this, because we are looking more widely at the design guides, at secured by design, and providing that stability of knowing what is coming. So those altogether are a package of measures that, with these changes, I believe will have a net benefit and allow us to build more social homes, and that's what this is all about. We have a target. I'm determined to do everything in our power to meet that. Some of that is outside of my control, but I will play my part, and today is another example of how I'm working to achieve that.
Kingston.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his statement, and in particular his commitment that he will always seek to be innovative and to try new things to maximise delivery. And can the Minister advise if he has any figures in terms of the economic value that social house building brings to Northern Ireland?
Sure.
Yes, and of course there's huge value that comes from home building, obviously for those that get the houses, and that's why I have placed such an emphasis and importance on making sure that we have houses. I said this time and time again in this chamber, if someone has a safe and warm home to grow up in and to live in, it helps their life chances and actually takes pressure off other departments as well. But we have a huge economic value as well that comes from house building in Northern Ireland. In 24-25, the estimated economic impact of the social housing development programme was over £1 billion. So I think that is something that needs to be kept in mind, that we're not just providing additional homes for people, but we're also creating economic benefit as well.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I appreciate the fact that your budget for new home builds has been extremely testing, and I, of course, support you in your comments about housing associations. But, Minister, there is a risk to this, and that's about how much the housing associations themselves will be able to borrow in order to deliver these new homes. Have you satisfied yourself that they have the capacity for this increased amount of borrowing that they will have to take? And can you also just clarify, for those who are already, those new houses that are already in process, will they be affected by this rate, or is that for future applications?
Minister. This will take effect from the 1st of December, so it will not affect those that are already in construction or those that get in, if you like, before the 1st of December. And yes, I do believe that the housing associations have the capacity. I believe that the borrowing is there. I believe that the banks are also satisfied that they're going to be able to provide that. She talks about risk. I believe the bigger risk is doing nothing, because in doing nothing it will result in fewer homes being built. Time and time again, people in this House call for action. They call for things to happen. That's what I'm doing today. I'm taking action to make sure we're going to build more social homes.
Andy Allen.
Speaker, the Minister, in response to my committee colleague across the way, advised that housing association rents have already gone up. Can he give a guarantee to this House that as a result of this change, rents won't go up further? And also, can he perhaps advise, if I'm not taking liberties, what was the co-design approach that we often hear about with housing associations to arrive at this new rate?
I would confirm to the member that there is, as he would expect, regular engagement with housing associations. In fact, there are quarterly meetings that we hold with them at official level, and I meet with housing associations individually and collectively. This has been on the radar for some time. I believe that the housing associations have been for some time aware of the potential options that were in front of me, and I did meet with them a few weeks ago to outline the rationale and the justification for what I'm doing. So I'll continue to work with them on that, and ultimately it will be up for them to decide where then they put their funding and where they build. But I do believe that we have capacity to do that. I do believe that there is the private finance that is available that will allow us to do ultimately what this is all about today, which is building more social homes.
Minister, in your statement you mentioned that you intend on bringing proposals to the Executive about greater utilisation of public land. Have you carried out any analysis of the amount of land that could potentially be used for housing, and what departments or bodies will provide the bulk of that?
Sure. Well, yes, I have been engaging with the Department of Finance on this. It's complex, but I think we are getting into a good spot. We haven't I haven't been involved directly in where land exists, but the Housing Executive does have some of that information, and the Department of Finance and LPS in particular has information about where that land would be, and as time goes on we will be able to identify some of those that would be good sites. But ultimately we need public subsidy in order for us to build social housing. If other executive colleagues say to me that they don't have or they can't give up some of the capital in order to build, then I will be leaning on them, and I'll be saying, well, there's a site that you have, or here's another way in which you can help. So I think that's a new and innovative way of doing things. We'll explore all of those. We're not at the stage yet of identifying those particular sites, but that could go a long, long way in terms of contributing to the cost, the percentage that would fall on government, and will enable us to build more homes. So that's currently being discussed, and I hope that can be progressed very, very soon.
Gary Middleton.
Speaker, Minister, can I welcome your statement and the new initiatives that you're bringing forward to deliver more housing? Minister, can you outline, if you had not made this particular intervention, what would the overall impact have been in terms of social housing development?
Well, if we had maintained the grant rate where it was, we would be building fewer homes, and that would have not been good value for money. And that's why we brought this forward today. Maintaining the grant rate would have mean less homes. The changes mean that we'll not only keep up with what we've done in the past, but that we will actually be able to build more homes. And also, importantly, we are looking at standards and the design guides as well, because housing associations have said to me that many things are required within those guides that aren't really necessary or not value for money. And that's why I want to work with them. If they say that they can build more homes at better value, and that not all homes need to be built to the same specification, then I want to help them in that, because I'm not always looking for more money. I'm also looking for ways in which we can reduce costs, and that's why today's announcement is so important.
McMurray.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, Minister. Minister, on average rate of grant is 46.5%. And in Scotland it's 55% and in Wales 67%. How did the department arrive at this 46.5%, and what calculation was it based upon?
It's complex, but essentially what the department does is for TCI and for the HAG, the HAG is essentially reflects the uplifts that are identified by Central Procurement Directorate's Housing Advisory Unit, and then the HAG rate reflects the 30th percentile rentiles and an average borrowing rate of 3.5%. And those then are the benchmarks that are used to determine what is required, and also taking into consideration the rental figures as well. I'm happy to provide the member with more detailed information on that. It's not straightforward for those that maybe are not in this every single day, but it can be very, very clearly set out, and I'll be happy to provide that to the member, as I will do to the committee, and it's perhaps something I'll put in the library of this House.
Thank you.
Last concórla agus buíthas leis an Ira Foster of Ratchis, and thanks to the Minister for his statement. Minister, you referenced reviews of design standards to which social housing must be built. Can you confirm what the scope of these reviews will be? Will you continue to ensure homes are built to a high energy efficiency rating and ensure that homes are suitable for people with disabilities?
Yes, I don't intend to change the energy efficiency standards of social homes, and we certainly want to make sure that our homes are as energy efficient as possible. However, there are some additional measures that are put in, for example, around lifetime homes. I want to make sure that we have provision for disabled people in Northern Ireland, but does it make sense to ensure that every single home is built to that standard, when perhaps over the lifetime of the home it will be never used for that purpose, but could add considerable cost to that home. I think we need to be smarter in how we build our homes and how we allocate our homes as well. And if we can build more homes that are actually appropriate to people, then that's what we should be doing, rather than trying a one-size-fits-all model, which ends up more expensive. So I absolutely believe we should have homes that can be adapted and that can be used for people that have additional needs. But there's no point building them all to that standard if it results in fewer homes overall.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today and his move towards sensible and pragmatic approaches to the budget situation. Minister, can you confirm that at every possible opportunity in budget and monitoring rounds that you have bid for the equivalent capital required to meet the house building target that was agreed in your housing supply strategy and in the programme for government?
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Finance Minister's just walked in, and he'd be able to answer that question as well, and he will be able to confirm that at every possible opportunity I have bid for the capital that I have required to build homes. I will continue to do that. We did bid last year for £230 million. We have received in total £177.5 million, with I hope some more additional to come this year in monitoring rounds as well. But look, ultimately we need to make sure that we meet our targets, and the programme for government had a very clear target in terms of housing. The actions that I am taking today is my attempt to make sure that we do everything that we can to increase the number of bills with the money that we currently have, but we do need more money. We need to ensure that we increase that in order for us to meet that target, and I have no doubt that the Finance Minister wants to make sure that we meet our social housing targets. So the sector is watching, the construction industry is watching, and most importantly our constituents are watching. So we need to make sure that a budget is brought forward that actually gives us the capital that we need so that we can meet our targets. Because it's not just about having a home for somebody, it's about all of the other things that come from that. I've said again and again in the House the importance of housing and how a good home and a warm home can actually take pressures off elsewhere, and so we need to realise that this isn't just about helping people find somewhere to live, but it is an investment, so we need the money for that.
Clark.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for the statement. I'm sure a Minister like yourself and all the other members in this chamber, one of the things that keeps us busiest in our offices is the lack of housing, so we would welcome this announcement, and I'm sure it will be an envy for some to realise that the cost of these social housing of £206,000 shouldn't be lost on anyone in terms of the quality of those houses. That said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, through yourself, Minister, the cost of the rents in the housing associations are considerably dear, and one of the other members has remarked on that. Is there any danger that the cost will increase? And if so, have you any mechanism to prevent that from happening? And also, if I may add to be cheeky, how are we coming on in terms of the funding for the housing executive sector themselves, who actually can deliver them for a much less cost?
Minister, you can answer all or some of those questions.
Well, look, these are the costs and, that have been provided in our estimates of what it is to build a social home. I think many people will be surprised at the cost of those, which is why I want to make sure that we look at how we can make it cheaper to build social homes. The housing associations need to build those homes to a certain standard, and I want to make sure that everything that we're building is actually necessary. That's why we're going to look at the design guide, that's why we're going to look at secured by design as well, and bring in that additional certainty and do everything that we can to bring that cost down. That's why we're also looking at how we can use land, because land is a massive part of the costs of housing overall. So that's why we're looking at all of the elements of that. Rent obviously is up to the housing associations as well, but I will take into consideration the rents and the return that they get for their property when I am determining the housing association grant in the future as well. He also mentions the Northern Ireland Housing Executive. I want to see that revitalisation take place. I'm glad that it is now part of the fiscal framework discussions, but we need to see that accelerated and we need to see that delivered, because we are losing money every single month by not proceeding with that and not having the powers to invest in our own stock and to build new stock.
Dixon.
Minister, thank you for your statement so far. Minister, you've indicated that you're prepared to undertake a review, and that's been welcomed by housing associations. But can you tell the House today who will actually be carrying out the review that's to be completed by September 26? And will that review be co-designed with housing associations and tenants?
It absolutely will include housing associations, and I'm more than happy to bring in other voices to that as well, because this is something that housing associations have asked for, and I'm very keen that this is done as soon as possible. I was encouraged by my conversations that I had with them. I think they want to move even quicker on this, because I think it's to their benefit and to our benefit to make sure this is done as quickly as possible. And of course we will listen to others that may have something to bring to the table on that as well.
Shamil Holland.
And thank you, Minister, for coming to the House today with this statement. Minister, we know that housing associations are independent businesses in their own right. It's up to their boards to determine if they can afford to continue the delivery of new homes with such a significant change. So can you give us a wee bit of insight into the basis that you have for saying that you don't think that this will impact the number of new homes that will be started?
Well, I think the number of new homes that we started would have been impacted if we didn't do anything at all, because we don't have a a budget that is increasing in line with the cost of building homes. So we either build less homes or we increase the funding that is available. In the absence of that funding being available from the executive at this point in time, we're looking to housing associations and the private finance that they can draw on that we're unable to draw on. So I have consulted with housing associations. I've had conversations with banks. I've had conversations with the housing executive, and we don't believe that this will have a net negative impact. In fact, we believe that it will actually help us to build more homes, and I hope that that's something that she will be supportive of. I thought that she was chuntering during my speech, but I think it actually turned out to be a sneeze on her part. So I hope that's actually that it wasn't negative noises coming from the bottom of the chamber, and I hope that she's actually in support.
Robinson.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his comments today and his statement. Does the Minister believe this reduction in the level of grant for housing associations will impact the viability of some schemes, and if so, what is the overall impact on the programme?
Sure. Well, ultimately it will be for each individual housing association to determine and to make their own assessments about the viability of each schemes. But reviewing the grant levels will also come with that review on standards, so it's important that we ensure that the ecosystem for housing is driving efficiency and innovation. I have been encouraged in my conversations to hear that we are in a healthy lending environment. Housing associations have the ability to borrow, and this leverages the capital which we can invest into the programme. So hopefully housing associations will understand that what I am doing is, first of all, providing certainty over a long period of time. Secondly, reviewing the design guides and the standards to see how homes can be built more cheaply, and then ensure that we can therefore build more homes. So that's what I'm trying to do, and this is a positive measure. And again, the alternative would mean fewer homes. What I'm doing today doesn't only maintain the current trajectory that we're on, but it will actually mean that we can build more homes.
Minister, picking up on your point, your proposal to the Executive to make better use of public land. In recent times, the planning application for a new build for Slimish College in Ballymena had to be withdrawn, as neither the Education or the Infrastructure departments would pay for the new road to open up land. If you take the lead on this project to develop public land, will you take the view that interested departments need to share the infrastructure costs to open up land to ensure it can be developed for housing, for schools, for regeneration projects, and ensure sites like Bally Road West won't lie dormant due to the Executive continuing to work in silos?
Sure. And that's exactly why I brought forward a housing supply strategy which commits all executive departments towards the goal in terms of the number of homes that we want to build, and also to ensure that we're working together to achieve that as soon as possible. So absolutely there is a responsibility and onus on everybody to make sure that they play their part, and I'll not be found wanting in making sure that other departments are playing the roles that they need to play. I want other departments to give me the funding that is necessary. I want other departments to help in terms of issues like wastewater and other infrastructure. I'll play my part, and I hope others will play theirs too.
Carol.
You've listened to the housing association sector, but NIFA have said these proposals have been developed without consultation with the sector, and the full impact of them have not been assessed. Minister, this statement will mean, despite what you have said, funding will be cut to housing associations from your department. What impact or assessment have you made about the impact this will have on rent increases for people who are struggling already and living in house associations?
Well, I repeat the point, to do nothing would result in fewer homes being built. I don't know if that is the member's position. It certainly sounds like it. I'm actually in the position where I want to build more social homes in contrast to the member. So it is right that we take this step, because the alternative would mean that you would actually potentially push more people into the private rented sector and the rents that many people are facing there. So I make no apology for doing what I can to build more homes. He has opposed me, I think, on nearly every single move that I've taken to increase housing supply, which makes me think I'm doing something right.
Members, that concludes questions on the statement. Can I ask members to take their ease before we move on to the next item on the order paper? Thank you.
Sittings resumed. Now move to the further consideration stage of the Death, Stillbirth and Baby Loss Bill. I call the Minister of Finance, John O'Dowd, to move the bill.
Moved.
Thank you. Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the single amendment for debate. The amendment will be debated under the grouped heading Fees for Certificates of Baby Loss. I remind members that once the debate on the amendment is completed, the question on the amendment will be taken. If that's clear, we'll proceed. We now come to the single amendment for debate, and I call the Minister of Finance to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you. I call the Minister to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen Collier. Members will recall from the consideration stage debate 2 weeks ago that this bill will do 3 important things. Firstly, it will place the Temporary Coronavirus Act powers which enable the remote registration of deaths and stillbirths and the electronic transfer of registration documents onto a permanent footing. Secondly, it will rectify differences in birth and stillbirth registration processes for some opposite-sex and same-sex female parents. And thirdly, it will enable the making of secondary legislation for the introduction of a baby loss certificate scheme. I am grateful to members for the support which they have shown for the bill to date, and particularly for the favourable comments from all sides in respect of the proposed baby loss certificate scheme. I also want to draw to attention members the report on our recent public consultation on the details of the baby loss certificate scheme, which was published last week. This sets out the views and opinions of the 1,182 people and organisations who responded to the consultation on a wide range of matters, including eligibility criteria, certificate contents and changes. I am very grateful to all those who took the time to contribute to this consultation, and I'm sure it was very difficult for many of those who contributed as they were reflecting on their own personal sad experiences. It will help shape the scheme around the needs and expectations of families here. Turning to Amendment 1, which I am proposing today, it has always been my intention that the baby loss certificate scheme should be a compassionate service which is open to anyone who has suffered a loss early in pregnancy. Although a certificate cannot undo the pain of their experience, it can provide families with a formal recognition of their loss and validate their grief. For this reason, it has always been my view that there should be no charge when someone applies for a baby loss certificate. During the consideration stage debate, 2 separate amendments were tabled on the matter of charges for baby loss certificates. Neither of these 2 amendments were moved during the consideration stage after I suggested that the Department would work with members to agree a consensus amendment which would ensure that no family would be charged for the first 2 baby loss certificates. I want to record my thanks to Mr Frew, Ms Forsyth and Mr Tennyson for working with my officials to draft and provisionally agree the language of the amendment which I bring forward today. The amendment I am now proposing is narrowly drawn. It states that the regulations may provide for no fees for a first baby loss certificate and a first duplicate of that certificate, no charges for amended certificates, but to make similar arrangements for baby loss certificates to other life events. The amendment allows for the possibility of charges for subsequent copies of certificates and charges for an expedited or faster delivery service, subject, and this is the important part, subject to the agreement of the Assembly. This amendment will mean that a family applying for a first baby loss certificate will not be charged for the certificate, and if they require further duplicate copy for any reason, they will not be charged for that either. If the family discovers an error in their certificate or want to add further information to the baby loss certificate, such as name or sex of the baby, they will also be able to do this free of charge. No fee will be applied in respect of amended certificates. This is consistent with the compassionate service that we are seeking to provide. The proposed amendment will give the Department the flexibility to charge for fees in the future, again subject to the agreement of the Assembly for subsequent copies of the baby loss certificate, and first and second copy have been issued. The amendment will also enable a fee to be applied subject to the view of the Assembly for the provision of a faster delivery service for a baby loss certificate. Although an option will be retained for a free standard delivery service, a faster service will enable an application for a baby loss certificate to be accepted and processed within 1 hour at GRO public counters, or issued the same day for online or postal applications. These arrangements will be in line with the faster services options offered for other life event certificates. Using this faster service would not affect a person's entitlement to get their free first certificate and duplicate certificate. Any changes levied will be for the faster service, not the certificate. Charges in these two circumstances for a faster delivery service and for a third subsequent certificate could only be introduced with the approval of the Assembly. As Clause 11.5 sets out, the regulations will specify the detail of the scheme, will follow the draft affirmative process where members will be given the opportunity to consider the debate any changes proposed. Finally, it is important to me that the proposal is closely aligned with the findings of the public consultation on the details of the baby loss certificate scheme, which the Department conducted over the summer. This told us that the public overwhelmingly favour baby loss certificates being free, believe that amendments to certificates should also be free, but that it is reasonable to charge for duplicate certificates. Although the public were narrowly split on the question of a charge for faster delivery service, this amendment also seeks the power to charge for this service. We will bring specific proposals on this matter back to consideration in the Assembly through the regulations. It is one of the unfortunate aspects of legislation that we have to discuss matters such as fees, etc., in relation to these. But I appreciate members will remain focused on the purpose of this legislation and the purpose of the baby loss certificates. We as legislators have to create legislation that is workable, as future-proofed as best as we can, and sometimes you have to get into areas which are unsavoury, for want of a better term, but these are the things we as legislators want to do, but I'm sure members are focused on the purpose of what we're about today. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to speak to the Finance Committee scrutiny of this bill, obviously as Chair of the Finance Committee, and the one amendment which is on the Marshall list. Clause 11 of the bill gives the Department the power to introduce a baby loss certificate scheme. As members will be aware, the House has previously supported the introduction of baby loss certificates, and it was the Finance Committee which ensured these were included in the bill, and I'm really proud of the work of the Finance Committee on a cross-party basis and the constructive work with the Minister and his department that took place. There was unanimity in the committee that such a scheme be introduced. Committee discussions, therefore, were mostly centred around the potential in the future for a monetary charge. The Department confirmed to the committee that a charge could not and would not be introduced without the approval of this House, and I think that's an important point. Even following the passing, I assume, of today's amendment, this measure would have to come forward via draft affirmative in the future. The Department confirmed to the committee that a charge, as I said, would not and could not be introduced without the approval of this House. Any potential charge would have to be introduced via subordinate legislation through the draft affirmative process, allowing the statutory rule to be both debated and amended. The committee therefore agreed to proceed without its own amendment on this issue, though obviously individual members did submit their own amendments, as has been mentioned by the Minister. During consideration stage, the committee was aware of those amendments submitted regarding the potential for charging a certificate, but did not take a specific committee view on the amendments. I note the amendments were not moved in order to allow the Department space to develop their own amendment clarifying the position on the potential for charging of a certificate. The Minister has now submitted his amendment on this issue, and I should state for the record the committee has not discussed this amendment and therefore has not taken a position on it. I note that further note that both current and former members of the committee who submitted the previous amendments worked with the Department to bring a resolution to the issue, and I would acknowledge and thank them for that work. So to reiterate to the Chamber the committee's unanimous support of the bill, the ability to register deaths in general electronically, putting that into permanent legislation is an important consolidation of a change that happened during COVID. It's now being put in the statute book, but also the ability to create the baby loss certificate is just a really important opportunity for bereaved parents, as we've discussed, and I'm sure we'll discuss again at final stage. So, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, the committee has welcomed the bill. We were critical to the introduction of the baby loss certificate provision. We undertook our scrutiny, and we are fully supportive of the process to move it to final stage. I'll just say one or two sentences briefly in a party capacity, and I acknowledge the Minister has worked constructively on this. I think it's an important example of how the legislative process should actually work. Obviously it helps when there's an issue of where there's a degree of unanimity around the outcome, but I think it is important, as he said, and I would acknowledge the position he has made clear that this is not a desire to impose a charge willy-nilly at some point in the future. This is designing legislation so that it is completely robust and can be operational whenever the amendments, the secondary legislation enacting the scheme are finally brought forward. So as a party, we're supportive of the position today and look forward to this moving to final stage and then being enacted. Thank you.
Chairman Dole.
And I want to welcome the continued progress of this bill, which modernises our process for registering deaths and stillbirths, as well as introducing a baby loss certificate scheme. It's an important piece of legislation with compassion and equality at its core, helping to reduce stress for those who have suffered a bereavement by enabling the electronic transfer of documents, providing the same rights as others for same-sex female couples, and ensuring formal recognition for parents who have lost a baby prior to 24 weeks. During the committee stage, it was extremely poignant to hear directly from parents who have had a heartbreaking loss, and I welcome the Finance Minister's commitment to engage with parents to help shape the development of the baby loss certificate scheme. I want to again acknowledge those parents who shared their stories with us and for their role in shaping this legislation. One significant aspect of their contributions was that we ensure that the scheme is accessible as possible. I share a desire that I have heard from others in the Chamber that there are no unnecessary barriers for people accessing a certificate during a time of immense loss, and will therefore be supporting the amendment which prohibits the charging for either the original certificate or its copy. While our different political views are often on display here, this legislation is an example of positive changes that this Assembly can provide for people during emotionally challenging circumstances by working together in partnership.
Down for side.
Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to speak today at this further consideration stage on the Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill. And as I previously have stated, I'm pleased that this House has worked together with a clear voice to agree this legislation, which embeds compassion into modernising the legislative process of registering deaths in Northern Ireland. And I'm also pleased that through this new law, that here in Northern Ireland we are clearly recognising the precious life of every single unborn baby here, from the moment that they are formed within the womb. No longer will those babies who are heartbreakingly lost prior to 24 weeks in pregnancy be without formal recognition of their life. And this legislation introduces baby loss certificates, and it was within our Finance Committee that we ensured that these were included within this bill. It is really good to see this work delivered through the legislation. And a key principle of the baby loss certificates was that they should be free of charge. And the Department had advised, as this was coming forward in legislation rather than policy in Northern Ireland, a safeguard provision to charge should be included. And my colleague Paul Free and I felt this was not clear in stating the intention that a certificate and copy should be guaranteed as free, so we drafted an amendment, and we are pleased to have worked with the Department in the wording of this, and we support the Minister's amendment today, which encapsulates our intention on this. I'm pleased to speak in support of the bill and to have played a small part in delivering this legislation. The ability to register deaths and stillbirths without having to attend a registration office in person is to be welcomed, and the opportunity for bereaved parents to obtain a baby loss certificate is hugely significant. To have a new law in Northern Ireland recognising that every life matters is something that we as an Assembly and as a society should be proud of. And in closing, I want to express sympathy to all who have lost loved ones and are affected by this legislation. And I hope that the process to deliver guidelines and practicalities progresses efficiently and with compassion remaining at the heart of this process. The DUP supports this today.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for bringing this forward today. I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the Alliance Party to confirm our support for this amendment brought forward by the Minister today. The registration of deaths, stillbirths and now baby loss certificates is an extremely important thing for many of us in this House who will have to go through registering at least one of these or more. I just wanted to say, Minister, that the compromise arrangement that has been brought forward, I know the original proposal that you had was amended thanks to the input of the DUP whenever they brought forward the compromise to have the free certificates, so thank you for that, and thank you for all who have worked together on this. But I just wanted to say that this is an example of how we can be a compassionate House. Through a compromise and through careful negotiation and debate, we have come to the stage where we will have at long last baby loss certificates, and I thank you for that. I look forward to seeing the regulations. It's very key when they come forward after this further consideration stage and when the bill is finally completed, that those regulations are as flexible as possible for baby loss certificates to ensure that those who may not know what the gender of their baby, the date may be difficult to determine, and so on, that they have an opportunity to register that baby in some way or form that suits that family. This has been, I know I'm not on the Finance Committee, I'm not within the Department of Finance. It has been a difficult debate for me to take part in, so I thank all who have taken evidence and have been so careful with that evidence. I worked for many years as a bereavement counsellor for people who have suffered miscarriages, and I haven't been behind the door and telling everyone about my losses, but this is an important day today, and I can't make that more clear to anyone. Having baby loss certificates will give value to parents, and it's important, I think, that we recognise this is difficult work that has been done. It's difficult work to have to hear the evidence. It's a very emotive issue. But I think today that we can congratulate ourselves in this House for doing something that is compassionate and has been needed for a very long time. So thank you, Minister, and thank you to your department.
All free.
And I rise to speak on this bill at this further consideration stage, and I of course will limit my remarks to the debate on the amendment. First of all, Mr Speaker, this is welcome. This debate here is welcome, and the amendment brought forward by the Minister is very much welcome. The Deaths, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill is a very important piece of legislation. It's very important for a number of reasons, but one of the reasons is because it's dealing with death. And so it is important that we treat it in this House, we treat it with respect and sensitivity, and I must say that throughout the course of the process of this bill, that has been the case, both in this Assembly chamber and in the Committee for Finance, and I commend the work of the Committee for Finance, which I have now left, but I did take a great interest in this bill from the very start, and I had pushed the Department to bring forward the bill as quickly as possible, and then also to include and add in the baby loss bill, which brings me to this amendment. Can I just place on record my thanks to the Department officials, the Department itself and the Minister for listening, for working with members of this Assembly in order to get the best possible legislation that we could on this issue. I think we recognise in this side of the House that because the Department was bringing forward the baby loss certificate through legislation, that they needed to ensure that within the regulations there were parameters that they may not wish to meet or they may not wish to stretch to, but they needed to cover in legislation in case something arises in the future. And so with that knowledge and with that, we did then proceed to go down the route of a compromise amendment for the Minister to ascertain his thoughts on. And we didn't move it at consideration stage because we felt that there was good engagement from the Department, from the Minister, and we took him at his word at consideration stage, and I must say we have been delighted with the engagement. This is how this House operates in the best way possible, and so when we do work constructively together, we should acknowledge that, and so I do place my thanks to the Minister and the Department officials for the work that they undertook, not only with ourselves, myself and Diane Forsyth in the DUP, but also with Owen Denison of the Alliance Party, to ensure that we got this amendment down today, and to ensure that this House, the two parties involved, were content and supportive of the wording, and so that has come to pass. So again, this is a really good day for the Assembly. This is a better day for all of those people who have been bereaved and will be bereaved in the future, especially those who mourn a loss of a baby before 24 weeks. My heart goes out to all who have suffered in this way, and at least now you know that the Assembly and the Department are listening. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, just to briefly speak against this amendment, Amendment 1, and I've said this previously, that I think this amendment goes against the spirit of what the bill is supposed to be about, and even what the Minister has said at the initial stage of introducing this bill. I think it also goes against what the heartfelt and quite emotional evidence that we've received at the Finance Committee. And I think it is very unlikely, in my view, that people will ever request more than one copy of a certificate. And if they do, I think we should assume it's for a very valid, humane, or possibly emotionally charged reason. And I think imposing the charge is unnecessary. I don't think there's been any rationale provided, apart from just there might be a situation arising in the future. And I think even that could actually be very traumatic and emotionally upsetting for people who have suffered a stillbirth, baby loss, or another tragedy. And so for this reason, I'm opposing it. I appreciate it may be in an opposition form, but I'm happy to put that position on the record. Thank you.
I call the Minister to wind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by thanking all the members of this House who have contributed to the heartfelt debates on this matter, who have corresponded with my office on the bill, or have otherwise engaged meaningfully in helping to push this important bill forward. In relation to the element of the bill establishing a legal footing for a baby loss certificate scheme, I am grateful for the support from across the House. In particular, I want to record my thanks to all those members who spoke so sensitively on the matter, and particularly the members who worked with my officials to draft and provisionally agree the language of the amendment. I also want to add my gratitude to the work of the committee as well in this regard in bringing this legislation forward. I have brought forward today an amendment which will ensure that the vast majority of families will never face a charge for a baby loss certificate, only in exceptional circumstances, if it is the will of this Chamber in the future. I would urge members to continue to support the passage of this bill and support the amendment, to ground in permanent legislation the remote registration practice for deaths and stillbirths, to remove inequalities in registration procedures, to provide for the establishment of a baby loss certificate. Each of these important steps will contribute to building a more equal, more empathetic and more efficient registration service for the people at key points of their lives, and I commend the amendment to the House.
Thank you. Amendment opposed to clause 11, page 6, line 5. Leave out and insert words printed as on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the further consideration stage of the Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. And just thank you all for how you've conducted yourselves throughout this bill thus far. And I think that the Assembly is to be commended for its work on this. We'll just take a easy moment while we change the chair before we move to the next item of business.
Thank you, members. The next item of business is a motion to improve a draft statutory rule. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
that the draft Farm Sustainability Payment Scheme, Eligibility, etc. Regulations, Northern Ireland 2025 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. So the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I therefore call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I am grateful for the opportunity to propose the motion. In terms of background, the Sustainable Agriculture Programme represents a programme of farm support targeted to meet the bespoke needs of Northern Ireland and seeks to implement policies and strategies that benefit the environment and support our economically significant agri-food sector. The Sustainable Agriculture Programme has been developed with a range of agriculture and environmental stakeholders, including the Agricultural Policy Stakeholder Group, otherwise known as APSG, which has brought robustness to the development process. As part of the rollout of the Sustainable Agriculture Programme, the Farm Sustainability Payment Scheme is planned for introduction in 2026 and will replace the current Farm Sustainability Transition Payment, otherwise known as FSTP. The Farm Sustainability Payment, FSP, which is expected to attract approximately 22,000 applications annually, will act as a balance between providing a safety net, which will help a farm business withstand shocks which are beyond its ability to manage effectively, and encouraging farm businesses to become more environmentally sustainable, efficient and resilient. The introduction of FSP will see the rollout of the following key policy changes: implementation of the historic years exercise, progressive capping, new land eligibility rules, new farm sustainability standards to replace cross-compliance, and the introduction of conditionalities. The Farm Sustainability Payment Scheme, Eligibility, etc. Regulations, Northern Ireland 2025 will give my department the legal powers to introduce the Farm Sustainability Payment and the various elements outlined with effect from the 1st of January 2026. By way of background, a consultation exercise on the proposed Farm Sustainability Payment Scheme, along with other elements of future agricultural policy, was undertaken in late 2021, and the responses informed policy decisions that were announced by my predecessor in March 2022. Any decisions I have taken subsequently in relation to scheme requirements are intended to have a positive impact on FSP applicants and the wider agricultural community. For example, one of those decisions was to increase the minimum claim size for FSP from 3 hectares to 5 hectares. Following further consultation with the ERA Committee and stakeholders, I subsequently decided that minimum claim size for FSP will remain at 3 hectares. Therefore, applicants for the FSP scheme in 2026 will need to activate 3 entitlements on 3 hectares of eligible land to meet the requirements of the FSP. In terms of the historic years exercise, the historic years requirement was included in the Farm Sustainability Transitional Provisions Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 made earlier this year. The regulations being debated today amend the transitional regulations and clarify that businesses not meeting the historic years requirements will not be eligible for the FSP scheme in 2026 only, and that their entitlements may only be transferred to an existing eligible farm business. The Farm Sustainability Payment Scheme Eligibility, etc. regulations introduce progressive capping of the FSP payments phased in over a 2-year period for payments over £60,000, with capping levels increasing in bands based on the size of payments. As I have previously stated, the policy intent of FSP is to provide agricultural support to act as a balance between providing a safety net which will help a farm business withstand shocks that are beyond its ability to manage effectively, and encouraging farm businesses to become more environmentally sustainable, efficient and resilient. High support payments can encourage unwarranted risk-taking and reduce the incentive to manage risk within the farm business. Therefore, by introducing progressive capping, my intention is to strike a balance between providing a safety net that helps a farm business withstand those shocks that are beyond the ability of that business to manage risk effectively, and dampening the incentive to be efficient, competitive and to manage risk proactively. The decision to introduce progressive capping of FSP payments was announced in 2022, giving businesses time to adjust. In addition, progressive capping is being introduced over a 2-year period, with 50% of final capping deductions introduced in the first year, with full implementation in the second year. Phasing in over 2 years will allow farm businesses time to adapt. In terms of land eligibility rules, the regulations also introduced simplified land eligibility rules for the FSP scheme compared to the land eligibility rules in place previously. The objective of the revised rules is to establish practical land eligibility rules that complement the FSP scheme's objectives, that can be easily understood and be efficiently and effectively controlled. The regulations include a list of features and land use types that will be ineligible for the FSP scheme, such as building sites, public and private gardens, public parks, golf courses and airstrips. To support the simplified land eligibility rules and mitigate against any unintended consequences, the regulations amend the eligibility requirements for the FSP scheme to state that only active farmers undertaking agricultural activity are eligible to apply. They must also have management control of the land used to activate the entitlements. Consequently, the regulations require applicants for the FSP scheme to carry out agricultural activity on at least 3 hectares of land used to activate entitlements. However, where an applicant submits a claim of less than 5 hectares, they must carry out agricultural activity on at least 2 hectares of land. To ensure equality across schemes, the land eligibility rules introduced by these regulations will also apply to EFS hire agreements, which were made by my department before the date on which these regulations come into operation. The regulations legislate that applicants for the FSP scheme will be required to meet the following conditionalities to drive uptake of data schemes critical for soil health, carbon management and genetic improvement, in order to receive their full payment and to ensure farm businesses gain the maximum possible benefit from these schemes. These conditionalities will be phased in. Firstly, participation in the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme. This scheme has been developed to assist farm businesses in planning their farm nutrient management more effectively and will help facilitate improvements to our water environment and future platform for carbon measures. The information provided by the scheme will allow farm businesses to better target the application of crop nutrients, reduce nutrient waste and help increase farm profitability. To meet the conditionality, farm businesses must have registered for the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme and completed the training offered to it by the closing of the single application form window of the 15th of May 2027. For those farm businesses that are not compliant at this stage, the regulations legislate that a 10% reduction will be applied to their farm sustainability payment in 2027. This reduction will be increased to 15% for continued non-compliance in 2028 and continue to be applied to 15% until the conditionality has been met. The second planned conditionality is participation in the Bovine Genetics Project, otherwise known as BGP. The Bovine Genetics Project is of significant interest to industry and government due to the benefits of breeding animals with improved health and welfare, enhanced production efficiency, lower carbon footprint and lower pollution potential. Genetic improvement is identified as a key measure in the bovine tuberculosis in Northern Ireland blueprint for eradication. It is also included as one of the measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the draft Climate Action Plan from 2023 to 2027 and is one of the mitigations identified in the draft ammonia strategy. My department is delivering this project in partnership with the agri-food industry through a not-for-profit company, Sustainable Ruminant Genetics Limited, SRG. SRG is providing industry leadership and is working with my department to deliver several key functions, including the supply of industry data and the promotion and marketing of the project to producers and other stakeholders. The bovine genetics conditionality requires farm businesses with bovine animals to register for the project and complete training offered to it by the closing of the single application form window of the 15th of May 2028. As with the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme, conditionality for those farm businesses that are not compliant at this stage, the regulations legislate that a 10% reduction will be applied to their farm sustainability payment in 2028. The reduction will be increased to 15% for continued non-compliance in 2029 and continue to be applied at 15% until the conditionality has been met. The regulations also legislate that penalties for failure to meet these FSP scheme conditionalities should be applied concurrently. A third conditionality of participation in the carbon footprinting project is also planned. This conditionality is not included in these regulations as the timeline for rollout of the project has still to be set. The regulations reset the 2-year entitlement confiscation rule from the commencement of the scheme, meaning that no entitlements will be confiscated for non-activation in 2026. This is because the FSTP and the FSP scheme are being treated as 2 separate schemes. In relation to technical changes included in the regulations, they define the order in which my department will apply scheme penalties as follows. Firstly, the over-declaration penalty, which includes duplicate fields, then the late claim penalty, conditionality reductions, and finally FFS penalties. Under-declaration and late field penalties have been removed, and the penalty for over-declaration of land has been increased from 1.5, the difference found to twice the difference found. Preliminary checks will no longer be mandatory, and my department retains the authority to implement other checks as required. The mandatory on-the-spot checks inspection rate has been removed and replaced with a requirement for my department to define the rate as land eligibility controls will be carried out using remote sensing techniques, thereby removing this requirement. The regulations remove penalties which exceed 100% of the payment due in respect of what were previously area-based payments under Pillar 2 of the Common Agricultural Policy, chiefly agri-environment and forestry payments. These penalties apply to a very small number of businesses and are complicated to administer as they involve a deduction to payments in following years. Finally, they simplify the requirements regarding control reports for farm sustainability standard checks. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that concludes my overview of the Farm Sustainability Payment Scheme Eligibility etc. Regulations 2025. I want to thank officials who have engaged with the committee to date on what is a complicated area of legislation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that may arise as a result of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, I call Robbie Butler, Chair of the Area Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and my apologies for not being in my seat at the start of, as proceedings have moved rather quickly today. But the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs has been scrutinising the draft SR over a number of meetings, and I rise to represent the Committee's view, and at the end, if I have a few moments, I will share that of the Ulster Unionist Party. The Committee is unable to support and was unable to have unanimous support for the motion, having voted 4 members for and 4 against. In terms of the consideration, the Committee has engaged substantively with the Department, receiving its initial oral briefings from officials on the 26th of June on the scheme. And if we track the regulations back to the Department's consultation on Sustainable Agriculture Programme proposals and the ambition for a resilient payment in 2021, it was at least heartening to hear that the Department is now seeking to make regulations planned to take effect on the 1st of January 2026. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, on the 9th of October, the Committee received an oral briefing from officials on the SL1 for these draft regulations. And for the record, the Examiner of Statutory Rules advised that the SR was not drawn to the special attention of the Assembly. The stated ambition of the Department was that the farm sustainability payment should provide a balance between providing a safety net for those financial shocks that the Minister has referred to, that farm businesses can't be expected to manage, whilst also encouraging farm businesses to become more environmentally sustainable, efficient and resilient. And the regulations do indeed help to bring that those key policy changes to the fore. The implementation of the historical years exercise, there are new simplified land eligibility rules, there are new farm sustainability standards to replace cross-compliance, and progressive capping for payments above £60,000. And to qualify, applicants will also have to fulfil certain conditionality requirements, such as participating in a particular scheme or project, and that non-compliance will lead to penalties that will see a reduction in the FSP until that conditionality has been met or restored. And it is apparent then from this brief recap that there was plenty for the committee to consider. I'll make some points on the committee's agreed position, but I'm confident that committee members in the chamber will add their particular positions articulately and clearly as the debate progresses. Concerns were raised, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, particularly in placing the phased-in conditionality on payments. And this was viewed by some members as a further imposition on farmers without sufficient clear incentives. and some members questioned if enough work had been done to gain the confidence of farmers. The Department has told us it does not want farm businesses to receive penalties for non-participation in the bovine genetics project and the soil nutrient health scheme, but instead wishes farm businesses to participate in the schemes to gain the benefits that they will deliver. You will understand that the committee was not able to agree that there was the required level of assurance for farmers that the conditionality aspect was clear and did not penalise non-participants unduly. Further concern was raised that some farmers who may not be fully aware of the conditionalities would see a penalty being imposed, and the risk of additional compliance requirements on an already heavily scrutinised sector perhaps adds its own risk and certainly concern for farming families. The committee was pleased to note that the College of Agriculture, Food and Rural Enterprise is planning communication promotions, training and awareness events around aspects of the conditionality for farmers and for agents and other agri-professionals to ensure that farmers can avoid finding themselves in a position where a penalty would be applied, but the committee is not agreed that the carrot and stick are actually in balance in this case. On the matter of progressive capping, officials advised this feature will be introduced, as it is believed that high support payments can encourage unwarranted risk-taking and reduce the incentive to manage risk within the farm business. Concerns were expressed that this would be viewed as a disincentive to progress for larger farms, with no alternative income sources that may require higher levels of investment and therefore carry a greater risk in terms of debt given their size, but also that it may place a brake on entrepreneurism in this vital sector. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I hope I've reflected the concerns raised by the committee to these regulations. In short, those opposed to them, and I include myself at that point, were really concerned with the balance between incentives and capping, penalties and conditionalities. And as I mentioned earlier, members will, I'm sure, now add their own thoughts and considerations. In conclusion, I suppose, before I add my own words, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee was unable to recommend that the draft Farm Sustainability Payment Scheme regulations were approved by the Assembly, but members will obviously get their chance to vote and speak into this debate. So I'm now going to make some comments on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party. So I am grateful for the opportunity to speak on the draft Farm Sustainability Payment Scheme regulations. I do so in a spirit that is firm, constructive and rooted in the Ulster Unionist Party's unwavering support for our farming families, our agri-food sector and the future resilience of Northern Ireland. At the outset, it's right to recognise that this scheme is not something that was created overnight. It's the culmination of a suite of support consultations launched by the then Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Edmund Poots, back in 2021. It's equally right to acknowledge that perhaps the most difficult part of the regulations, the conditionalities that were proposed at that time, have been the most technically challenging to get our heads around. That would secure assurances and clarity and workable timetables. I think that has taken time for the department to develop and to provide confidence, not just to us as legislators, but the farming and agri-food sector. But this is the reality of trying to strike a balance between providing a dependable basic payment that protects farm viability and drives the broader ambition for a better environmental stewardship programme, improved health, soil health, lower carbon emissions and long-term farm sustainability. And I'm sure that most people recognise that reconciling all of those aims is difficult, but it's necessary if we're serious about the future of Northern Ireland and food production here. A key part of that, I have to say, in the presentations must be the bovine genetics programme. And it's here that some of the greatest long-tail benefits can be realised, and we should be very confident and clear when we speak about it. Better genetics mean more efficient livestock, improved fertility, reduced methane intensity and stronger disease resistance. That includes, importantly, helping to reduce the spread and impact of bovine TB, something that we talk about many, many times in this chamber. Fewer sick animals, lower losses and a lower carbon footprint. This is a win, not simply for individual farm families, but for the economy and the environment that we share. And I appreciate that conditionality has raised concerns, and it should. I've consistently made clear that any new requirements must be introduced fairly, proportionately and with proper support. And farmers must know what is expected of them, and they must have access to the training and tools needed to meet those expectations. So we welcome CAFRE's commitment to communication, training and awareness events, because no farmer should ever fall into penalty through confusion or lack of information. There are, however, areas where the Minister has listened and that listening does matter. The reduction in the minimum land size requirement from 5 hectares to 3 hectares is a victory for common sense and fairness. We thank the Minister for that. It ensures that smaller family farms, the backbone of our rural economy, are not pushed out or penalised simply because of scale. Likewise, the Minister's assurances to the hundreds of farmers caught in the historical years issue will offer some confidence. It is right that the historic years requires, maybe even the Minister, I'm assuming this applies in the year only of 2026, and that going forward the scheme will operate annually with entitlements able to be bought and sold and purchased, and therefore eligibility restored. The Ulster Unionist Party supports this scheme because we support families. But our support comes with a long-term vision: food security, energy security, climate responsibility and economic opportunity, all working together for our rural areas. We cannot pit one against the other. Northern Ireland has the opportunity to lead the way from better genetics to better soils, from sustainable livestock to the development of anaerobic digestion technologies, biogas capacity and decarbonised rural energy settings and systems that complement, not compete, with food production. Our farming future must be one of resilience, innovation and fairness. This scheme is not perfect, no scheme ever is, but it's a step towards equipping our agri-food sector for the challenges and opportunities for the next generation. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, with those comments, I confirm that the Ulster Unionist Party will support the regulations and our ongoing commitment to Northern Ireland's farming families, our countryside and our shared future.
Thank you, Robbie. Given just the time that we're in, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock, so I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock. This debate will continue after question time at 2:45, and Patsy McGlone will be our next speaker. Okay, thank you. The Assembly therefore suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber.
Sitting is resumed. The Time for questions to the Minister of Education. Question 4 and 6 have been withdrawn. I call Cara Hunter.
Question 1, Minister, please.
Mr Speaker, the Education Authority, as proposer of the development proposal to establish the new Causeway Academy, is proceeding with its implementation. The new Causeway Academy will open in September of 2026 and will operate across the 3 existing sites. The EA is currently working with the school's principal designate on the configuration of the 3 sites. The approach will be student-centred with the objective of minimising movements for students throughout their post-primary school career. It will maximise the educational experience and achievement of all students, whilst also allowing exam year groups to complete their education on their current sites. Students will also benefit from a familiar environment, understanding established routines, relationships and support systems on their current site. A communications plan is in place to provide updates to current and prospective pupils, parents, staff, governors and the wider school community at key times. While there was support amongst stakeholders for a single-site solution for the new school, the cost presented to me of approximately £20 million were simply not affordable within my department's current capital budget envelope. Costs in support of the outworking of an approved development proposal are usually modest, connected with rebranding, signage, toilets and modest additional accommodation. And whilst it's not ideal, newly amalgamated schools will, in the main, operate on a split-site basis until it secures a place to advance in planning under the Major Capital Works programme following a call for applications. These £20 million costs were not expected or anticipated when the development proposal was approved, and my department has never had such a significant day one costs arising from a development proposal or committed to such significant day one works without the full rigours of a Major Capital Works call for projects.
Minister, this school was described at the time of its proposed amalgamation as a flagship school for the whole island, yet we have delay after delay. We have interim Board of Governors resigning, and we have 3 school communities really feeling abandoned. Minister, I've spoken with their principals. Can I ask you today, when will we get the funding for a single-site campus, or when will those plans begin?
I understand the frustration, but also the ambition that exists for this school to be delivered in a new build setting. But as I outlined, when the development proposal was approved, it was not anticipated that there would be a £20 million capital requirement in terms of trying to get a day one solution that would have provided for a single site facility being catered for. The department is under considerable financial challenges with a significant number of major new capital builds and school enhancement programmes, as well as the special needs provision that has to be given the first call on expenditure. I'll continue to make the case for funding to my executive colleagues in terms of capital expenditure, but what I want to make sure is that the work continues, and that is happening with the current arrangements in terms of an interim Board of Governors, a principal designate, that we can provide the best possible opportunity for this school to operate on a 3-school site basis. But obviously I share the ambition for a single site solution for the future, but it is with those significant financial challenges that we are somewhat constrained.
Bradley.
Speaker, thank the Minister for his answer. Can the Minister detail the communication strategy that's in place for the 3-school campus model?
Can I thank the member for the question? And Mr Speaker, Mr Bradley has been a vociferous campaigner when it comes to advocating on behalf of the 3 schools concerned, and very clearly wants to get that single site solution. He has made that clear to me on a number of occasions whenever he has made representation on behalf of his constituency, and I know he'll continue to unapologetically advocate on behalf of the schools and in particular getting this single site solution up and running. Obviously the communications approach, we will continue to engage when it comes to the Education Authority. They proposed the development proposal to establish the new school, so they're taking forward that approach. There is a Causeway Academy newsletter which has been issued to staff and parents, and that provides milestone updates for the new Causeway Academy. A plan is in place to provide further updates to current and prospective pupils, parents, staff, governors and the wider school community at key times. And the EA will be working with, and continues to work with, the principal designate on the configuration of these sites for the opening of the new school on the 1st of September of 2026. When this has been confirmed, the principal designate will then issue the relevant communications via newsletter, and also there will be social media posts in that respect. So I commend Mr Bradley for the work he continues. He has expressed to me his concern, obviously, and understanding of why one of the schools, in terms of the withdrawal to do with the interim Board of Governors. I want to get to a position where all of the stakeholders are able to engage in this, and that's something we'll continue to work towards.
Mr Speaker, Minister, to date, the handling of the amalgamation of the 3 existing schools by the EA to form Causeway Academy has been extremely poor. What commitment will you give to find a permanent single-site solution for this school, and will you commit to attending a cross-party meeting with the Principal Designate and local MLAs to try and resolve the list of outstanding issues ahead of the opening in September 2026?
Mr Speaker, I have engaged on this issue, not just within my department, but with the Education Authority as the proposers of this new school, and also with their responsibility in taking forward the capital requirements in respect of the £20 million that was indicated for the day one costs associated with the single site. I'll continue to engage on this issue, but what I say to members that when this decision was taken, it was not anticipated by the decision maker at the time, it wasn't me, that there would be this cost associated with finding a single site for day one. It's not unusual. There are other schools who are operating on split site solutions as we continue to work towards providing a single site facility. But if we really want to address the capital needs that exist, not just for the proposed new Causeway Academy, but I have 114 projects. They're already within the major capital programme. 42 of these projects have been completed, 6 though are currently on site, 14 are in technical design stage, 14 are in early design stage, and 38 are either at a feasibility stage or else are on hold. The projected time frame to complete this current list is decades, and that's before we would add in Causeway Academy. So if members are serious about providing solutions, and I believe that they are, then we need to have an executive allocating capital funds based upon those priorities, and I can then take forward the demands that members rightly have on behalf of their constituents. But we can't do that if funding doesn't follow what people are articulating in this Assembly chamber.
Orlea Flynn.
Mr Speaker, question number 2.
Officials are working through the necessary checks on the schools which have self-nominated, and I'll be making an announcement soon, and it's my intention to issue then a written statement detailing the primary schools which will participate in the pilot exercise for the covered outdoor sports space provisions.
Thank you, Concolia. Minister, you'll remember when we were out in Bunskull Football First, you're having the conversation around the lack of outdoor space, and particularly the high level of SEN pupils that are within that school, but which are in many of our schools at the moment. And some of the feedback from the EA is that health doesn't seem to be at the table more broadly when it comes to special educational needs support and specialised services in our schools. Just maybe if you give me some feedback on if you're aware of those issues and what's being done to try and support our SEN pupils.
Mr Speaker, I am aware of those issues, and it's a cause of deep frustration on my part. Indeed, I would be concerned that the increased financial pressures that are being placed on my department are as a result of a withdrawal of services when it comes to some of our health trusts and the Department of Health as they seek to try and mitigate against their projected overcommitment. Schools are having to pick up the pieces, but in my view, where we have children that require additional support. That hasn't just to fall upon the shoulders of the Department of Education and our school leaders. We need our health professionals being empowered by the trusts and the Department of Health to support them. Schools are there to provide an education, but where there are increasing medical needs and complexities, we need the Department of Health to step up. My fear is, and indeed a number of principals have raised this concern, that they're stepping back. I think that's a retrograde measure and one that I've raised my concerns in respect of this.
Alan Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, what criteria were applied to applications for the pilot exercise for the provision of outdoor covered sports spaces?
Mr. Speaker, obviously I hope to be able to make announcements on this soon. There was a call for applications which issued in August this year. It went to all primary schools seeking to be considered in the pilot exercise. 213 schools responded for inclusion in the pilot exercise. I think that indicates the level of demand and need that there is, but we're only going to be able to take forward around 10% of all of that in terms of being able to have an effective pilot scheme for that. So of those 20 projects, my officials have advised schools that the initial pilot will be drawn using an element of random selection for those that have been submitted, and I want to ensure that there is a mix of school sectors in terms of urban, rural, and also when it comes to enrolment figures. And my officials are working through the necessary checks in terms of how the criteria will be applied through that process, but I would hope to be able to then make an announcement shortly.
Justin McNulty.
I would thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, in light of the recent University of Ulster report, Sport is Not a Luxury, which revealed 85% of parents believe sport helps children manage stress, yet sadly cost is preventing many children from participating, will you commit to introducing a statutory minimum of 120 minutes physical education per week in all schools to support children's mental health and reduce inequalities, and to allow every single child to have the opportunity of being part of a team?
I'll do my best to link it to the question. So when it comes to physical literacy, that is an important aspect of the school curriculum, and in order to achieve the 120 minutes of physical education that takes place, particularly when it comes to outdoor activity, principals have raised the issues around the lack of facilities to do that. And so this pilot scheme is designed to provide, for some it may be a covered outdoor area which can then protect it from the elements, and then that means you can have some of your physical activities taking place. But the point that the member makes is one that I shares. I think sport is hugely important for our young people to be engaged in, not just for their physical benefit, but it has wider benefits to do with their overall well-being. It creates great opportunity for social interaction, leadership skills. You create a wider network of friendship and peers within a school setting. All of that helps you to feel part of a whole school community, which then within the classroom setting has a benefit towards your educational academic attainment. So the member is right to highlight this issue. It's one that I share in common cause with them, and this pilot scheme and the work that I'm taking forward in this area, but also when it comes to provision in our post-primary sectors for synthetic pitches, football type pitches, is also to try and provide the appropriate school estate that's needed for the physical education curriculum to be delivered more effectively.
Connie Egan.
Number 3, please.
Mr. Speaker, the guidelines on school uniforms follow the provisions of the School Uniforms Bill, which passed final stage here in the Assembly on the 13th of October. The bill will come into operation on the day after it gains royal assent, at which time the duties on the Department of Education to issue the guidelines and lay them in the Assembly, as well as the duty on schools to adhere to these guidelines, will go live. While the bill is awaiting royal assent, I instructed my officials to issue a copy of the guidelines to schools to assist them in making sure that their uniform policies are compliant for the 26-27 school year. The school uniforms guidelines therefore issued to schools on the 12th of November of this year, and I also instructed officials to provide a copy to the Education Committee on that day.
Egan.
Minister, in the guidelines, excessive costs is defined as higher costs than a lower income household can reasonably be expected to afford. As Minister, can I ask, what do you think is reasonable for a low income household to pay for a child's uniform in post-primary school?
Mr. Speaker, there's 2 points in respect of this. The first is that we are consulting when it comes to a cap. We took the provision within the legislation that we could introduce a cap. That could be made up of 2 component parts. Either we set a financial limit or we will set a limit on the number of items that would pertain to the uniform provisions within a school, or it could be a hybrid model, it could be both. That is something that we will move to consult upon in terms of what that would look like. But we were prudent, we took the powers in primary legislation that then when we would want to introduce that cap, having carried out our proper due diligence, we will be in a place to do that. But this bill that was passed by the Assembly now gives legislative underpinning to the guidance which we have enhanced. But the guidance was already there, schools were already aware of what they should be doing. Now they have to do it because of the legislation that was passed. And at the very core of that legislation was affordability. That was the #1 issue that came out whenever we consulted with our stakeholders. It was all about affordability, and that was the key aspect which has to now be central to schools as they develop their school uniforms, as they carry out their review of that, as they consult with parents, with pupils and all the various stakeholders. The transparency associated with that must demonstrate how they have taken into account the underpinning principles around affordability.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister, how has legal advice and the view of schools informed the guidelines?
So we had sought legal advice on the draft guidelines throughout the process. The guidelines have been tested for its workability through focus groups that we had with teachers and parents in June. This highlighted that there was a need for some further legal advice at that time to ensure that there was clarity and that the guidelines were going to be workable, delivering for both parents and schools. That legal advice resulted in the updated guidelines that were set out in a clear manner. Some feedback on these has been provided by principals recently, and the guidelines updated where this was appropriate. Ultimately, the guidelines must follow, though, the requirements of the bill, and the guidelines do follow the legislation that was passed. So, to assure the member, there was legal advice sought throughout this process that has informed the way in which the guidelines have now been produced.
John Burrows. Would the Minister agree with me that it is very frustrating that some parents report that schools do not permit children to wear coats to school and then provide somewhere for those coats to be stored? And that's a very practical concern coming into winter.
It is an issue that constituents have raised with me, that when it comes to the wearing of school coats, a priority seems to be given to having your school uniform and emblem on display, as opposed to the inclement weather and the need for children to be and young people protected from that. That is something that I think schools do need to reflect upon. What is important is that our young people can get to school, and that when they are in school that they are comfortable. They are not comfortable if their uniform is saturated as a result of the weather. So I think on that one, if there are any schools who are prohibiting their young people from wearing an overcoat, and they are insisting that they should only be wearing a school blazer and not protected from the elements, that is something that is wrong, and that they should put that right.
Dan Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 6. Question 5.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, if I could answer question 5 and 8 together. Since the Independent Review of Teacher Workload panel was appointed in May of 2025, they have undertaken a structured programme of work with the aim of submitting a final report by the end of November. This has included a review of existing reports and work streams taken forward by the Teachers Negotiating Committee, and direct engagement with a range of stakeholders. The panel has also conducted benchmarking exercises with officials in neighbouring jurisdictions to assess comparative approaches to teacher workload management in order to gain a comprehensive understanding of the key workload issues and, more importantly, the steps that could be taken to address them. The panel wrote to boards of governors to seek written submissions on the workload position in their schools. In addition, they issued an engagement questionnaire to all teachers and school leaders in Northern Ireland. Over 7,500 responses to this questionnaire were received. Mr. Speaker, the independent panel is currently finalising their report, and I look forward to receiving this in the next few weeks.
Armstrong.
Thank you, Minister, for the answer to question 5. Can you, Minister, give me an assurance that you are committed to delivering the recommendations from the panel in their entirety?
Mr. Speaker, I can't obviously prejudge what is in the report in terms of those recommendations. I'm looking forward to receiving the report. It was at my request that I commissioned this panel to be established. It came about as a result of the discussions to resolve industrial relations when it came to teachers' pay last year, and also the connected issues around workload. And in order to find a way through, I recommended that we would set up this panel. So given that I commissioned this work, I have gained the involvement of the key stakeholders, in particular the trade unions. I look forward to receiving this report, and I very much will want to take recommendations forward that are contained within it. But I can't prejudge what it says, and obviously we will need to review what those recommendations actually say. So I am certainly wanting to implement. That is the direction of travel, but I need to await obviously what is contained within those recommendations.
Melissa McKay.
Just Minister, I'd also like to sort of comment that the workload agreement that will be delivered, and it will have the confidence both of teachers and of unions. And with that in mind, Minister, can I ask you if you're in a position yet to provide an update on teacher pay talks for the forthcoming year?
Mr. Speaker, I can update the House in that respect. The financial year for teachers is different to, for example, health workers. It doesn't run from April to April. It runs from September to September. So therefore, the point at which that crystallises is not the same in some of the other public sector organisations that we have to deal with. The workload aspect was one part of the agreement from the last discussions. That's why it's an important part of getting that received, so that we can look at what measures could be taken forward. But I also want to move to a position where we can make a pay offer to our teachers. That's why I've already had work carried out within my department, but also within the executive, that when it comes to the financial requirement for teaching staff, which we have costed in the region of around £37 million, that funding would be made available from within the executive. And so as the monitoring round follows the Chancellor's statement next Wednesday, I trust the Finance Minister will then bring a paper to the executive. Contained within that, I expect an allocation to be provided that relates to teachers' pay. That is the case that I have made. That would then allow me to move forward in making, through the appropriate structures, a formal offer, and I would want to get a resolution to that before the end of January, which is the cut-off point for these discussions. If I can move earlier and get this resolved before Christmas, that's my intention. That's the basis on which I'm operating, but we need that monitoring round to provide the funding, because there are significant financial pressures in the department and EA which are well documented. But that should not come to the detriment of the teachers getting an appropriate pay increase.
Thanks, Minister. Minister, considering the findings of Stranmillis College's Centre for Research in Educational Underachievement, which found teachers in the Irish medium sector are working far in excess of agreed limits, largely driven by the constant need to create and adapt resources in the absence of sufficient and suitable Irish language materials, what new actions can you take and will you take to ensure manageable workloads?
So, Mr. Speaker, in that respect, we are taking forward a bespoke Irish medium strategy, and contained within that will be an element related to workforce. That report that was produced by Stranmillis will inform the outworkings of that particular strategy document. So those issues will be considered and looked at. I'm not in a position to outline to the member today what the outworkings of that would be, but they've certainly made the case in respect of the needs within the workforce. I'm taking that forward in terms of looking at that through the Irish medium education strategy, which I would hope to publish then in due course.
McAllister.
So far, teachers' workload, of course, is a very important issue. Important because it is having an effect on having a private and family life too. But that issue of workload is also important for children. And so I want to ask the Minister whether his department now or in the future would seek to do a review or work into the actual workload, particularly when it comes to homework of our very young children, because there is a disparity right across Northern Ireland and in our schools, and it is having an effect on children and family life.
Sure.
What I would say to the member, and I think she highlights the disparity or the differences that exist in some schools, and I think that is right. Different schools will take different approaches to the volume of homework that maybe is issued. But as part of the Transform Ed work, we're reviewing the issues around curriculum. I've indicated that is to provide a narrower curriculum that allows much greater depth and understanding to be achieved. One of the issues that our young people are really struggling with is a very broad curriculum that only skims the surface of the subject matter, and then they're having to catch up, and there is a need then for a lot more work. By reviewing the curriculum and taking the approach that the experts are recommending in this area, that will have a knock-on benefit for young people in terms of the pressure and workload. Aligned with that is the work at qualifications, and I've said before in this House, we are testing our young people from years, in old money for me, 4th year, 5th year, lower 6th and upper 6th. But for 4 years there are significant examinations that are being required, and that puts additional workload in terms of revision practice, mock preparation, examinations, and as part of looking at the qualifications, we need to ask the question about the relevancy of what those qualifications will look like, aligned to a reviewed curriculum, but how does that also impact on the amount of work that our young people are dealing with? So I think the member raises an important point, and the answers to that, I think, will be multifaceted, and there isn't one single answer that's going to resolve that, but I think the direction of travel that we're moving in terms of Transform Ed will be to the benefit of our young people and also our teachers.
McLaughlin.
Can I thank the member for her question? I have issued a draft early learning and childcare strategy now to my executive colleagues for consideration. Once agreed, it will be published for public consultation. The strategy will build on the significant investment of £80 million already allocated by the executive over the last 2 years, which is already making a positive difference for thousands of children, their families and providers. One of the most successful initiatives has been the establishment of the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme. This scheme has resulted in real savings for parents, with a 15% reduction on registered childcare costs and potential savings of up to 32% when combined with the tax-free childcare. Eligible working parents have saved now almost £18 million since the launch of the scheme in September 2024, and when combined with the savings from the tax-free childcare, parents in Northern Ireland have saved now an estimated £38 million. I've funded the increase of 2,500 more preschool places to full-time, with the provision of a free school meal for eligible children, with further increases planned for September next year. Additional funding has also been provided to support children from facing disadvantage, and a range of programmes supporting children with additional needs or disabilities. These initial actions are an integral part of the strategy and provide the foundation for further progress to support our children, families and the early learning and childcare sector. And I want to encourage stakeholders to respond to the consultation once issued. These comments will be used to inform the final version of the strategy and delivery plan.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer, and I'm delighted that the draft strategy has gone to the Executive. The deadline you promised was autumn, and that's almost about to pass, and families are still waiting for the support. Given this strategy will take at least 12 weeks consultation, it could be April before we actually see a real start. Can you explain why, perhaps, that the Executive isn't moving more quickly in that, and how quickly will you overcome some of these areas, perhaps of disagreement, in order to get that consultation out and start supporting families?
Very brief answer, please, Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, first of all, can I thank the member for the question. The members also met with me, and our party leader also met with me before schemes were developed. That helped to inform the process that we were following. It was a manifesto commitment by my party, but it's not exclusive to my party. It is being delivered through the Executive, and I just want to put on record my appreciation for her work in this area. Can I say, Mr. Speaker, aligned to developing this strategy, and it is there. Now it's submitted to the Executive. We have an Executive meeting on Thursday, so I would hope that it will be on the agenda to allow this to get out for public consultation, to get that feedback. I will then turn it around very quickly in order for it to align with the budget process, because some of the proposals within this do require additional finance, and therefore that needs to be informed by the budget making process within the Executive to allow an allocation to be made in order to give effect to some of the recommendations that I want to see taken forward.
Moving to topicals, Cara Hunter.
Minister, we live in a changing world where many of our young people have unfiltered access to smartphones and to social media, both inside and outside of the classroom. They're exposed to never-ending content of unrealistic beauty standards. In a recent question, I wrote to you, Minister, about would you consider implementing programmes regarding resilience and self-worth in our schools, and you have said you have no plans to do so. Minister, would you reconsider this and move forward with a mandatory curriculum, perhaps through the LLW module, to improve pupil well-being?
Mr. Speaker, I think the member highlights the challenges, particularly of mobile phone devices in our schools. That's why last summer I moved and produced clear departmental guidance on this, that primary schools should not have phones even coming in, and in post-primary those phones should not be used from the hours of 9 to 3 until you've left the school. That's why I've also taken forward the pilot scheme in 9 of our schools, and I was in St Ronan's in Lurgan, one of our largest schools in Northern Ireland with 1,600 pupils, and the feedback that they provided me has been one of appreciation for the opportunity to have those magnetic sealed pouches, but that it has been the single most transformative act that they have taken as a school to address issues around behaviour, issues to do with concentration, and also the well-being of young people. And I think that is something that whenever we get the evaluation, which is being carried out independent by King's College in London, if my instincts are right and the initial feedback is reflected in that report, I think that will demonstrate that this is something that we need to take very seriously, because the benefits that will come from minimising mobile phone usage in our schools will be transformative, particularly when it comes to the well-being of those children and young people.
Hunter.
Speaker, we don't agree on much, Minister, but I'm glad we both agree that smartphones don't belong in schools, so that I welcome that. Currently in the South, Minister, just referring back to my initial point about instilling confidence in our young people, there are school projects which commit their time to 11 to 17-year-olds, teaching students to be critical about media influence and building self-resilience and self-worth. But currently in the North, there is no mandatory curriculum on this issue. There is no specific class, no compulsory module for every school to provide this education. Minister, does that concern you? And if so, would you consider changing it, or reviewing it, or looking at it further?
Sure.
Mr. Speaker, the member raises an important point, and this morning I met with three dads whose daughters all committed suicide, took their own lives. And the challenge that they presented to me was what is being done in our schools to try and talk about these really serious issues when it comes to mental health, well-being, but also addressing suicidal ideation. And I was very much struck by the testimony of those three dads who spoke about their three daughters who tragically lost their lives due to suicide. During the course of that meeting, I was able to relay some of the work that we do carry out within education and health. There is a framework in place, there is support that is available, but the member rightly highlights that the learning for life and work aspect of the curriculum doesn't provide the necessary support for our young people. It's why Lucy Crehan, in her independent review of our curriculum, found that it wasn't effective, recommended that it should be broken up, and that there should be a clearer way to provide support within our curriculum on a number of areas that LLW had addressed, and within that it includes the well-being of our young people. I gave an assurance to those 3 dads this morning that I very much would be wanting, as part of the review of that subject. There is a subject working group, as with all subjects, as part of the curriculum review that is being established. We have practitioners that are being appointed to provide support across every subject, including LLW, that mental health, well-being and suicide should be part of the work of that particular subgroup, looking at that aspect of our curriculum, because I believe that we need to do more in this area, and it's one that I'll be giving close attention to.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, less than a year ago I was in Fort Hill Integrated School in our own constituency. Senior EA officials have since been out, and you yourself have visited the school. But ETI have the recent inspection confirmed what parents, staff, pupils all agree and all know, that it's a fantastic school community, but the buildings are not fit for purpose. They've identified serious health and safety risks for pupils. So can the Minister, following that ETI inspection, set out clearly what immediate actions his department, working with EA, are doing to ensure that pupil and staff safety has not been compromised?
Speaker, the member's right. I know the school well. I have visited the school. I know it was subject to an inspection. There are a number of action points that need to be taken forward now as a result of that inspection, not just related to the actual physical capacity and build. So that's something that I know we'll continue to monitor. But he rightly raises the poor condition of the college. It requires work, and whenever I visited the school, I gave an assurance to the school that the Education Authority would be looking at the various measures that need to be taken to address a number of the deficits associated with it. So I'll follow up with the member in terms of where that work currently is, in terms of what the need would be. It does come with again, I relayed this earlier, Mr. Speaker, Fort Hill College is one of countless schools that are facing chronic maintenance backlog. Hundreds of millions of pounds is what we need in order to address schools which successive reports have said are crumbling, and that has a negative impact then on the delivery of curriculum within those school settings. So Fort Hill, like other schools, need to get the support. I can only provide that support, though, whenever the appropriate financial resources are provided. I will continue to make the case for that funding, and I would appreciate colleagues supporting me in securing that resource.
Minister, the costs are high, and the PAC recently, the report on that, the neglect over years has been phenomenal. But you'll be well aware that Fort Hill were promised a new school building for more than a decade. On your direction, that Fresh Start funding was removed as soon as the Assembly returned. But given the severe budgets that you've just talked through, can your department now confirm whether any of the current pupils that are at that school are ever going to see the new building in their term there?
I can't. And just to correct the member, I didn't take funding away from schools under Fresh Start. The United Kingdom government, whenever it came to the Fresh Start, they identified £500 million. They carried out a process for integrated schools to be identified for new builds. That money, whenever it came to some of those schools that had been taken forward, but then there was funding that was allocated to the Struil campus, shared education projects delivering for 4,000 pupils. And what was my response? Schools like Fort Hill and others that were left high and dry by the UK government, I brought in to my department's conventional capital programme. It is my department that continues to take forward the work on those. So far from what the member alleges, that I took money away, I stepped in to protect schools like Fort Hill. That was the action that I carried out, and I'll continue to make the case. But what I would like to see from the Alliance Party and others, when it comes around this executive table, are you going to prioritise prisons? Are you going to prioritise prisoners? and provide things like a canteen in McGilligan? Or are you going to prioritise pupils? I would say to the Alliance Party, give the priority to our pupils, and I look forward to your ministerial colleagues in the executive supporting me when it comes to our schools.
Bobby Butler.
You've destroyed his social media clip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister will be aware of concerns regarding the hiring of classroom assistants on temporary engagement forms rather than permanent contracts. A significant risk that has been identified is that many of those in temporary arrangements have not completed the necessary access NI checks. Has the department carried out an audit to measure the extent of the issue?
Can I thank the member for raising this, because I think it gives an opportunity to be able to put on the record what the current actual position is, because there has been misinformation provided and reported upon. Just to make clear, the figures that were recently issued to the Unite the Union in response to their Freedom of Information request related to temporary school support staff across the whole education system. In addition to classroom assistants, this included a range of other staff groups, for example, admin staff, cleaners, catering staff, instrumental tutors and EA headquarter staff. Unite the Union wrongly claimed that the total relates solely to special school support staff. At best, that represents a fundamental misunderstanding of the information. The Union then compared the overall system-wide figure to an earlier figure from January relating only to special schools and falsely claimed a 200% increase. That was another basic inaccuracy. Whatever the reason for that misrepresentation, Mr. Speaker, it does risk spreading unfounded fear among parents. So to be clear, figures cited by the Union in January related to 108 classroom assistants in special schools that were awaiting clearance, and today that figure stands at 14. Unite has therefore presented an 81% reduction as a 200% increase. The average turnaround time for issuing of Access NI certificates is 5 working days from presentation of all of the relevant paperwork. And the number of staff that are employed through a temporary engagement form, that will constantly change, and the total across the education system as of today is 173, and I think that reality reflects any large workforce that would require some temporary staff. So, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the member for allowing me to correct the record on this issue?
Mr. Butler.
Thank the Minister for his answer and for bringing some accuracy to the issue. Because the last thing we want to do is to cause undue alarm. However, the fact that the temporary engagement form regime still exists would leave some risk. Is the Minister content that that is a manageable risk, or will the Minister take steps to change that process, that no one will be working in schools without the requisite Access NI checks?
Mr. Speaker, the issues around Access NI was well documented a number of months ago. At that point, I did take action. I engaged with the Education Authority in respect of the alarming figures that were there. EA very robustly then engaged with schools, because it is schools who, as the employer, will bring in temporary staff. They have a requirement to ensure that the appropriate Access NI arrangements are in place. But EA also then made it clear that no member of staff who had not been Access NI cleared would be paid in order to ensure that there was priority given to this. And that addressed a significant backlog of hundreds of staff who had not been Access NI cleared, some for an unacceptably long period of time. Where there are a very small number that are engaged in emergency cover, and the application to Access NI has not been processed, in those settings they must have direct supervision by appropriate other staff who have been Access NI cleared. So that should only ever be in cases of extremity, and there has been significant work to address this issue around the Access NI clearing system.
Collier. Minister, my office has been working on behalf of a number of parents of school children of St Patrick's Primary School in Resharkin who have recently lost their concessionary travel passes, despite being able to avail of it in the previous number of years and despite the bus having capacity. So can I ask if there's a defined policy in relation to the removal of concessionary passes in a scenario where the bus has capacity?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of the particular case, but I'm happy to come back to the member in more detail on that one.
appreciate that, and I will forward the information to the Minister. On a similar vein, the EEA have resisted the request of parents to have the bus on the same route home stop at their childminder, but insisting on a bus stopping at their parental home, despite the fact that the parents are working and the home's empty. So if I could ask the Minister just what the defined policy is, and again, in that scenario.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, and let me look into that for the members. At times, bus routes will have fixed locations where they have to stop, and the ability then to accommodate a different drop-off may be impacted through other issues, for example, ensuring that it's a safe drop-off point. But again, I don't know, but if the member wants to put in detail the issue, I'm happy to come back to him.
That brings to a conclusion the time for questions to the Minister of Education. Point of order, Mr. McNulty.
Mr. Speaker, according to Standing Order 19, subsection 1A, a member may ask written questions of any minister on matters relating to the minister's official responsibilities. It is clear some ministers are in breach of that rule by answering questions with comments that certain issues that fall under their official purview are, in quotes, operational matters, close quotes, or that questions should be redirected to statutory government bodies within their department to, and I quote, make the best use of limited public resources. Can I ask the Minister for a ruling? Can I ask the Speaker for a ruling to stop ministers from trying to deflect and exonerate themselves from their responsibilities as ministers in answering questions to members who are seeking only to represent our constituents?
Well, there already is a ruling, and ministers are expected to answer questions. And I say this as a former health minister who, at that stage, I think had 6 or 7 times more questions to answer than any other minister, and we got through them. So I don't give any truck for ministers who are busy and all of that there. You take on the job, you take on the responsibility, you answer the questions. So it's very clear to me that the ministers are accountable to this House, and this House is accountable to the people of Northern Ireland. Get on with the job and answer the questions. There's a few small cases, particularly for the Justice Minister, where it is operational matters and some of that stuff goes through the policing board and so forth. But let's be very clear, those are the smaller number of cases. Ministers should not be farming it out to various arm's length bodies to answer questions on their behalf. Thank you. We'll take your ease while we change the table.
Okay, members. You ready, Minister? Yeah. So our next speaker in this debate is Patsy McGlone. Patsy, thank you.
I welcome the opportunity to speak in support of the Farm Sustainability Payment Scheme regulations. These proposals represent a significant and necessary step toward a more resilient, productive and environmentally sustainable agricultural sector. One that can do well economically while also meeting the environmental obligations and some of the challenges that can no longer be ignored. What sets these regulations apart is the clear and constructive link between public investment and meaningful environmental action, one with the other, which is very important. The conditionality built into the scheme should not be viewed as a burden. Instead, it should be an opportunity. It ensures that the substantial public funding going into agriculture helps farmers build long-term resilience, both financially and environmentally. By supporting improvements in soil health, the scheme encourages the kind of practices that can build genuine sustainability. Healthy soils mean improved grass growth and reduced reliance on costly inputs. These are practical, proven steps that strengthen farm businesses while enhancing the natural capital on which agriculture ultimately depends. The same is true of the incentives around livestock genetics and I've sat down and spoken to a number of people involved in this sector. Better genetics mean more productive animals, healthier animals, improved animal welfare, and reduced emissions per unit of output. This is about future-proofing our livestock sector, ensuring that Northern Ireland remains competitive while lowering its environmental footprint. And when it comes to reducing emissions, the reality is that agriculture must play its part too, along with all of the rest of us. These regulations support farmers to make those changes in a planned, supported way that works with the sector rather than against it. It is important to recognise that these regulations are not a sudden departure, nor are they a particular invention of the current Minister. They implement the policy intent set out by a previous DUP DERA Minister who, if members recall correctly, consulted on these future agricultural policy proposals back in 2022. So what we're seeing today is the continuation of a direction of travel that has already been endorsed across multiple administrations and political leaderships. It's not a particularly partisan project, nor should it be. It is a long-term reform programme that recognises the need to link public funding to resilience, sustainability and productivity. It's also important to highlight a particularly positive element of these regulations, the removal of the old in-field eligibility requirements. For years, those rules had the unintended effect of discouraging farmers from retaining or enhancing features like hedgerows, scrub and other semi-natural habitats, despite those being some of the most valuable areas on farm, which encouraged and support biodiversity, carbon storage and indeed water management too. Their removal is a welcome correction. It ensures that farmers are no longer penalised for protecting the very features we now recognise as essential to a healthy landscape. Crucially, none of this is being rushed, nor would any of us wish it to be. The lead-in times for participation are reasonable and deliberately paced to give businesses time to prepare and adapt. Many farmers are already in the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme, which has already mapped the soil on a large proportion of many of our farms. The willingness of farmers to engage in that initiative shows the sector understands the need for change and adaptability and is prepared to work with government to deliver it. These steps will make a real difference in addressing some of the most serious environmental challenges, including that in my own back door, Lough Neagh. Better nutrient management, improved soil testing and more efficient use of slurry and fertiliser are exactly the kind of measures that can reduce nutrient runoff while keeping farms productive and profitable. They demonstrate that environmental restoration and agricultural viability can and must go hand in hand. Yes, some people say that the stick is needed, and there are circumstances where that is the case, but let's not forget the most successful instances are where people cooperate and where there's incentivisation to do so. And throughout all this, farmers will continue to have an economic safety net. This scheme maintains the principle that public investment in agriculture is essential for food production, for rural communities and for the other services that farmers uniquely deliver. However, Speaker, or we must acknowledge the challenge ahead. If we want agriculture to deliver improved soil health, lower emissions, better water quality, restored habitats and a resilient food system, then it must be funded at a sufficient scale to meet those ambitions. These regulations set the right direction, but they must be backed by the right level of resources to support transition and change on farm. That is why achieving a multi-year budget is so crucial. Farmers cannot plan on one-year cycles. Environmental improvements cannot be delivered on one-year cycles. Long-term investment in genetics, technology, slurry storage and nutrient management requires long-term certainty for financial planning, for business planning. A multi-year budget would give the sector the stability and confidence it needs to plan, invest and innovate. They respond to the pressure farmers face, these regulations do, and they address the environmental crisis, or help address the environmental crisis before it, and they help set Northern Ireland on a path towards a more productive, more sustainable and more resilient agricultural future. The SDL is pleased to support them.
Thank you. I call Anya Murphy.
This statutory rule gives legal effect to the new farm sustainability payment, which will replace the current transition payment on the 1st of January 2026. The scheme is expected to attract around 22,000 applications each year,
and marks an important shift in how we support active farm businesses. The regulations introduce progressive capping for payments above £60,000 phased in over 2 years. They also simplify land eligibility rules, allowing certain land features and areas of woodland to qualify as set out in legislation. The FSP is restricted to active farmers who have management control of the land and carry out agricultural activity on at least 3 hectares. These rules will also apply to EFS hire agreements that are already in place. The regulations also reset the 2-year entitlement confiscation rule, meaning no entitlements will be lost for non-activation in 2026. This reflects that the transition payment and the FSP are being treated as separate schemes. The order of penalties under the scheme is clearly defined in legislation. Participation in both the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme and Bovine Genetics Programme will be mandatory for applicants. During committee, I saw clarity on concerns raised by farmers around conditionality, particularly regarding genotyping becoming mandatory in the future. Last week, the Department confirmed in writing that the Bovine Genetics Genotyping Scheme will remain voluntary, although participation in the education programme will be compulsory. The regulations also clarify that businesses which do not meet the historic years test will not be eligible for the FSP in 2026. They may qualify in later years, but only by acquiring FSP entitlements on the market and meeting all other requirements. A restriction is also placed on transferring entitlements from ineligible businesses to new businesses established after these regulations are made in order to prevent circumvention. I want to reinstate Sinn Féin's concerns regarding entrants and those who began farming after 2021. Unlike the south of Ireland, where young farmers can benefit from a national reserve and indeed enhanced entitlements, new entrants here have no such support. In conclusion, Príomh Leis Ceann Comhairle, let me be crystal clear. This entire policy redesign has been triggered by Brexit. Farmers now having to navigate more complex and uncertain landscapes due to Brexit. While this SR establishes the legal footing for the next phase of support, it also highlights the gaps and vulnerabilities created by the loss of EU funding streams for our farming community.
Thank you, Anya. I call Michelle McElveen.
The Democratic Union's Party has a number of concerns in respect of the proposals for progressive capping and conditionalities in respect of the farm sustainability payment. We voted against laying the rule in committee for that reason. I'm conscious of the comments of previous speakers. The context today is somewhat different from when those measures were consulted on over 4 years ago, not least because of the fact that climate targets have primacy, and this is creating a variety of additional burdens for farm businesses. There is very much a sense that agriculture is being subjected to death by 1,000 cuts. The no confidence motion in the department by the UFU reinforces that point. That's not to say that we do not support the objective of encouraging more sustainable environmental practices on farms, or indeed that we oppose ensuring payments to larger businesses represent value for money. We absolutely want to encourage entry into excellent schemes such as the Bovine Genetics Programme, which ironically, and the Alliance Party may not wish to acknowledge this, was an action of the much maligned Going for Growth strategy. But does handing down financial penalties on an indefinite basis really incentivise that, or encourage those taking part to do so with the right mindset? The rather singular focus of these regulations on conditionalities, capping and penalties cannot be treated in isolation from an assessment of barriers to profitability and productivity in agriculture. In many cases, those barriers are not being satisfactorily addressed by the Minister, namely the impact of ammonia controls for planning, the scourge of TB and progress on a just transition fund for agriculture. We need to see all of the challenges and opportunities facing primary production dealt with, all in the round. With progressive capping, will progressive capping stifle investment, growth and entrepreneurship? Will some larger businesses actually limit their ambitions in terms of sustainability as a result? Could it actually encourage smaller farm units? Are the running costs for larger businesses any less demanding, proportionate
than for smaller businesses? Will the proposed timescale for registration, training for the various schemes give businesses enough time, given everything else that they have to grapple with on a daily basis? And I believe that these are all legitimate questions. So while the issue of conditionality will of course be downplayed by the Minister and others in this chamber, we are setting a precedent which I'm not comfortable with and will not be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I rise today as a member of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee to express my support and indeed the support of the Alliance Party for the Farm Sustainability Payment Scheme regulations. As already stated today, and it's been stated on previous occasions also, Principal Deputy Speaker, these regulations are a result of our need to transition away from EU agricultural policy. Before I continue, I want to express my thanks to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs and also to his departmental officials for their work in navigating the complexities of transitioning between schemes and their efforts in keeping those of us who are committee members updated. During committee briefings on these regulations, which I and my fellow members of the committee received, it was emphasised that the core of these regulations is a strong commitment to creating a more sustainable future for agriculture in Northern Ireland. While these payments might seem like some to be simple financial support, they also represent crucial investment in the agriculture sector's future. By encouraging farmers to adopt sustainable practices through initiatives such as Farming with Nature, the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme and the Beef Carbon Reduction Scheme, the industry can move towards becoming more resilient and environmentally responsible. Principal Deputy Speaker, schemes such as these are essential for reaching our climate change targets. They are also absolutely essential in securing better environmental outcomes. Collaborating with the farming community to promote practices that restore ecosystems, enhance soil health and lower greenhouse gas emissions helps us protect Northern Ireland's natural beauty and preserve our valuable environment. I recognise that some members have voiced legitimate concerns about aspects of these regulations. However, I urge them to see the bigger picture, the potential benefits these measures hold for our natural environment, our local economy and also our food security. Now more than ever, we must prioritise policies that balance these three pillars, ensuring that each supports and strengthens the other. The Alliance Party remains steadfast in advocating for policies that align our environmental ambitions with economic viability and the ongoing security of our food supply. We believe that progress in one area must not come at the expense of the others. Therefore, Principal Deputy Speaker, I, alongside my colleagues in Alliance, am pleased to offer our full support to these regulations. We are hopeful that members will join us and allow Northern Ireland's farming community to move forward with confidence towards a more sustainable and prosperous future. And I'd like to, if I may, Principal Deputy Speaker, leave members with this thought. There has been mention today, and I've heard it before, of carrots and sticks. As I said, I've heard it here today, carrots and sticks. I hear it at the committee on a regular basis. If we don't support this Minister in bringing forward the necessary regulations and legislation for that sustainable future, then there will be no carrots for the sticks, because we will have destroyed the ground they grow in.
Thank you, John. I now call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank everyone for the debate on these regulations. As I set out at the outset, these regulations are essential to ensure that I can deliver for our farming community by opening the Farm Sustainability Payment as planned on the 2nd of March 2026. They deliver on policy proposals consulted upon and decisions announced in 2022. And some may look back at the Hansard in terms of those announcements and reacquaint themselves with those. Failure to approve these regulations does not mean I can revert to the FSTP scheme delivered in 2025. Considerable work will be necessary, which will inevitably result in a delay in opening of the scheme in 2026, with unavoidable delays in payments to farm businesses in 2026. It will also impact on the ability of officials to take forward work on future support for the sheep sector and continued development and delivery of other key sustainable agricultural programme schemes such as Farm with Nature. I want to, in conclusion, also highlight, and has been raised in the debate, that the work that my department continues to do in relation to agriculture often relates to Brexit. And the requirement to have this debate and to put these regulations in place is a direct outworking of Brexit. I will continue to focus upon solutions and deliver for the farming community in Northern Ireland, and I recommend these regulations to the House.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the draft Farm Sustainability Payment Scheme Eligibility Etc. Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes? No. No. Okay, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay, members. Okay, members. Order. Order. So the question is that the draft Farm Sustainability Payment Scheme Eligibility Etc. Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Okay. Okay. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Andrew McMurray and Danny Donnelly. Tellers for the noes are Tom Buchanan and Maurice Bradley. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Members, will you take your seats, please? Order. Members, will you take your seats, please? Clerk, could you please read the result?
75 members voted, 54 members voted aye, 21 members voted no. The regulations are approved.
So the regulations are approved. We're going to move on to the next item of business. If people are leaving, could you do so in an orderly fashion? 1 minute. Just give them. You all right? Okay, members. The next item of business is a legislative consent motion for the Pension Schemes Bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly agrees, in line with Section 87 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, to the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions of the Pension Schemes Bill relating to terminal illness, alienation or forfeiture of occupational pension, validity of certain alterations to salary-related contracted out pension schemes, pensions dashboard and contractual override, which was introduced in the House of Commons on the 5th of June 2025.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. So the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit in this debate, so therefore I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The Pension Schemes Bill intends to strengthen pension investment by supporting over 15 million people who save in private sector pension schemes to get better outcomes from their pension assets and support the UK Government's mission to deliver growth. The bill seeks to create a private pensions market that encourages consolidation and focuses on value and outcomes for members, which will not only enable security in retirement, but also enable pension schemes to invest in a wider range of assets, driving growth. I will now give a brief overview of each clause that extends to Northern Ireland. Clause 48 relates to contractual override and makes provision for pension scheme providers to transfer a member's contract to another provider or vary contractual terms without the need for individual consent, where this is in the member's best interests. Clauses 104 to 107 relate to the contracting out regime that applied between 1997 and its abolition in 2016. The clauses seek to restore certainty about scheme liabilities and funding by allowing schemes to retrospectively obtain actuarial confirmation that benefit changes made during that period meet the reference scheme test, even if written confirmation was not obtained at the time. Clause 108 seeks to restore the Pension Ombudsman's original 1993 role by reaffirming its status as a competent court. This change will remove the need for schemes to seek court enforcement, reducing costs and delays for courts, schemes and members, and ensuring an efficient, accessible way to resolve pension disputes. Clause 109 seeks to extend the terminal illness definition from 6 months to 12 months in relation to individuals who are entitled to compensation payments from the Pension Protection Fund and the Financial Assistance Scheme, bringing it into line with similar provisions in social security and tax legislation. The Assembly previously approved this measure through a legislative consent motion for inclusion in a Westminster Private Members Bill. However, that bill fell following the dissolution of Parliament for the 2024 general election. Clause 111 allows the Money and Pension Service to include information relating to the Pension Protection Fund and the Financial Assistance Scheme on its dashboard, including individual level data. At present, the Pension Protection Fund and Financial Assistance Scheme are excluded from dashboards as they are classified as compensation schemes rather than traditional pension schemes. However, many individuals rely on these payments as part of their retirement income, and their inclusion would significantly enhance the effectiveness and completeness of the service for members of these schemes. The provisions enacted by the clauses listed in this legislative consent motion are intended to become operational shortly after the bill receives royal assent. This means it will not be possible for an executive bill to be passed to meet the same operational date as the Westminster Bill for these measures, unless the accelerated passage procedure is used. If it is agreed that clauses 48, 104 to 109 and 111 of the bill should extend here, this will allow these important provisions to be enacted across all jurisdictions at the same time. Whilst I seek to avoid using the legislative consent motion process where possible, it seems sensible to secure the pension scheme benefits afforded by these provisions for Northern Ireland members by agreeing to an LCM in respect of the bill clauses listed. The intention is that a party bill will be brought before the Assembly for all remaining clauses currently within the Westminster Bill. I am aware of the importance of the Assembly's role in considering legislation, and in particular the value of the Committee's scrutiny role. I am grateful for the time they have taken to considering these measures within such a short timescale. Their report is thorough, and I appreciate that they have noted that while they would prefer to see legislation originating in the Assembly, they are content with this LCM, and they recognise the changes are based on the evidence received by committee, beneficial to people in Northern Ireland. I look forward to a robust, thrilling, exciting debate on these issues. I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. I call Colm Gildernew, Chair of the Communities Committee.
Gormé Agat, Preo Last Jan Corlia, and thank the Minister for his statement in relation to this. I rise as Chair of the Committee for Communities to contribute to this debate on the legislative consent motion for the Pension Schemes Bill. The Committee for Communities undertook its scrutiny role in relation to this LCM over the full 15 days afforded to Committee under Standing Order 42A(7). We initially received a detailed briefing from departmental officials and then immediately sought written evidence from key stakeholders, including the Association of British Insurers and the Irish Congress of Trade Unions. Following this scrutiny, the Committee published a comprehensive report which has been led in the Business Office and the Assembly Library, and which all members have the opportunity to review. I want to state at the outset, having completed this work, the Committee for Communities is content to support the motion before the Assembly today. So the Committee is strongly of the opinion, as the Minister has stated, that legislation on devolved matters should originate in this Assembly. However, pensions policy, while devolved, effectively operates as a single system across Britain and the North, as members will be aware. Additionally, the Department advised us that the Westminster Bill is expected to be operative by spring 2026, and that it would not be practically possible for a separate Assembly parity bill to complete its passage in time to meet that date. Therefore, in this case, the Committee accepts the Department's rationale for using an LCM. To do otherwise could create a situation where people here in the North are treated less favourably than those in Britain, delaying their access to what are entirely beneficial changes. We also note that this LCM covers only 5 specific measures that are deemed time critical. A separate executive bill will be progressed for the remaining provisions in the Westminster Bill, and Committee welcomed the assurances from officials that proceeding with this LCM will mean operational alignment with the British implementation timeline, avoiding any gaps in provision here. So in terms of the summary of the provisions, I'll not go into detail. The Minister has very helpfully set those out, so I'll not reiterate those. I'll move instead to our committee scrutiny and key considerations. During the evidence sessions, the Committee received vital clarification on 2 important points. First, that residents in the south of Ireland who hold UK-based pensions will receive all the benefits of the changes in the legislation. And second, the Department does not believe there is any diminution of members' rights as a result of these changes. However, our stakeholders did raise several important points of concern which the Committee shares and which we have detailed in our report. The contractual override provision rightly received the most scrutiny. The Irish Congress of Trade Unions expressed valid concerns about enabling providers to vary contracts without individual consent, urging that those powers must be tightly constrained with robust safeguards and independent oversight. Furthermore, the Association of British Insurers stressed to us that the sequencing of these reforms is crucial. They argued that the contractual override power must be implemented before the new value for money framework and before any UK ministerial review examining market fragmentation, in order to enable providers to consolidate low-value schemes first. The Committee agrees that this sequencing appears logical and efficient. Regarding the so-called Virgin Media provision, the Committee shares ICTU's view that robust safeguards must be in place to ensure that retrospective validation does not disadvantage any member or diminish their accrued benefits. Finally, the Committee noted stakeholder calls for adequate resourcing for the Pension Ombudsman in order that it will be able to efficiently handle any caseload, and for a comprehensive communication strategy to be developed and implemented in relation to the pensions dashboard. So in conclusion, prior last Giancolia, the Committee queried the Department's description of these changes as largely beneficial rather than entirely so. Officials clarified that this wording reflects that some measures are technical fixes that are not necessarily advantageous but not disadvantageous to individuals. Having weighed the evidence, the Committee accepts this position. Overall, the Committee for Communities is content with the legislative consent motion. We recognise the changes based on the evidence received are beneficial to people here in the North, and we accept that this motion is an appropriate route to ensure parity and timely access to these benefits. I would also like, in closing, just to thank the officials from the Department for assisting and advising the Committee in relation to this LCM.
You call him, I call Linda Dillon.
And I want to first begin by saying that we will be supporting the legislative consent motion on the pension schemes bill, particularly the provisions relating to terminal illness. And I know this is something that we had raised with you previously, Minister, and I do appreciate that this has come forward, but also around pension protection and the wider reforms that will extend important protections to people here in the North. Marie Curie's Dying in Poverty report laid bare the reality that every year thousands of people across the North spend their final months in poverty. 1 in 4 terminally ill people of working age die below the poverty line. Those are not abstract statistics. They are mothers, they are fathers, they are partners and friends. They are human beings who have worked, many of whom have worked all of their lives and paid into the system, raised their families and contributed to society, and yet they are told they must wait until pension age to access the very support that they themselves funded, and that was indefensible. I attended some months ago a meeting of the Cancer APG, and I want to thank Marie Curie for their work in using that opportunity to raise the issue of early access to pension for people who have been diagnosed with terminal illness, because it was on the back of their presentation that I brought the motion to this House calling for legislation to ensure that people with a terminal illness can get early access to their pension, and that there was unanimous support from all parties for that motion. That motion called on the British Government to allow early access to the state pension for those with a terminal diagnosis, and for our Minister for Communities to engage with the Department for Work and Pensions to make the necessary legislative and administrative changes a reality. The message from this Assembly then was unambiguous: compassion must shape policy. Financial security in your final months of life is a matter of dignity, of fairness and of humanity. Today's LCM aligns with that principle and reflects progress. The Pension Schemes Bill will ensure that those included in the Pension Protection Fund and the Financial Assistance Scheme who are diagnosed with a terminal illness and given 1 year to live can access an early payout. This increase from 6 months is a long overdue step forward. And again, I wish to acknowledge the work of Marie Curie in their lobbying and campaigning on this, both here and in the other parliaments. For too long, people who have received the worst possible news and have also faced the cruel and unnecessary burden of navigating complex systems, financial insecurity and delays that robbed them of peace of mind in their final months. This legislation begins to correct that injustice. This is a positive step in the right direction. It reflects what we in Sinn Féin have consistently argued, that it is both unfair and inhumane to expect people living with a terminal illness to wait for the support that they may never live to receive. But let me be equally clear, our work here is not finished. We want to see these protections extended further. We want all those facing incurable illnesses to have the ability to access their pension early so that they and their families can live their life, their remaining time with dignity, without fear of hardship and without being forced into painful financial choices during a period already filled with enough heartbreak. This LCM ensures that the positive changes made at Westminster will apply here. It ensures people in the North are not left behind, and it reinforces the direction that this Assembly set earlier this year, that compassion must be embedded in how we legislate, particularly for those who need it most. So I support this motion today, and I also welcome the fact that this is the second time today that legislation will hopefully, if we get the support, and I'm sure we will be brought to this House on a compassionate basis, on compassionate grounds. And I think that it's something to say that twice in one day we were able to bring forward compassionate legislation that was supported by everybody in this House. So I certainly hope that everyone will support it.
Thank you, Linda. No other member has indicated that they wish to speak, so I'll call on the Minister for Communities to conclude and wind up on the motion. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the other members that have contributed to the debate today. First of all, the Chairman for his support and the support of the committee in regards to the LCM, but also he had raised a number of issues, but specifically around contractual override. I understand the concerns that have been expressed, but we want to make sure that people that are in pension schemes have the best return. We want to make sure that per value isn't being delivered and per outcomes aren't being delivered. Sometimes we have lack of engagement from members, and there's often little that providers can do to address that. So that's what this measure is intended to do, to enable pension providers to transfer a saver's pension to another arrangement or provider without their consent, but whenever it is in their best interest. And I understand the concern over who decides whether something is in their best interest or not, but as the regulator responsible, the FCA will have supervisory oversight of contractual overrides and will be notified about proposed transfers. They will also oversee a range of safeguards and procedures which must be followed before a variation or a transfer can occur. And I can assure him that there will be strong consumer safeguards and consumer protection in place in the new regime, and contractual overrides will only be permitted where it is in savers' best interests. But I thank him for his comments and for the committee's support. I'm also grateful to Linda Dillon for her comments. We share a common position on this issue. It's been debated in this House. You'll be aware of the correspondence that I have had with the UK Government on this as well. It is likely that this will only impact a small number of people. Around about 10 to 15 members across the UK will benefit from this as a result of being members of the PPF or the FAS, but if just one person benefits from this, I think it's worth us doing it, which is why I'm pleased to have her support, and I expect the support of the whole chamber today. So can I also thank officials for the work that they have done on this to make sure that we are all kept right, and I echo the previous speaker's comments. This, although small changes, is a good day and indicative of the work that we can do that can improve people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister for Communities that he wishes to make a statement, and as usual, before I call the Minister, I'd like to remind members that they must be concise in their question. This is not an opportunity for debate or for long introductions. Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. During the passage of the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Act, Northern Ireland 2021, this House approved an amendment placing a statutory duty on my department to appoint an independent person to undertake a review of the liquor licensing system, including the surrender principle. In fulfilment of that duty, my department appointed a consortium led by the University of Stirling to undertake the review. The resulting report, published on the 21st of February 2025, contained 26 wide-ranging recommendations covering the operation and administration of the regime, its impact on public health and the economy, and its responsiveness to consumer and community needs. These recommendations are publicly available, and I would encourage members to read them. The Act also required my department to produce and publish a plan setting out how it proposes to respond to the report. Each of these 26 recommendations has been considered faithfully and in detail by my officials, and a comprehensive response to each can be found in the document published this morning. In some circumstances, the response of my department is to definitively accept or not accept the author's recommendation. Other recommendations required a more nuanced approach. This includes where the department partially accepts the recommendation or where the underlying objective is already satisfied within the current regime. In providing this update to fellow members of this House, let me begin by reaffirming a core and guiding principle. Alcohol is not an ordinary commodity. Its sale is rightly subject to regulation of our licensing regime, which dictates who can sell alcohol, where, when, and in what circumstances. The purpose of these controls is to ensure that the right balance is struck between facilitating the responsible sale and consumption of alcohol and protecting public health, public safety, and public order. In this way, the licensing regime also plays a role in assisting our hospitality sector in terms of its sustainability and attractiveness to customers. Our licensed premises are vital to the Northern Ireland economy. They support tourism, provide employment and serve as important social spaces in our communities. That is why I have decided not to accept the author's recommendation for targeted reform of the surrender principle. The Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Act 2021 delivered the most significant reform of our licensing system in over 25 years. It modernised a regime that had remained largely unchanged since 1996, introducing extended opening hours, removing outdated restrictions, and creating new licence categories to reflect changing consumer habits and to support local producers. These reforms were evidence-based, phased, and carefully calibrated to support both public interest and sector sustainability. Any further reform must be held to the same standard. The recommendation to reform the surrender principle and the author's other recommendation were not impact assessed or costed, and I'm not persuaded that the authors have made a compelling case for such a fundamental change, which could have significant and unintended consequences on the economic viability of our hospitality sector at a time when many are operating below viability thresholds. I understand that recent figures from Hospitality Ulster have highlighted that 27% of operators are now operating at a loss and another 20% just breaking even. However, this is not a rejection of progress. The report has also provided my department with the opportunity to consider how the regime can be further improved and modernised. I have directed my officials to explore how the current licensing regime has contributed to the growth in off-sales and the relative decline in pub licences, and the policy options available for effectively addressing any corresponding growth in alcohol-related harms. The role of the licensing regime can play in supporting market diversity and innovation will also inform my department's response to recommendations on local producers' licences introduced in 2022 that will be taken forward following the completion of a statutory review. This will be accompanied by direct and meaningful engagement between my department and representatives from the sector. The action my department takes in response to all of these recommendations reflects my priority to ensure the licensing regime is as effective as possible in addressing alcohol-related harm. This includes clear commitments to work with our delivery partners, including in the Department of Health, to explore how best to reflect public health concerns in the administration of the licensing regime, including via the application of the adequacy principle, which ensures a licence will not be granted if there are already an adequate number of licensed premises in the vicinity. I will also take action in a number of other areas. For example, community input into licensing decisions will be strengthened by reviewing the objections process. Transparency and accessibility will be enhanced. I'm not taking forward the recommendation to establish a new licensing authority. However, I have asked my officials to work with their delivery partners to make the system easier to navigate for applicants and stakeholders. A number of the recommendations made by the authors fall within the responsibility of the Department of Justice and its agencies, and I will write to my executive colleague, the Minister of Justice, bringing these recommendations to her attention and seeking her views. Principal Deputy Speaker, this review has provided a valuable opportunity to reflect on how our licensing regime can evolve, but reform must be proportionate, evidence-led and aligned with the needs of our communities and economy. I'm committed to working with delivery partners, stakeholders and industry representatives to ensure any changes are consulted on, fully impact assessed and subject to meaningful engagement. In the meantime, we will focus on what can be done now within the existing regime to improve awareness, accessibility and responsiveness. This includes ensuring that public health concerns are not just acknowledged but actively addressed. I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I call Colin Gilder now.
Yep.
Orders there when I shouted to get my speak in first. Minister, I am disappointed in this response to say that at least I grew up, as it were, in pubs, having them both in my family and having worked in them. I care about protecting small and rural pubs. This, I'm afraid, doesn't do anything to protect them. It simply furthers the situation where they close. And in terms of public health, people are more likely to be where rural pubs close, off sales open, where people buy 10 cans, they drink at home rather than 2 pints in the local pub. So, to look on the bright side, can I ask, since you said that you will bring forward other proposals for reform, or will examine reform, when will we have those proposals? Because I think lots of people are looking at our system with all the vexatious legislation, with all the public health harms, the fact that rural pubs are shutting, with the lowest number of pubs in the UK or Ireland. When will we have your proposals for reform? Because lots of people will be very disappointed at this response today.
Minister.
Well, first of all, to answer the last question, I will be bringing these forward as soon as possible. I don't have a definitive time scale for him, but I'll tell you what I will do. I will bring forward proposals that are costed, that are impact assessed, because quite frankly, the member is responsible for me standing here today by bringing the amendment through and the report through. And to be quite yes, but it was the member's initiative that brought this forward, and quite frankly, I'm a little bit surprised that he hasn't realised or mentioned the other consequences that we'll have. He wants me to move in one direction, but he fails to recognise or understand that there are consequences for every action that we take in this area. So to move away on the surrender principle or some of these other issues that he might want us to move on will have direct and real consequences for other people. And unfortunately, that is what has not been noted in the report that was produced. And I think that is disappointing that those issues weren't taken into consideration. Another point to raise with the member is that it is not the licensing regime itself or the licensing regime alone that is contributing to some of the issues that we see in society today. Over the last number of months in GB alone, we have seen, with a different licensing regime, over 200 pubs close. So it's wrong to say that this is a major or the only factor that is contributing to that. And the wider health issues which he mentions have a multiple number of issues that contribute to that. So I think it is important that whenever we are considering time, that we don't come with half-baked ideas, but that we actually take time to consider all of the implications, not just how it will affect one group of people.
Thank you, Minister. I call Colin Gilder now.
And thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, the number of pubs in the north is decreasing at an alarming rate, and the surrender principle has been highlighted as a key factor in the sector's rapid decline. Many hospitality businesses will be very frustrated to hear you've decided not to introduce any reforms to the surrender principle, despite the independent review recommending changes. So can I ask, what advice did your officials provide to you in relation to reform of the surrender principle, and did you accept this advice?
Well, first of all, let me make it clear that I am the person that is sitting in this chair and I am the one that makes the decisions. I'm fed up of people coming to this House always asking, well, what did officials say on this? Officials aren't elected, officials aren't held accountable. I am. Though I am happy to confirm to the member that there was no disagreement on this issue with officials, because we have a team in the department that are very aware of these issues, knowledgeable of what is going on. So I say to the member, I understand that there will be some disappointment for some who might say we don't have changes in place. Not that there won't be any changes, and some reform will take place and some reviews of existing legislation will be underway at the start of next year. However, we have to understand that what may be a positive consequence for one person might have a detrimental, or in some cases a devastating impact on other people, and those all need to be taken into consideration, which is why I think we're taking the right approach, which is making sure that we are costing proposals, that we impact assess proposals, and we make sure that they contribute to the overall goals that we have. That's what I'm committed to doing.
Thank you, Minister. I call Maurice Bradley.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, you highlight the value of the hospitality sector currently adds to the economy. Can you advise what this is, and what's the current value of the hospitality sector to the economy in real terms?
Yeah.
Well, the member's absolutely right to highlight the value of the hospitality sector to the economy more widely. And the report states that around 6,000 people are directly employed in the pub sector and the wider licensed trade, excluding grocers and supermarkets, and that it directly employs an estimated 27,500 people and sustains 36,000 jobs overall. The report also quotes an independent report commissioned by Hospitality Ulster, which states that in 2017, hospitality provided 8.7% of all jobs in Northern Ireland and contributed 1.6 billion to the Northern Ireland economy and generated £88.4 million in tax revenue. So I think that is indicative of just how important the hospitality sector is to the economy in Northern Ireland, and why we need to be careful about making significant changes without having them properly costed or having them impact assessed. And that's a point that I would reiterate again to Mr O'Toole, who took great interest in the subject but seems to have left the chamber already.
Thank you, Minister. I call Sean Mulholland.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement and answers so far. I understand that in recommendations 25 and 26, in the response, it does talk about some changes around those smaller venues and creative spaces and things like that. But I'm just wondering, how does the department intend to ensure that smaller arts and cultural venues, who often rely on those occasional alcohol sales to sustain their programming, how are we making sure that they're not disadvantaged by any current legislation and the licensing regime when there's no I suppose no provision for them to really feed into that, and what engagement was had, if any, during that review process?
Sorry, Kelly. Sean, I meant. Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, I thank the member for her question. It is something that I have spoken directly to organisations that are affected by this, and although the department did not accept the author's recommendation to introduce a new category of licence, I do recognise the role that the licensing regime plays in terms of the issues that she has raised. So I have actually asked my officials to explore the current regime, which provides 13 different categories of licence, and to see how we can support this and provide potential solutions if those are required, which I think they are.
Thank you, Minister. I call Andy Allen.
Well, Deputy Speaker, the Minister's statement rightly highlights the balance between the sale and consumption of alcohol and public health, and you'll recall from the debates during the time of the passage of the legislation, minimum unit pricing featured quite heavily. Can I therefore ask the Minister for his views on that policy and what engagement he's had with the Health Minister in that regard?
So my views on this issue will be led and driven by the evidence, and that's something that I'm not convinced on yet. I speak from personal opinion. I'm someone that I hope clearly wants to deal with alcohol-related harm. There are different tools at our disposal on that. I believe there's some contradictory evidence that is coming from Scotland on that, and I've asked for more information to help better inform those discussions. So I don't have any objection in principle on these things, but I want to make sure that we have a robust evidence base to make sure that any changes that we do bring in will actually be effective in dealing with the problem that we face and lead to improved health outcomes.
Thank you, Minister. I call Militia McHugh.
Got Priol asking Corla. Minister, you don't accept the recommendation to establish a new licensing authority. So how will you ensure that the current licensing regime is reformed to increase accessibility and consistency in this sector?
Well, look, we certainly want to make sure that the necessary licensing regime and the enforcement of that is in place, but I think that the cost of doing that would have been prohibitive, and I don't think it is a priority for us at this moment in time. But of course, these issues will be kept under review, and I don't think that the report went into some of the detail that we would have needed around this issue.
Thank you, Minister. I call Philip Brett.
Deputy Speaker, I do think it's hugely discourteous that the Leader of the Opposition asked his question and then walked out of the chamber. Minister, there will be genuine relief for many owners of licensed premises that you have not given in on this surrender principle. These people have spent hundreds of thousands of pounds, risked their houses, and they would have disappeared overnight had this change be introduced. Would the Minister agree with me that the amendment passed by the Leader of the Opposition, which cost £500,000 in this report, would have been better used to support the nighttime economy across Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Well, yes, of course. I would have loved for this money to have been spent in other ways, although we have got some useful information and data from it. But I certainly agree that I would like to see the nighttime economy supported, and he has been very vocal in ensuring that contributions have been made from government departments, including from me, to make sure that money can be used for the nighttime economy. But it does show the need for us to recognise the constraints that are often on government departments and the requirement to sometimes outsource some of this work as well, and it's something we should all be careful of whenever we're passing legislation.
Thank you, Minister. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The independent review concluded that the retail market for beer is dominated by a small number of non-Northern Ireland-based producers who often establish restrictive supply arrangements. Under the response provided to Recommendation 20, you've confirmed that opportunity for growth for the independent and locally produced products will fall to the Department of Economy and Invest NI. If those organisations confirm that the licensing arrangements for our independent producers isn't working to be able to them to take opportunities, are you open to reviewing that part of the licence?
Sorry to repeat what's already in the report, but those are matters for the Department for the Economy, but I would certainly be supportive of that.
Minister, in the absence of any substantial reforms in today's statement, what immediate actions will you take to ensure that there's support for small businesses such as the independent brewers and micropubs?
Well, that is an area of concern, and that will be something that will be looked at as part of the 3-year review after the legislation that was passed back in 2022, and that will begin next year. And we will look at suggested reforms of the producer's licence at that time.
Thank you, Minister. I call Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. And picking up on the question my colleague across the way asked there, Minister, can you elaborate on your reasons why you didn't take forward the suggested reforms around specifically the producer's licence, including extended opening hours for tap rooms, and I'm thinking in particular of obviously microbreweries?
Well, we haven't rejected outright the author's recommendations in relation to the producer's licence. These reforms were introduced by the Department to modernise liquor licensing regime, and that was following extensive consultation with the industry representatives, and only came in to force in 2022. Now, the number of local producers' licences granted by a court has grown from 7 in 2022 to 15 in 2023 and to 20 in 2024. So we're under a statutory obligation to review these provisions 3 years after they come into force, and I anticipate that the review of these provisions on the producer's licence will be launched early next year, and the need for further reform will be considered in the context of the responses to that wider review. But I have asked officials to undertake proactive and meaningful engagement with the sector throughout this process, because I think it is important that we help where we can.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diana Armstrong.
Deputy Principal Speaker. Minister, I welcome your comments on the concern for the economic viability of the hospitality sector, and I just wonder, Minister, do you accept that now is not the time to shake up the hospitality industry and put more pressure on a sector that is struggling?
Yes, absolutely. I do agree and highlighted that in my speech. There are many that are under pressure, many that are just about keeping their head above water, and this would be a seismic change, and not one that I believe has been properly costed or the impact of this properly assessed. And I think it is important that is all kept in the forefront of people's minds. And again, I say it's easy to come to the House and say, Minister, we should change X or Y, but that can have direct consequences on other people, and that needs to be kept into mind. And I think that we need to put into place reforms, but those reforms need to be fair and proportionate, and I don't believe changes to the surrender principle in the way suggested would have fulfilled that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Harry Harvey.
Madam Speaker. Minister, you note the authors did not cost the impact of their proposed reform of the surrender principle. Is it possible to advise how much it would cost? Thank you.
Well, although we do not have those figures, ourselves, figures have been provided by Hospitality Ulster, and they have suggested that the cost of reform of the surrender principle, whenever you factor in loss of trading value, could be up to £313.7 million. And that's why we do not take these decisions lightly, but we have to take into consideration the impact that it would have. And unfortunately, as the member noted, the authors did not cost the impact of their proposed reform, which is why it would be irresponsible of me to take it forward.
Thank you, Minister. I call David Honeyford.
Minister, you've said you're not reforming the surrender principle. I was just going to ask you, had your department, maybe that's the question, has your department actually put forward any attempt to estimate the costs, or is it outside bodies telling you what the cost is?
We have been provided those figures by Hospitality Ulster, but the report itself, the authors have echoed the findings of a 2007 Grant Thornton report on the surrender principle commissioned by the then Department for Social Development, and they have said that it would be challenging to calculate the cost of reform with any degree of certainty, which is why I think it is important that we listen to others with the evidence that they bring forward as well. But the cost of reform to the surrender principle will need to take into account the impact on licensed premises, potential changes in job numbers, and the impact on the profitability of the sector as a whole, which is why I think it is good to listen to those on the ground, those with lived experience, shall we say, that we're often keen to talk about in this place. And I think that Hospitality Ulster have done that whenever they have taken into consideration all of those, and it's useful for us to listen to that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Mark Durgan.
I declare an interest. My family owns licensed premises. Recommendation 6 to introduce an administrative process to allow for the review of licences on the basis of serious and/or multiple breaches of conditions has been rejected, as there's a system already in place. But can the Minister tell us how many licences have been suspended or rejected in, say, the past 5 years?
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, apologise to the House, but I don't have that information to hand, but I'm happy to provide it directly to the member in writing.
Thank you, Minister. Can I call Andrew McMurray?
Good day, Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, do you believe the social well-being aspect of licensed premises should be explored further, both as a community hub but also as a more regulated space than the prioritisation of cheap alcohol from supermarket off-licences?
Yes, I think that is important and something that should be taken into consideration whenever we look at the licensing regime.
Thank you, Minister. I call Timothy Gaston.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, in dealing with the licence acquisition process in 4.2, the review recounts multiple reports made by sufficient and diverse interviewees to make them credible that dealing with objections often involved, in simple terms, paying off objectors with cash. Will the Minister undertake to investigate these allegations in the report?
I'm certainly happy to look at those allegations, get more information if necessary, and I will come back to the member in writing after that is carried out.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Minister. I take your point about the dangers around alcohol and know all too well about them, but hopefully you'll take my point that people are being ripped off for a pint, for a glass of wine in most places, and it's connected to the surrender principle, but also connected to naked profiteering. Minister, what consideration have you given to Unite Union's Get Me Home Safely campaign, which places duties on employers connected to the granting of licences to ensure staff get home safely, the 6,000 that you mentioned, taxis are paid for by employers, and there's a zero tolerance on sexual harassment in the workplace? Are you open to that, supporting that campaign?
Certainly there's no room for any harassment whatsoever when it comes to employees or anyone in any position whatsoever. However, I think it's important that we look at impacts of decisions that we make in here, and if we were to bring in a regime that required businesses to pay for staff travel to get them home in that way, I think those would add significant costs to. Well, he shakes his head. He's complaining already about the cost of drinks. But where does that come from? It comes from the fact that there are overheads and staffing costs and other issues. So you're saying that should be added to. That then would put it should take out. Like this is just ridiculous stuff, Jerry. It is ridiculous stuff. You don't understand. You've no idea. No idea how. No, it's a stupid question at that. But you've no idea. You've no idea how business works whatsoever, and you just expect there's money magically that it can be appear to do whatever it is that you think needs to be done. So. Well, it's the member, I think, that needs to wise up, and I think I've spent enough time answering his question.
Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, and apologies that I missed the start of your statement, Minister. Minister, I raised this issue with the Economy Minister yesterday, and it was around the difficulty for independent businesses to compete with multinationals. And I suppose, in respect of your statement then, I'm just wondering around the multinational brewing businesses that have a stranglehold due to the surrender principle and their use of restrictive supplier agreements as found by the review. Would you ask the Competition and Markets Authority to investigate the beer and pubs market here? Thank you.
Well, certainly, Principal Deputy Speaker, I recognise that issue and it has been raised with me, and it's one of the reasons why we did take seriously the recommendation that came, even in terms of the guest tap provision that could be part of a local producer's featuring a local producer's product in order to get a licence, and I know that that's very important for our local producers. We do not have the power to require pubs to provide a guest beer tap on their premises, but it is something that are fair to the Department for the Economy and to invest in, and that'd be something I would be supportive of.
Thank you. That concludes the questions on the statement. Okay, members would mind to take their ease until we move on to the next subject. Thank you.
The next item of business is a motion on a review of Northern Ireland's fireworks legislation. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
that this Assembly recognises the widespread distress and disruption caused by the misuse of fireworks across Northern Ireland, acknowledges the serious impact on animals, wildlife and people, including those living with trauma or heightened sensitivity to noise, notes that the Explosives Fireworks Regulations Northern Ireland 2002 have not kept pace with modern availability and usage, and calls on the Minister of Justice to commission an urgent and comprehensive review of fireworks legislation to ensure that it provides appropriate safeguards, promotes responsible celebration and better protects the welfare of people, animals and communities.
Thank you. And I call on Robbie Butler to move the motion.
Mr Deputy.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Robbie, please could you open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support the motion to the House. And whilst I welcome the sentiment behind the amendment, I fear that I may not be able to support it. Because at this point, and I know we'll have a bit of a debate to go, I think that it falls short of what our constituents now expect of us, what our animal welfare organisations are pleading for, and what our communities clearly need. Before I turn to the motion, I'd like to just make some comment on the amendments. I think that narrows the debate to one small corner of the issue, and that is one about penalties, because it proposes that we consider changes to the penalties available for the illegal use and sale of fireworks in the pending review of sentencing issues. And to me, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's not a strategy, it's not a programme of reform, and it's certainly not a comprehensive response that I do believe those people who have contacted me are looking for. It's at best a tiny slice to the answer, and I will listen into the debate to learn more. Because the truth of it is that we cannot simply enforce our way out of a problem. We have to properly engage with the problem, and we have to be properly educated around the problem. And we're not properly regulating in 2025 using 2002 legislation. And I think if you remember back even a couple of weeks ago, members, this was a Halloween like no other. I know this because I was out with my own children during the celebrations, and certainly around the area that I was, albeit that it was urban, it was extremely explosive. And even to the young kids that I had out with me, my own children, it was disconcerting. But what I noticed the next day was that my inbox and my phone and my emails, and indeed my social media, were overwhelmed. And I'd never seen the scale of concern across Northern Ireland that emanated from any Halloween celebration, but it certainly seemed to centre in this year. And in some areas, the power, volume and frequency of fireworks being used in back gardens and on street corners was unlike anything that I have experienced before. Households who had never previously purchased fireworks suddenly seemed to have access to powerful, high-noise devices, ones that, quite frankly, did not look like or sound like the sort of garden fireworks that are normally available. And that is exactly why constituents were telling me that they know that there is an issue. One lady who wrote to me after watching the video that I had posted on social media said that my dog shook so badly I thought he had had a heart attack. Fireworks used to be loud, but this year they were like bombs. And another parent wrote to me and said, my wee one hasn't slept since Saturday night. Every time he hears something drop on the floor, he jumps. He's terrified. And many of us will have seen the recent Irish News report about Rosie, the much-loved dog from Ballyclare, whose owner said she suffered a stroke brought on by sheer terror after a night of intense fireworks. That family described Rosie shaking uncontrollably, panicking and never recovering from the ordeal. Their vet confirmed that the stress that she endured was consistent with the kind of anxiety-induced collapse that they had witnessed. That, Mr Deputy Speaker, is not a celebration, that is a harm. And we're certainly not trying to be the fun police, because fireworks used appropriately in the right environment certainly can be something to enjoy. But we cannot ignore the inescapable truth that these impacts are real, widespread and in many cases severe. So who is affected, Mr Deputy Speaker? The victims of irresponsible, unregulated fireworks, their use, are not a small or niche group, because they include pets, especially cats and dogs, whose hearing is multiple times more sensitive than our own. It's farm animals, already stressed by unpredictable weather and farming pressures. They can become agitated when you see milk production go down, and at certain times of the year we can see dangers within pregnancy. Wildlife, from whom these bursts of light and noise are disorientating and sometimes fatal. Older people, particularly those living alone, who experience fireworks as fear rather than festivity. Babies and young people whose developing nervous systems are sensitive to loud, unexpected, and in this year concerted high noise levels. And also people living with PTSD, including former or serving members of our security forces for whom the sound of explosive bangs is not entertainment. It could be called re-traumatisation. And there are, of course, our ordinary neighbours who simply want peace in their homes. So these are not isolated incidents. These are not rare events. These are predictable outcomes of a system that allows widespread private use of powerful fabrics. Yes, I will.
Would the member also acknowledge that many of our young people who are unaware of the dangers of these fireworks, when they fall into their hands, their safety is jeopardised?
I would absolutely concur with the member's statement, and that's one of the reasons that I'll be looking to hear more about the amendment, because I think the legislation at the moment does not lean towards engagement and education, and education, I think, is where we're going to see the real benefits in the future if we can see change. But the explosive fabric regulations in Northern Ireland 2002 are now 23 years old, older than many of the young people setting off those fireworks. They were written in a world where the retail market was entirely different, where online sales were not a factor, where cross-border flows were smaller, and where the range of available fireworks was much less powerful. Our legislation is being outpaced quickly by how fireworks are marketed, sold and used. To those supporting the amendment who say that fabric regulation in NI is amongst the most robust in these islands, I say robust does not mean effective, and it certainly doesn't mean adequate. We have robust rules on paper, but very little public awareness of them. We have robust penalties, yet very little enforcement of them. And we have robust licensing requirements, yet an explosion, quite literally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of unlicensed fireworks in our communities this year. A system that is robust but ineffective is not a system worth defending. The evidence is clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the public want change. I've been contacted by a number of animal pet advocacy groups, and the Dogs Trust commissioned a UK-wide YouGov poll in October 2025, and the results for Northern Ireland couldn't be clearer. 95% of respondents want fireworks restricted to licensed displays only. 93% want limits on dates and times. 83% say fireworks have a negative impact on their lives due to their pets' distress. 83% want more regulation. 76% feel unsafe during private unregulated displays. 70% support the sale of low-noise fireworks only. 31% support a complete ban. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when 95% of people in Northern Ireland agree on anything, this Assembly should sit up and listen. Cats Protection League also calls for the restricting fireworks to licensed public events at set times of the year, ensuring local authorities consider the proximity of rehoming centres, farms and rescues, reducing the maximum permitted noise levels to 90 decibels, restricting online sales and supporting alternative displays like drones and low-noise options. These are practical, proportionate and enforceable measures, arguably for some, from respected charities. They're not radical proposals, and it's not necessarily the offer we're making. But what we're saying is this call today is backed up by animal advocacy groups, and they're coming up with solutions. So the amendment rather focuses on punishment, and punishment as a prevention. But our motion calls for prevention, which is always a better strategy. We need a strategy that, number one, engages with communities, retailers, young people and online platforms. We want to see a strategy that educates about safe use, the law and the impacts on animals and vulnerable groups, and then move to the enforcement with targeted campaigns, better reporting mechanisms and intelligence-led policing. Right now, we do very little of the first two and very little of the third. Yes, absolutely.
I thank the member for giving way, and I appreciate you bringing the motion to the Chamber today. I think it is an important issue, but I'm just wanting to get clarity that your motion calls specifically for a legislation review, but a lot of your comments have centred around education and a strategy and better enforcement. So it's just to clarify, which is it? Is it the legislation not right, or are you looking for better practice in terms of how we do enforce that?
The member for that. Well, I think that the legislation should mandate for education. It should mandate for engagement, but my party members, I've only got 1 minute left, Minister, but I'll have my two party colleagues will engage more on the legislative side and point out perhaps the flaws and shortfalls in that. What I'm doing is building the public case for change, which is why we're here. Right now, we do very little of the first two and little of the third, but we'll get to the facts and figures of that after. Prevention is always better than prosecution, Mr Deputy Speaker. So in conclusion, this motion asks for an urgent and comprehensive review, nothing more, but certainly nothing less. Our constituents expect leadership, not lip service, and they want safety, not stress, and they want celebration, not chaos. The amendment, as I've said, whilst well-intentioned, I think diminishes the scope and ambition of what we actually need to do to achieve change. So I just urge members to listen in the debate and support the motion. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Connie Egan to move the amendment. Okay, thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Connie, please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to propose the Alliance Party amendment to this motion on the misuse of fireworks across Northern Ireland and to put on record our position on what we believe are suitable and appropriate next steps to make real, tangible progress on this issue. I really welcome the chance to speak on this topic, which many of my constituents within North Down have written to me around, particularly with concerns regarding animal welfare during the recently passed Halloween period. To be clear, the illegal purchasing and use of fireworks can cause serious harm and create real danger, not just to those igniting the fuse of those fireworks without the appropriate knowledge or safety equipment, but also for our wider communities. As the original motion itself notes, misuse of fireworks can lead to huge distress in animals, wildlife and people living with trauma or have heightened sensitivity to noises. It is so important that we strike the balance between those who enjoy fireworks safely and considerately and those who do not. Fireworks, when licensed and used appropriately with notification, are meant to be about celebration and excitement, not to create fear and anxiety. But that is too often what we are seeing in our communities. Our existing regulatory frameworks require display operators to have a licence when igniting fireworks. It doesn't matter whether the application is by a member of the public for residential use or for professional displays done by community groups, councils or private venues. This licence is essential for legal use in Northern Ireland. Those licences, where appropriate, can also have conditions to notify neighbours and animal owners, including farmers, in advance of use to ensure responsible and considerate displays. The usage of fireworks becomes an issue when these processes and conditions are not adhered to. We particularly saw this at the end of October this year, when fireworks were procured, often without licence, and used unexpectedly in parks, gardens, alleys, residential streets and other places in our communities. Sudden and unpredicted loud noises can create great fear and challenge for those nearby. I particularly think about those with sensory processing issues, those with trauma and PTSD, and of course beloved pets who often were left terrified and panic-induced in their homes. The licensing process for fireworks displays and the conditions set is the power we have in place to be that intervention point and to prevent the harms coming to people and animals. And to note, Northern Ireland is the only region across these islands that this regulation is in place. The legal frameworks governing fireworks within our 2002 explosive fireworks regulations are actually some of the most robust to exist. For what we can control and set direction for, there is no evidence to suggest that these issues we seek to deal with lie within our existing legal frameworks. The Alliance Amendment seeks to reflect that prioritising an extensive and urgent review of these regulations, I don't believe, will solve the problems that we see at hand, and instead incur potentially lofty costs to the public purse and an already challenging financial landscape. Alliance believes that this approach is not the best use of our limited public funds, but more importantly, I don't think it's going to produce the results that everybody across this chamber wants to see. Instead, we're calling on our Justice Minister to consider changes to the penalties available for the illegal use and sale of fireworks in the pending review of sentencing issues which is coming up. This approach, which focuses on enforcement of legislation, explores potentially different and harsher penalties than those which already exist. Yes, happy to go by.
Justice Minister is also proposing a consultation that would lower things like assault occasioning actual bodily harm, assault on police, from a prosecution to a ticket. Are we really suggesting that we were going to increase penalties for children who have fireworks whilst we give a ticket to someone who's assaulted someone and left them with an injury?
I do thank the member for that intervention. I do think the Justice Minister has raised and addressed that point with you before. But I will get back on to what my response has been from the Justice Minister when I raised that with her, and I'd like to make progress on the issue at hand in this motion. The current licensing system supports the PSNI and other partners to identify unlicensed and illegal firework use. A review of the penalties in the sentencing review could better support and equip them to deal with the misuse and create improved, long-lasting outcomes, effectively giving them better tools. With the time we have left in this mandate and in this financial context, we believe the pending sentencing review is the most appropriate vehicle to achieve progress, and I welcome that Minister Long has already committed to this in a response to a question I submitted this week. Alliance is committed to the fair and safe use of fireworks, and it is pertinent to state for clarity that powers concerning noise limits for fireworks is a reserved matter for the UK Government rather than the responsibility of any devolved department. Many, including concerned North Down residents, have reached out to my office on this particular topic of noise relating to the regulation of fireworks and bangers, highlighting the distress caused to animals, including the local loss of beloved pets due to the stress and vulnerability this has inflicted. Whilst we at a devolved level are restricted specifically on what can be progressed in regards to the noise of fireworks, I know that my colleague Andrew Muir, the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, is taking steps to engage around the animal welfare concerns. Fireworks, when used legally and safely, can be exciting displays of celebration to mark special occasions. But the misuse of fireworks can present serious dangers and potential harm to animals, vulnerable individuals and communities, as well as those using them. The Alliance Amendment today sets out what we believe are the best, most tangible next steps to progress further minimalisation of the distress fireworks can cause. I urge all in the Chamber today, I'm just wrapping up, thank you. I urge all around the Chamber today to support the Alliance Amendment, and let's tackle the misuse of fireworks.
Thank you. I call on Deirdre Hargreave, and Deirdre, you have up to 5 minutes. Over to you,
Thanks
Deirdre.
very much, Deputy Chair, and thank you obviously to those for bringing this motion today and also the amendment as well, and just welcome the opportunity to speak on this issue. And obviously it is an issue that affects many communities right across the north, particularly at key times of the year, as was outlined earlier. So it's right that we look at the current system and obviously look at the areas that are working and the areas that aren't working as well. Fireworks, when used responsibly, safely and in an organised way, can be a real source of joy and of course bring our communities together during different times of the year. Many of us will know the positive and inclusive atmosphere around events such as Halloween, community festivals and seasonal celebrations. And I've seen that recently myself with Féile and Phobal over the Halloween period in West Belfast, where you've seen thousands of children and young people dressed up, adults as well, for the Halloween festivities, going to the Falls Park in an organised way. And I suppose the main event there was a fireworks display which that community in West Belfast put on. So of course there's really good examples of how these things can be organised in a controlled environment and where that can be done safely, and of course where as much of the community support those types of activities. But equally there is another side of the story as well, and of course that is a story of serious injuries, of burns, of lifelong scarring, of trauma that has been raised earlier as well, which can be caused by fireworks, and particularly when they are misused or obtained illegally. And every year our emergency department report cases that could have been avoided, and I suppose that's the bit that we want to make sure that we are avoiding these types of incidents. Yeah, of course.
Would the member agree that it is encouraging, actually, that the Department of Health has now stopped reporting on the number of injuries due to fireworks because they've fallen to such a low level in the last number of years that they actually don't produce an annual report in the way that they used to?
Yeah, no, thank you. That is a welcome, obviously, step, and it does show that the more that we can have controlled events, that we can look at health and safety, that people can still take enjoyment out of it if that's what they want, but that it's done in a managed way. And of course, we know around fireworks as well that there's a section of our community that maybe don't always take that joy out of them as well, particularly older residents, children, and maybe those with sensory needs as well, and of course beloved pets, which are a part of the family as well. So it can be a distressing time when fireworks are set off, particularly when it's not done in a controlled way and when that due regard isn't taken for how it has an impact. So of course we must always look at these issues. We do need a system that balances the community celebration along with the community safety aspects of it, and one that supports well-run public displays while also cracking down on the illegal supply, on where antisocial behaviour raises its head, and also, importantly, where they're used in an unsafe way. It is crucial that when we're looking at these issues, whether it is through legislation or ongoing improvements in terms of prevention and education as well, that is done in a coordinated way. And I think that's one of the key things. Are all of the agencies working in a coordinated fashion? Are they speaking to each other? Particularly around the prevention, not just when something goes wrong. I think that's the important, that we must always look at this from a preventative and a proactive manner rather than waiting when something goes wrong. And of course that engagement with local communities, that is key, to look at a balance of all of those rights, how people can celebrate, but also how we mitigate against the worst excesses of these things as well. So a joined up cross-departmental approach, and for those agencies that need to be there, is important. Of course, effective enforcement, and I would agree, I mean, prevention is the best cure, but where there's a need for enforcement and to look at that in the incoming sentencing bill, I think that would be good in terms of providing clear guidance and trying to tackle these issues as well. So again, I just want to welcome the debate. I've been listening intently and look forward just to hearing the rest of the speakers. Thank you.
Deirdre, Colin Paul through. Paul.
Speaker, and I rise to take part in this debate, acknowledging that I see merit in both the motion and the amendment, and it's just a pity that we can't sort of splurge the two together, because if the amendment is passed, then we lose something in the motion, but if the amendment isn't made, then we lose something with not having the amendment. So it's just a pity that the two can't be splurged together in regards to this, because I do think that they are coterminous in the fact that I think that we need a comprehensive review of fireworks legislation to ensure that it provides appropriate safeguards, promotes responsible celebration and better protects the welfare of people, including veterans and animals, which includes pets and also wildlife, and of course victims of both terrorism but also of antisocial behaviour. And also then that comprehensive review may then feed in to things that we could do around the pending sentencing bill. And so I do think that the two could be coterminous in some way, and I think if there's a will here by the Minister Department and this Assembly, then that could be achievable in the not too distant future. One thing I am sure of is that when people are preyed upon with regards to antisocial behaviour, the use of fireworks takes it to a whole new level. When people are victims of antisocial behaviour, they are traumatised, they can't get a break, they can't get rest, they are worried in their own homes, and to have fireworks fired at your property, to be fired at your person in some occasions, to be put through letterboxes, to be banged up against windows when you're trying to sleep, can have a devastating effect on people's lives. And I think that's where we need to target any real change in sentencing. But then we have the overall control of
licensed fireworks and how we can change behaviours and raise awareness of the potential damage that even large-scale firework displays can have on people's pets. And then, of course, it always amazes me that we'll always talk about pets, and the USPCA talked about 80% of pet owners report that pets being distressed or frightened as a result of fireworks. Well, I suspect that's replicated in the wildlife out there in the environment. For every display we have, for every bang that goes off, for even if it's a domestic thing whereby there's a family having a fireworks display for their own families, the wildlife around that, there could be devastation there that we don't know is taking place when we decide to have a display or take to do with fireworks. I remember growing up, we didn't have firework displays. You had what was classified as indoor fireworks, and you had these silly things coming out of sheets of paper, and that's all we had when we were young. I'm showing my age there, Minister. I know you're laughing there, but I'm yeah. So we have come a long way, whereby now we are in a better environment and a safer environment where we can have controlled fireworks displays. But then, of course, that has a downside too. So I do think this is a relevant debate to be had, and I do think it is time to take stock.
The member give way.
Yes, I will. Yeah.
Thank you, member, for giving way, and I'd just like to draw on a personal experience. I'm talking about 35 years ago. Working in a newspaper, we always had a late night, and I got home late one Halloween night, too late for the dog, and I was met by a dog, terrified, a large golden retriever, shaking like a leaf. It had gouged out great big claw marks down the door frame and the door, and its front paws were cut to ribbons. It needed a visit to the vet. That was before the powerful fireworks that we have today. So I have absolutely no doubt whatsoever that the legislation needs to be changed. It's out of date, and not only is it pets, it's livestock.
Morris,
not only livestock.
Morris, an intervention should be short. If you wanted to make a speech, we've got stacks of room here to add to you. Please come round and add your name to the list. I'd be more than happy to add you. But please keep your intervention short, because Mr. Frew, you're only getting an extra minute and no more.
I apologise, Mr. Speaker.
I do think, Mr. Speaker, that merits a 10-minute intervention there for me. Yeah, the member makes a very valid point. So imagine if you are a veteran, imagine if you suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder and you happen to have a pet for company. Imagine the devastating in that one household. And so I do think, and that in itself, this merits consideration. And I do believe that we need to take stock of this and then use the available opportunities coming before this term with regards to where we can change law to protect people who are the most vulnerable in society, both people and pets, and then, of course, wildlife. I think we owe it. I think we owe it to people, we owe it to society. It's not about ruining anybody's fun. It's not about destroying or taking away firework displays, although there are modifications now with regards to drones, very sophisticated displays that can be just as incredibly entertaining as fireworks going up. I always think when I see a fireworks display, the first question I always have leaving a fireworks display is, how much did that cost? And I think if you had drones that you could use year on, year in, I think there could be a great benefit with regards to financial constraints.
Could the member bring his droning to an end, please?
I will. I thought I was getting an extra 10 minutes there, Mr. Speaker.
Patsy McClone. Patsy.
Good last The SDLP welcomes and indeed supports the motion. The legislation that currently regulates the use of fireworks is now almost a quarter of a century old and does need modernising. Every year the same warnings are issued. The public are reminded that they need to get a licence to use fireworks. They are reminded it's an offence to buy, possess and use certain types of fireworks without a licence. Yet every year a significant number of people ignore those warnings. And every year there are unnecessary injuries, stress and anxiety caused by people using fireworks incorrectly. Fireworks aren't toys, as we are repeatedly reminded, they are explosive devices. We know that the sudden loud explosions from traditional fireworks can cause significant stress and anxiety for people, pets and for wildlife. Animals will often experience intense panic. Dogs and cats may suffer from heightened anxiety, disorientation, and indeed, in some of the more vicious cases, injuries. And wildlife is similarly affected. People with conditions such as PTSD, young people with autism, and other neurodiverse people can experience heightened anxiety and panic during fireworks displays. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has said in written answers that she is not currently considering a review of the legal framework for the buying and selling of fireworks here. She has said that she has no plans for an assessment of the existing firework licensing arrangements, and that's the important bit that needs to be done, and that any concerns about the misuse of fireworks should be reported to the PSNI. Mr. Deputy Speaker, over 1,000 fireworks incidents were reported to the PSNI in each of the last 4 years, and almost 2,000 in 2020. Yet the PSNI don't appear to know whether the fireworks in those incidents were possessed legally or illegally. How can the current legislation be enforced if that information itself isn't known?
Would the member give way?
Yep, certainly. Thank you.
Obviously, every incident where someone reports a firework can either be as part of a licensed display, or it can be as somebody letting off a firework in their own garden. But you won't necessarily know the source of the noise that you hear, which is why the PSNI can't verify on all occasions whether or not the firework was part of a licensed display or not. So it's not that the regulations don't work, it is simply the verification of where the actual item was actually let off when it happens.
And the member has an extra
minute. Thank you very much indeed, and thank the Minister for that clarification. However, it would be useful to see how many cases were actively pursued by the police where identification of the location and indeed the perpetrators, if they were perpetrators, were cautioned, or indeed other activities by the police, other measures taken by the police in those incidents. Last week in the Assembly, the Minister said she wasn't entirely sure that a review of the legislation would be appropriate given the limited resources available to the department, and at the same time the Minister suggested she might do something around penalties and enforcement. We see that in the amendment here today. That would of course require the PSNI to identify those in breach of the legislation, the very point the Minister made. We believe the Minister should look at strengthening penalties and enforcement for breaches of the firework legislation if the evidence supports it, and we believe the best way to get that evidence would be to review the effectiveness of the legislation itself. But it was at least a tacit acknowledgement by the Minister that the current regulations aren't as effective or as robust as they should be. The Minister has also claimed that the reduction in the number of fireworks licences being granted by the Department indicated that people are moving to other kinds of celebratory displays. And the reality is that increasingly responsible organised events, which might in previous years have been used to what called traditional fireworks displays, are moving to safer methods of celebration, and that's good. And we've seen them, we've seen how they attract young people, families, they become a celebratory event, such as one at the Marina in Ballyrunnan, not that far from myself. Celebrations that better protect the welfare of people, animals and communities, celebrations that demonstrate a better understanding of the responsibility of living in a shared environment. But the responsible organised events aren't the ones that generally cause the problems, as we well know. A reduction in the number of licences being granted could just as easily mean that overall fewer people are applying for those licences, not that more of them are moving away from the use of fireworks. Mr. Speaker, the SDLP certainly isn't calling for a complete ban on the sale of fireworks here, and neither is the original motion. A review would ensure that legislation does provide appropriate safeguards, promotes responsible celebration and better protects the welfare of people, animals and communities. And that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is what we believe the public wants to see, and that's why we support the motion. Thank you.
I see Pat Secon and Brian Kingston. Brian.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and like most dog owners, I had the experience of seeing my dog distressed by the sounds of fireworks, particularly louder ones, a few weeks ago at Halloween time. And I'm aware that it can also be very distressing for elderly and vulnerable people. So we do support calls for the Justice Minister to engage with Government around the possibility of reducing maximum noise levels for all types of fireworks. That said, it should be recognised that most firework displays are safe and well managed. They're a source of enjoyment and wonder and contribute to national, community and family events across the country. However, as others have have said fireworks can also be misused in manners that are dangerous, inconsiderate and malicious. As my colleague referenced, the report by USPCA in 2024 showed that 80% of pet owners report their dogs being distressed or frightened as a result of fireworks. And every year we hear those heartbreaking stories of pets which have ran away and become lost after being frightened by fireworks. So, as well as looking at reducing noise levels, the Minister should also consider an enhanced public awareness campaign, specifically relating to animals and pet owners and focused on Halloween and New Year periods. The regulations for manufacturing fireworks, particularly in respect to maximum permitted noise levels, remains a UK government competence. But regrettably, successive governments have ensured that Northern Ireland slavishly follows EU rules in this matter, which is a nonsense. If proposals are at any stage brought forward by the UK government to increase protections against the negative impacts of fireworks, we want to make it clear that such changes must be applicable throughout the United Kingdom, including here in Northern Ireland. The licensing system in Northern Ireland, which is one of the most robust, does make it possible for authorities to identify illegal firework use and supply. However, the current system is not perfect. The Minister should consider further measures to tackle illegal supply of fireworks. The main law for fireworks here was created in 2002. It's not had any substantive reviews or changes in over 20 years. Legislation needs to keep pace with technological advancements and tackle the problems with enforcement in the modern day. So we do thank the Ulster Unionist Party for bringing forward this motion. We will support it, and we will also support the Alliance Party amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I call on John Burrows. John.
Deputy Speaker, it's refreshing to be talking about kitchen table politics again. Last night it was the cost of living. Today it's an issue that is really affecting our constituents up and down the length of our country. It's something they, particularly pet owners and farmers, talk about frequently, the impact on their animals when fireworks are set off. And I think we need to listen to that loud and clear call from right across communities. This is a cross-community issue that should unite us all, that something needs to change fundamentally around firework legislation. And there are two key problems, if you like, if you want to distill it, and that is that there's an unpredictability about fireworks. When are they going to go off? And second of all, the loud noise that they make. And all the enforcement in the world won't change those two things. Only fresh laws can. And I want to come on, I'll give you away shortly towards the end. I want to just outline some testimony I've heard from pet owners, because I've surveyed some people and asked them to give me their personal examples. In my own constituency, Jeffrey and Newt, giant rabbits that died of a stroke this Halloween. Buddy the dashhound that is still missing in Northern Ireland after bolting when a rocket exploded without any notice. A sighthound that had a fatal stroke called Rosie after fireworks. A red panda in Edinburgh, we're now going into Scotland, that was up a tree in a zoo, actually heard a firework, had a stroke, fell down, and its own orphan child, baby panda, then died a few weeks later. This is serious stuff, and we need to take it seriously. And of course, we've got all the issues with livestock up and down the country. And for what? To have bangs during the week of Halloween, unpredictable noises that people can't manage. This can be changed, but it needs laws. And one of the things that I have to say is I do find it incongruous that the Alliance Party's amendment is to say toughen up existing legislation for fireworks. And as I made in my intervention, the party has proposed a consultation, certainly the Justice Minister has, in which crimes like burglary and fraud, antisocial behaviour and assaulting our own police officers is downgraded to a ticket. I'll not give way at the minute, I'll come back in a second. Thank you. Now, what society do we live in when we want to throw a heavier book at those who have fireworks instead of changing the law, and we want to give a slap on the wrist to those who assault our officers, who commit burglary, who commit fraud, who commit anti-assault occasion and actual bodily harm? The details in the consultation document that you issued. So I will give away in a second. So there is an incongruous thing there. Also, the Alliance Party wished to reduce the age of criminal responsibility. Now, there's perhaps merit in that, but many of the if I could...
Could the member concentrate on the issue with fireworks?
Yes, but it's about the enforcement, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'll come to that.
Please do.
Yeah, it is very difficult to enforce legislation if actually the children who are mostly have the bangers and fireworks that cause the problems outside of main events generally fall outside of typical prosecutions. They tend to get diversions and cautions. So enforcement is not the answer. It is a change to the legislation that allows reduction in noise and also specific time periods. I'll give away in literally 30 seconds, and specific time periods in which fireworks can be used. That will allow pet owners to plan accordingly. And I will declare an interest. I'm going to give you away in 10 seconds. My own dog, Nancy, suffers very, very significantly from anxiety. I see it myself. We can't cope over the 2 weeks of Halloween because we don't know when the fireworks are going to go off. I'll give way to Mr. Matheson.
And I thank the member for giving way. He made repeated references to the noise levels of fireworks, but would the member concede that that is not a matter that we have jurisdiction over here in Northern Ireland, that it is a reserved matter, and that we shouldn't pretend to the public that a review will result in a change in that?
The point of the motion is to raise that this is a significant issue that we need to address. I know some people find it funny, but many people up and down the country, if I could speak, right, many people up and down the country don't find it amusing. These are issues that we need to be pressing in to Westminster and saying we need support with them. Fireworks has got out of control. They happen right across the year, with a PSNI that's entirely stretched with resources. Only this week, and this comes down to the enforcement point, in cybercrime, when dealing with one of the most dangerous predators we've seen, the police didn't have the resources to triage and deal with the phone quick enough. If we're going to suggest they're going to drop things to do more enforcement around fireworks, we need to live in planet reality here. What we need is an acceptance right across this House.
To an Ombudsman report, and is doing so in a way that misrepresents the content of the report. First of all, the actions that were looked at were between 2016 and 2019, when the PSNI was fully staffed. And secondly, the responsibility for resourcing within the PSNI and the allocation was what was actually criticised by the Ombudsman's report.
It's obviously made a remark for the records, and that remark remains on the record. And no, you don't get any extra time. You've got 30 seconds. Go for it.
Record that the PSNI couldn't get those things examined. There's a backlog of devices that relate to people who are abusing children, people who are involved in domestic violence. Anyone who thinks that the PSNI is going to drop all of that to deal with firework enforcement, when actually the answer is to change the laws, make the representations to Westminster, and deal with noise and deal with the unpredictability of firework legislation, and do that for pet owners up and down the country, as well as
the member draws remarks to a close. Thank you very much indeed. And Morris Bradley, we get to call you now.
I wasn't prepared to make a speech, but I'll find some.
Speak.
I will find something. Apologies, folks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suppose I would start with the PSNI FOI response in 2019 showed an upward trend in offences for buying, possessing or using fireworks without a licence. In 2019-2020, there were over 1,400 antisocial behaviour incidents concerning fireworks, apologies, on top of similar numbers the year before, and that is before we take account of under-reporting. So my take on it is that the legislation, as Patsy McGlone has said, is nearly a quarter of a century out of date. It was drafted up to deal with a situation completely unsimilar to what we have today in terms of the value of the fireworks and the ferocity of them. So that needs to be updated. We also look at the EU rules as they apply under the Windsor framework, allows fireworks up to 120 decibels. That's far too much. Far too much. In my day it was a lot lower than that, at least half, if not more. And we have to deal with the antisocial behaviour of young people running around, giving off their fireworks in people's entries, their front doors, etc., really causing a nuisance. And again, most of that is unreported. People put up with it. The other question, I had highlighted it earlier on, Mr. Speaker, was the effect on pets. I know I still vividly see what my pet had gone through that particular night. Its paws stripped with gouging out a door. Unbelievable. It's not just pets, it's livestock. When you have fireworks going off in the rural area, you have cattle stampeding. If you have horses in the field, the horses stampede. They stampede at great speed. If it's a Clydesdale, it'll go through anything. And when it's dark, they don't see where they're running. So there's a danger to farm animals as well. And I think that the legislation, no offence, Minister, is out of date. Certainly.
For giving way, and he's made some very valid points, particularly around the underreporting of firework incidents, where many of the public have just given up all hope of anything being done, so most of those aren't. But you rightly say about the need for review of the legislation. Unfortunately, the Alliance Amendment removes the review of that legislation, and therefore by supporting it, we'll be ruling that out of the motion. Do you agree that potentially that should be re-looked at?
I don't need it, but thank you very much. I do agree with the member, and thank you very much for that intervention, because personally speaking, I will be supporting the motion, not the amendment. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to all members who have engaged in this issue this afternoon. As you will know, my department is the relevant authority in respect of explosives licensing and grants licences for the storage, possession, selling or legal use of fireworks. I should note at the outset that the setting of decibel noise limits on the fireworks available to consumers is a reserved matter and is the responsibility of the UK Government as a trading standards issue. While I cannot mandate low-noise fireworks, I can nevertheless promote and encourage their use in my communications, as I do, and ensure that information on them is available year-round on NI Direct. I would also be happy at the conclusion of this debate this afternoon to raise this issue with ministerial colleagues in Westminster. However, members should note that they have to date refused to undertake a review of their fireworks licensing, which is much more lax than our own. Let me start by saying I recognise that following a number of serious concerns raised over the Halloween period, the current Northern Ireland fireworks licensing controls have been brought into focus and questions have arisen over whether the current regulations and controls are sufficient. Fireworks regulation in Northern Ireland is among the most robust and effective in the United Kingdom, and this is currently the only jurisdiction in the UK where a fireworks licence is required for both members of the public and professional displays. Further to that, display-type fireworks in Northern Ireland are limited to professional use only, unlike in other jurisdictions. Fireworks licences are only issued by the Department when it is safe to do so. They are restricted to one date, with an approved location and a list of fireworks appended, and will generally not be issued past 11 p.m, with the exception of special occasions such as New Year's Eve. The purchase of fireworks online in NI is not lawful, as a licence for their use will not be granted. When you apply, you have to list your supplier and the reference numbers for the fireworks you intend to use in the schedule, or you will not get a licence. Fireworks are safely enjoyed by many through private and publicly organised events, and I've always said that there is a balance to be struck between those who enjoy fireworks and those who do not. I'm also mindful of the number of businesses who rely on income from fireworks displays. Under the current licensing arrangements, it is illegal for a registered or licensed retailer to sell fireworks to anyone under the age of 18, making the discussions around Macca somewhat of a diversion, with the exception of sparklers, or to anyone who does not hold a valid fireworks licence issued by the Department of Justice. There is an important distinction to be made between licensed displays where the appropriate checks have been carried out and fireworks that are sold and used illegally, which is ultimately a matter of enforcement. Illegal fireworks are unsafe, and users are unlikely to comply with the restrictions that are placed on a licensed display. For example, noise abatement hours, unsafe locations, and the use of display fireworks, which should only be used by trained professional display operators. Such behaviour is as reckless as it is antisocial, placing those who use them at risk of serious injury and causing distress to others given the unpredictability of when they will be used. However, that must be balanced against the facts, and a number of people raised the issue about the number of reported fireworks incidents. In 2020, 1,949 fireworks incidents were reported. In 2024, at year-end, 1,033, and up until the 16th of October, which obviously precludes the Halloween period, 563 incidents. In terms of accidents involving fireworks with injury, they were 1 in 2020 and 1 in 2025, and rose to a peak in 2022 of 4 injuries. The Firearms and Explosives branch within my department process applications all year round. Annually, they generally receive over 500 applications for various types of events, with Halloween clearly being the busiest time of year. I'm also very conscious of the impact that fireworks can have on the elderly, those with noise sensitivity, more vulnerable members of the community, including those with PTSD, as well as animals, domestic, wild, and livestock. As a dog owner and an animal lover myself, I'm conscious of the unintentional impact that fireworks can have on animals, particularly where they are used unpredictably. For community events, a fireworks licence may be issued with a condition that local residents have to be informed in advance of the firework display to allow them to take such precautions as may be necessary. Again, licensed displays are appropriately checked, and through advertisements, local residents are aware of when they will be taking place to enable them to take appropriate measures to mitigate distress to those, both human and animal, who do not enjoy fireworks and find them distressing. In terms of calls for a public awareness campaign and education campaign, each year as Halloween approaches, I issue reminders to the public that it is an offence to buy or be in possession of fireworks without a valid licence, and urge the public to comply with the law. I also advise that fireworks bought from illegal sources may not be safe and may also result in prosecution. Through my messaging and reminders, I continue to ask the public to be considerate to others, especially vulnerable people and animals. I will also continue to promote low-noise fireworks, which are available to purchase. By making these simple changes, it could help make Halloween and other events more enjoyable and reduce the distress caused. I also note, no, the member did not offer me the courtesy when I asked. I also note that other agencies such as PSNI and Fire and Rescue Service, DERA and local councils promoted similar Halloween firework safety messages via their social media platforms. I have and will continue to encourage the public and councils to also consider other low-noise alternatives when celebrating seasonal events, such as drone displays. I note, for example, the Causeway Coast and Glens District Council held a low-noise display followed by a traditional fireworks display to provide alternative options for those who enjoy fireworks with less noise. Turning now to enforcement, and some members seem to be under the illusion that better legislation would solve the problem, but of course legislation isn't worth the paper it's written on unless it's enforced. And so the issue of enforcement is perhaps the key to this, because the legislation itself is quite robust. My officials work very closely with relevant agencies to ensure that fireworks licences are only issued when it is deemed safe to do so, and that any concerns or breaches of the legislation are reported to PSNI. Since 2016, and I believe it was Patsy McGlone who asked, over 1,000 prosecutions for possession of unlicensed fireworks have taken place, averaging around 100 per year by PSNI, and they will also deal with other less serious incidents by way of other disposals out of court. My department regularly arranges health and safety inspections of firework retailers and wholesalers, and also frequently checks records of sales to ensure compliance with the regulations for selling fireworks, because it can be cross-referenced with the fireworks licence to check that they were purchased and used as intended. My department has also refused and revoked licences to store and sell fireworks on the ground of fitness. I am focused on the safe and responsible use of fireworks. Information on fireworks safety and the availability of low-noise fireworks is available all year round on NI Direct. The webpage also has the application form, a list of registered retailers, as well as the fireworks helpline. We want to encourage and make it easy for the public to follow the law and obtain a fireworks licence, along with everything that goes with it. The price for a licence remains unchanged at £30 for small private displays, and work is underway to bring that application process online. When it comes to antisocial behaviour, there is no short-term solution to tackling antisocial behaviour which engages the use of fireworks. It requires concerted and sustained effort, and it is vital the public plays an active role in reporting any concerns regarding the misuse, illegal selling or other fireworks infractions to PSNI so that the appropriate actions can be taken. Policing and community safety partnerships funded by my department and the Northern Ireland Policing Board play a key role in the department's operational response to community safety concerns at a local level. Tackling antisocial behaviour is a key strategic priority for PCSPs, which engage with local community statutory agencies and the community and voluntary sector to develop planned, purposeful, structured interventions to address issues in each council area. They also support, I won't at this point, but they also support partner messaging on social media, such as the PSNI Halloween Safety Campaign, another element of education. So I'm not currently considering either a review of the legal framework or a ban on fireworks. Members will be well aware of the very limited resources available to my department and the challenges that I have faced in ensuring sufficient resourcing is available for critical public safety issues, including adequate support for frontline services. Indeed, the member for North Antrim raised the issue of the challenges that the police face in terms of cybercrime. Yet we spend this afternoon discussing fireworks. I can't do everything, so I've been prioritising those things that are most important, as you would expect me to do. A full-scale review of the legislative framework would require me to take resources away from other parts of justice to do that piece of work. Reviewing a set of regulations that already do many of the things that members have called for would not be an effective use of my resources, and I continue to prioritise those areas that will make the biggest impact on public safety and access to justice within the constraints of my budget. To those members who insist that I launch a review, particularly, I have to say, the party that brought the motion today, I'm just asking, what other part of the justice system do you feel I should defund and deprioritise in order to deliver it? Would you have me take resources away from frontline policing, from child protection, victim services? Where is the resource to come from, because we don't have it in the Department of Justice? Would we take it from prison service and reduce our opportunities to deal with reoffending? Furthermore, even an outright ban is not guaranteed to stop misuse of fireworks and could in fact have unintended consequences, including a possible increase in illegal sale of dangerous fireworks with greater potential to cause injury. For example, in Ireland, the sale of most fireworks to the public is illegal. Nevertheless, their use in recent public disorder would indicate that they are still available illegally. I think the current regulations provide a robust and effective framework that seeks to ensure fireworks are sold and bought through a licensing system for responsible use. It aids partners, including PSNI, to identify unlicensed and illegal fireworks and bear down on that problem. And the fact that we have seen a decrease in complaints, I think, evidences that there has been some improvement. However, in recognition of the genuine public concern around the misuse of fireworks, I have instructed my officials to examine penalties and enforcement concerning the illegal use or sale of fireworks in the pending review of sentencing issues, which we intend to launch before the end of the year. This will provide an opportunity to consider the associated penalties for breaching the existing regulations and may act as a further deterrent. Mr Butler said at the beginning that he wouldn't be supporting the amendment because it falls short of what his constituents wanted. But I have in front of me the emails that were sent from the social media petition in this regard. And it says, I respectfully urge you to consider the following reforms. The first is to mandate silent or low-noise fireworks for all private and community use. Well, I can't do that, but I can write to colleagues in London, but it is a reserved matter, so can't do that. Second thing, enforce existing laws on sales and licences. We do. And in fact, I am suggesting improving enforcement. And the second thing is to restrict times and locations for setting off fireworks to better protect pets, wildlife and vulnerable people. We do. We say where they can be used and we say when they can be used. And there is no point in changing it when the problem is those who do not measure their behaviour in line with the law. The problem that we have is illegal fireworks, and it is illegal fireworks on which we need to bear down. The licensing system is fit for purpose. It would be a diversion, actually, from enforcement of the licensing for us to spend money. And the member may well sit and chunter and say, no, of course it wouldn't. But the member doesn't sit on a daily basis and face the challenges that I face in managing my budget and my resources in a department that has been drained of resources over 10 years. So I have to prioritise carefully what I do in order that I have the most impact in terms of public safety, and a review of what is already robust legislation will not make any difference to the people who breach it. What will matter is enforcement of it to ensure that it's taken seriously by everyone. That will bring about the safe use, the considerate use that we all say we want to hear. And I would encourage people to support the amendment because I believe it is the most effective way to deliver what constituents have asked for.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Nick Matheson. Nick, you have 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to wind on the Alliance amendment to this motion. I think in the main there's an awful lot we agree on in the Chamber on this issue, and I think we all need to just acknowledge that, and I think it would be a shame if something positive didn't come through today on sort of maybe minor differences on the right way to approach things. I think a lot of what people have been speaking about today is about the need for a better strategy for tackling illegal use of fireworks, the need for better education, the need to engage with PCSPs at local level, the need for PSNI to take on proactive education programmes. There's a role for neighbourhood policing there. There's a whole lot of stuff there that does not require legislation. So I think we need to just acknowledge we probably agree on the vast majority of the issues being discussed. I'll very briefly, because I don't get any extra time, so I can't guarantee I'll take any more.
Thank the member for taking an intervention. Would the member agree with me that it's exactly when those kind of things happen that we don't have these problems? I can give an example of in Cooleyland one Halloween when there was no fireworks display, there was £140,000 worth of damage done, and with investment from PCSP and others, £5,000 is all it cost to put on a fireworks display. Not one penny of damage done that Halloween.
And I thank the member for the intervention, and that is exactly my point. Local solutions are going to be far more effective than a very costly review of legislation. But I do want to thank the members who brought the motion. We may disagree on the right approach to deal with this, but we all agree that the irresponsible and particularly illegal use of fireworks causes huge distress and is a massive issue in relation to animal welfare in particular. Now, I was keen to speak to this motion as I am the owner of a very anxious dog. Dexter came to us as a foster dog a number of years ago, and the first Halloween that we had with Dexter, he escaped in absolute distress, and I had a night that I do not want to repeat, running around the streets of Newton Ards in the darkness trying to find a dog who thankfully is white, which made it easier. He stood out very, very obviously on the dark night. He's a little West Highland Terrier, but he was utterly distraught, and that has become worse year on year, and really it is so upsetting to see the distress that is caused. So just to be clear, as an animal lover and a dog owner, I completely understand the concerns, and I've been contacted by constituents. So firework usage illegally, irresponsibly can be problematic and distressing, but the key problems that are being highlighted are the noise and their illegal antisocial usage, and the Minister's been clear. We don't have the legal power here to deal with the decibel levels of fireworks, so let's not pretend to the public that we can do something with that with a legislative review, and let's focus on what we can do to tackle the irresponsible use, and that is where the review around the sentencing provisions is relevant. So I think it's very welcome that we've had the Minister set out clearly those intentions around addressing the issue by including penalties for illegal use and sale of fireworks in the upcoming sentencing review. This to me feels like the appropriate, targeted and proportionate response to this issue. And as I've said, as a dog owner who really does fully understand the impact of fireworks when they cause distress, I want to be clear that a review of legislation is not going to reduce those noise levels. It's not going to stop those who are engaged in antisocial behaviour at 2 a.m. setting off fireworks that they've acquired illegally. That is a matter of enforcement, clearly. I will give, if I have time, I will. I'll let me just finish some of my remarks. So I think tougher penalties for those that could reduce and result in more effective prosecutions is much more likely to be the effective intervention in this space. And I've already referenced those local interventions that are likely to be relevant. Local neighbourhood police teams proactively engaging on the ground during the months of October. All of us have a responsibility to engage with our local PSNI teams around those issues. Looking at what PCSPs can do, those kind of creative local solutions that have already been referenced, that's what I think I would like to see all of us constructively getting around to support in this chamber today. So I do want to thank the members for bringing the motion today. I will give way to Mr Butler and then I'll just conclude my remarks.
Try and keep this really brief. So we didn't mention a ban, but what we did suggest is a review to look at areas such as notification requirements and areas that could be zoned around animal sanctuaries and things like that. And hopefully a review could pick that out. And looking for areas other than just draconian.
I thank the member for the intervention. I was going to say that I think some of the licensing provisions do cover that, but I think the Minister can speak to that more effectively than me.
Yeah, just to clarify, it is already possible, first of all, to identify where there are animal sanctuaries that would be an appropriate location, and there is also the opportunity to specify times, dates, and all of the other things that the member. I actually think if people would read the fireworks regulations, it would be helpful in terms of just informing the debate.
And I thank the Minister for that helpful intervention. I am conscious I'm running out of time. So yes, I do want to commend the Alliance Amendment to the House. I think we absolutely agree on more in this debate than we disagree on. And I think whatever comes out of this debate today, I think it would be good for a clear message to go out to people across Northern Ireland that the Assembly has been united on the issue of this is serious, this causes real distress, this is not an inconsequential issue. And I think we should take the proportionate and effective response. And I'll just finish my remarks with Mr Frew. I do recall indoor firework displays, and they were the highlight of many a Halloween in my granny's house in Monkstown. So thank you for reminding me of that.
Thank you very much indeed, Nick. And I call on Doug Beattie. Doug, you to wind, and you have 10 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And look, I'm going to reflect on those indoor fireworks, I have to say, because I thought they were absolutely fantastic. They're still out there. You can still buy them. So any of you want a little bit of nostalgia, get online and you'll be able to buy yourself a set of indoor fireworks. I remember speaking to some of my friends in England and telling them they thought I was joking. They thought I was joking when I told them there was indoor fireworks. They just could not believe it. But look, the motion before us today is really simple and it's very clear. It's about future-proofing our legislation around the use of fireworks, nothing more. The argument that we are the most robust legislation on these islands, that's what it says in the amendment, is subjective because Ireland has a near ban on fireworks. But of course, used correctly in organised events, the legislation covers the issue of fireworks well. However, the problem is the proliferation of fireworks and the misuse or the illegal use of them, which is having that major impact. Things have changed in the last 20 years, and that's just a fact. And if I can just reflect on the areas of the present legislation, just to examine that effectiveness that we talk about, and the first thing I have to be clear on is that we want everybody to adhere to the law. In regards to fireworks, I think the Minister mentioned it really well. A lot of what we're talking about is illegal use of that, and that's a criminal justice issue. But there are loopholes in there, and therefore we have to try and close any of those loopholes. The age of purchase for fireworks is 18. However, we all know that there are companies out there who will sell fireworks to people under the age of 18. They will not ask for proof of age. They will not ask if they have a licence. I did it myself about an hour before this debate started. Let me get into a bit if I can. In fact, go ahead.
Without being rude, the member does look considerably over 18, but I'm just going to say, in fairness, if you do sell fireworks to people under 18, that is one of the reasons that you would not be considered a fit person to hold a firearms sale licence, and it would be removed. And there are examples where people have sold, for example, without having the certificate for a fireworks display, where they have been removed as salespeople.
No, and you're absolutely right, Minister, but here's part of the problem. These are not coming from within the United Kingdom or on these islands whatsoever. A lot of these are coming from international suppliers and shippers, and we have a problem there. Fireworks licensing is done by the Department of Justice, both all year-round licensing and temporary licensing. I think we've got about 500 permanent licences out there, give or take 50 or so. I'm not sure how many temporary licences are out there. I couldn't get a hold of them. Yet the smuggling of fireworks across the border has increased, as have the online sales. Fireworks are now far more available than they were 20 years ago. That's just a simple fact, and therefore the legislation should be reviewed for that fact alone. Indeed, online sales, as we've already mentioned, many of them go unchallenged. The legislation also talks about a curfew for the use of fireworks, and it's 11 p.m. till 7 a.m. It's with most things it's pretty normal, but some fireworks are sold with added noise. That's what they're sold as. They're sold with added noise. This isn't a continuous humming of machinery. This is loud bangs, added noise, up to 120 decibels. That's well beyond what is acceptable at 11 p.m. at night for many people. The World Health Organization, for example, says that 85 decibels risks hearing damage. 85 decibels. And yet we have 120 decibels. And I'll just touch on that in a minute, because the Minister's right. We do not have a say in that, because it's not a devolved matter. We have sales periods, 15th of October to the 10th of November, 12th of December to the 31st of December, and various cultural events, Chinese New Year and Diwali. I think it's 2 days before the start of each and something just afterwards. But there remains concern about all-year online sales that can circumvent these. I'll just get on, Minister, because you're probably going back to the exact same thing too. I will come to you if I've got time, if you don't mind. Because Northern Ireland follows the rules of the EU due to the Windsor framework. This means it differs from the UKCA mark. Indeed, it retains EU laws that set the decibels at 120. Now, how do you get around that? Well, do you know what? Have rules that reduce the explosive content in fireworks and don't let them in. I think the maximum here at the minute is 1.3 grams. If you made it 1 gram, you will reduce the decibels. It's simple facts, simple maths. And we can do that by saying we do not allow fireworks to come in that has over 1 gram of explosive content. If you break rules, for example, selling outside permitted periods without a licence, the penalties, I think, are pretty hefty already, by the way. Up to 6 months imprisonment and or a £5,000 fine. We had one such case just last year in Balachi, where an individual was arrested for selling thousands of illegal fireworks. There's been no outcome to that, certainly not that I know of, but there was an arrest. It was happening. But we've had no outcome, no bang to that particular issue. Possession of fireworks, throwing fireworks or breaching firework curfew, if you're under 18, could give you a fine up to £1,000 or up to £5,000. That's pretty hefty, I have to say. I've seen far worse for other offences. That's pretty hefty stuff going forward. And we all know that under 18s do it. We know it happens this time of the year. We know about antisocial behaviour. Yet very few under 18s are actually arrested for possession of fireworks. Why? Because here's why. Because the police get them, confiscate them and send them on their way. That's what they do, whether we believe it or not. They see it as something they want to deal with quickly and get the fireworks off the street. I'm going to give way to the Minister if she still wants it.
Just to say, in terms of import, export, first of all, that is a reserved matter again, so that isn't something that we can control. We do, though, monitor imports and where they're being delivered to in order to avoid things being brought either across the border or into Northern Ireland ports that don't meet our requirements. But when it comes to issues like trade and standards, which would govern the strength of the fireworks, that doesn't fall to us.
No, and there's many of the things that we're talking about, and really what we're talking about is if we review the legislation, we can try and close some of these loopholes down. And here's the problem with the Alliance Party amendment. All it wants to do is increase the sentences. That's all it wants to do. It doesn't want to review. And I get what the Minister said about resources. I absolutely get it. I wouldn't envy being in her position. But the reality is this is important. And it does need to be reviewed because we need to see how things have changed in the last 20 years. So let me just go and see if I can give you a bit of time. So there are things we can look at. And I'm just going to fire them out and just look at them. Let's increase our awareness campaign on the misuse and the effect of fireworks. Education. Let's reduce the explosive content of fireworks, creating low noise options. We can do that. Let's have firework exclusion zones, hospitals, farms, animal rehousing centres. Let's ban any business for life for selling fireworks if they are caught selling outside dedicated times or selling to under 18s or importing illegally. Let's have a mandatory legal duty on all organisations conducting fireworks displays to inform homes that may be affected. I'll give way.
For giving way, and I'll be very brief. Much of what you say is referencing how robust our regime is. Would we not be better focused, therefore, looking at those effective but cheaper local solutions to deal with the issues as they arise on the ground?
I can, but first of all, you need to understand the problem. And you can't understand the problem unless you grab a hold of the legislation and say, I'm going to go through this, I'm going to review this, I'm going to see where the loopholes are. And some of those loopholes that you find, you're absolutely right, is they could be absolutely delivered at a local level. But some of them will need something else. Some of them will need something higher. Somebody might need something which actually closes a loophole that we've identified if we review the legislation. Let's stop all fireworks in residential areas unless they're licensed public displays. Let's reduce the curfew to 10 o'clock and not 11 o'clock because of older people. Let's proactively tackle the antisocial behaviour linked to fireworks. Let's deal with online sales of fireworks to give legal clarity. Let's review the legislation as per the original motion moved by my colleague Robbie Butler.
Thank you very much indeed. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Connie Egan, Nick Matheson, Stuart Dixon and Andrew McMurray be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order! Members will resume their seats. And they shall. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Connie Egan, Nick Matheson, Stuart Dixon and Andrew McMurray be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Do we have tellers? Order! Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Stuart Dixon and Andrew McMurray. Tellers for the noes are Doug Beattie and John Burrows. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clear the doors. Order. Members, please resume your seats. Sinead. Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the results?
65 members voted, 52 members voted aye, 13 members voted no. The amendment is agreed.
Okay, thank you. Unfasten the doors. The amendment is... Question is the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye.
Review of liquor licensing. The Minister for Communities dismissed my entirely reasonable question about Unite the Unions, Get Me Home Safe campaign as a, I quote, stupid question. Leaving aside the arrogance, Mr. Deputy Speaker, understanding Order 19.5, a question, as you know, must be answered as clearly, as fully as possible. Does the Minister's dismissal of my question mean a breach of standing order? And have there been previous rulings against ministers, and that be shouted down, against ministers dismissing valid questions as stupid questions? Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, take your ease while we switch over the top table for the next event. Thank you.
Members, the next item of business is a motion on delivering better cancer services and outcomes. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly deplores current waiting times for patients accessing cancer services in Northern Ireland, notes with concern recent analysis by Cancer Research UK which indicates that the percentage of local patients with urgent suspected cancer who start treatment within 62 days is much lower than England and Scotland. Further notes with concern that Northern Ireland has the lowest one-year survival rate in the United Kingdom for both pancreatic and ovarian cancer, and that the proportion of cancer patients diagnosed at an early stage has not improved in the last 10 years. Expresses alarm that studies have shown that a 4-week delay in cancer treatment increases the risk of death by between 6 and 8%. Calls on the Minister of Health to make a concerted effort to drive down wait times, including through the delivery of additional capacity in health and social care trusts and the ambitious implementation of the elective care framework, and further calls on the Minister to expedite the delivery of a cancer research strategy for Northern Ireland.
Thank you. I call Diane Dodds to move the motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshal's list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Ms Dodds, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In introducing this debate today, I am aware that this is such a sensitive issue. A cancer diagnosis is life-altering for both the patient and their family. Life is changed in that instant of diagnosis. I know that the House will treat this debate with sensitivity and compassion. Neither is this motion meant to diminish the incredible work of the clinicians and all of those who work to provide care and support for those who are on a cancer journey. We know that patients receiving cancer care feel well supported by staff, and I want to put on record our thanks for their incredible work. Having said all of this, we should not shy away from hard facts in the hope that we will make diagnosis, treatment and outcomes better for cancer patients. We all know that cancer doesn't wait. Every day, 28 people are diagnosed with cancer in Northern Ireland. While patients are waiting, they may lose curative options or become too sick to withstand treatment. And this is a harsh reality for too many. Cancer statistics in Northern Ireland are startling. But in every statistic, there is a person, a mother, a daughter, a father, a son, or grandparents who are thrown into this scary world of cancer diagnosis and treatment. In the words of one woman who was diagnosed with cervical cancer and who campaigns here regularly, she said, "Cancer changes you." As I start this debate, I want this House to hear one woman's cancer journey. She is not a statistic, but a wife, a mother of young children. She is 41 years old. In January this year, she had a mammogram and all was clear. In June, she found a lump under her arm, had to wait to see her GP, and was red flagged on the 5th of July. On week 8 of this journey, after multiple phone calls, she received an outpatient appointment and had a mammogram, ultrasound and biopsy. On week 9, the 28th of August, she had a cancer diagnosis of stage 2/3 cancer. On week 10, she received a CT and an MRI. On week 12, a PET scan confirmed metastatic diagnosis. Her cancer was now stage 4 and had spread to her lungs. On week 15 in October, she started treatment. In total, she had to wait 112 days from her red flag referral to treatment. The target set by the department is 62 days. Unfortunately, hers is not the only story of its kind. It represents the devastating impact that delays to treatment can have. In the quarter up to June 2025, 840 patients, more than 2/3, waited longer than 62 days to start treatment. In comparison, in England, 69%, Scotland, 70% of patients were seen within 62 days. Our outcomes for 2 cancers are particularly startling. 31% of women diagnosed with ovarian cancer in Northern Ireland will not survive 1 year from diagnosis. For patients with pancreatic cancer, outcomes are worrying, where the majority of patients are diagnosed at stage 4. Too many cancers are diagnosed very late and through emergency admissions. 31.4% of stage 4 breast cancers are diagnosed via emergency admission. 56.7% of stage 4 lung cancers and 48.9% of stage 4 colorectal cancers are all diagnosed too late. I am conscious of the fact that cancer diagnoses in Northern Ireland are rising, but this is also the same for England and Scotland. And so, Minister, I would suggest that we are suffering from a long-term failure to plan for this predicted rise. And as a consequence, the wait for diagnosis and treatment has become longer, and therefore outcomes for patients poorer. The British Medical Journal records even a 4-week delay of cancer treatment is associated with increased mortality across surgical, systemic treatment and radiotherapy indications for 7 cancers, and advises that policies focused on minimising system-level delays to cancer treatment initiation could improve population-level survival outcomes. It also records that for 1,000 women with breast cancer, surgery delayed for 4 weeks would result in 10 additional deaths. An 8-week delay would equate to 20 additional deaths, and 12 weeks would see an additional 31 deaths. In light of the issues, Minister, of the delay with the regional breast cancer lists, this is a very serious issue when crystallised in this way by clinicians who operate in this field. Minister, your budget has a ring-fenced budget of 215 million for waiting lists, and this House needs to hear how this has been managed. How has the 85 million set aside for red flag cases been allocated? What is being done to identify patients most at risk due to long waits and prioritise them for diagnosis and treatment? What transformation resource is being deployed in the trusts to support waiting time recovery? And how are trust chief executives being held to account for trust performance? We would need to see every patient's cancer journey tracked and the most urgent prioritised. Is there an official in your department who has responsibility for these things? In terms of the rest of the 215 million, Minister, I know that 40 million was set aside for those who were waiting more than 4 years on a procedure. However, Minister, I have also been informed that 73.5 million has now been taken away from waiting list initiatives and has been allocated to the deficit. Is this accurate? And this House deserves a straight answer on this very important question. Personally, I think that it is incredible to think that money designed to tackle the most appalling waiting lists could be used in this way. And I say this with the full acknowledgement that the health budget is in significant difficulty. 73.5 million taken away from waiting lists would be a very serious breach with the people of Northern Ireland. And I hope, Minister, that you can clarify this for me and that you will answer specifically to this in your remarks. Minister, cancer waiting times, such as we have in Northern Ireland, would not be tolerated in England, and they should not be tolerated here. Sadly, I sometimes think that we've become numbed by waiting lists, the difficulty in getting the right and timely diagnosis, and all the hurdles that health bureaucracy seems to put in our way. And we need to see system improvements here. Many patients that I talk to are grateful for the care they receive when they get into the system. But as this debate shows, the real difficulty is in that initial diagnosis and treatment. What is the plan, Minister? Because it would be morally indefensible to go on as we are. Will you complete a demand capacity analysis so that money can be properly directed? Will you demand that trusts submit improvement plans for backlog clearance and show plans to deal with future demand? And will you ensure that the long-term sustainability of cancer services is a priority on the agenda of the Health Department? I know that everyone in this chamber wants to see better services for cancer patients. Cancer can touch all of our lives, but too many people are struggling to access services. And waiting lists are, as Mark Taylor suggested as he took up his new post, a national scandal. So it is time, Minister, for action and system reform. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Philip McGuigan to move the amendment. Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind on the amendment. All other speakers of the debate will have 5 minutes. Mr McGuigan, please open the debate on the amendment.
Last Concollier, and I want to thank the members opposite for bringing forward the debate today. I know we had a similar discussion on cancer waiting times in May, but this is such an important issue that I think it's right and proper that we continue to keep a focus on it until such times as these shocking figures improve and cancer patients here in the North get better outcomes. The statistics associated and impacts for cancer patients in the North are truly shocking and well outside clinically safe standards. And I don't want to use all my 10 minutes reeling off statistics, but some I think are worthy of highlighting. From the quarter from April to June 2025, 67% of patients waited longer than the desired 62 days to start treatment for cancer following an urgent GP referral for suspected cancer. So that's 2 out of every 3 patients waiting longer than they should. And whilst the performance on the 31-day to treatment target appears better, I am mindful that this is 31 days from diagnosis, but 31 days from the decision to treat. More imaging, biopsies, etc. may be needed to be completed before the decision to treat is made, and it would be important to understand if there are additional delays at this point. In the quarter ending June 2025, there were 1,947 patients seen by a breast cancer specialist following an urgent referral for suspected breast cancer in the Belfast Northern and South Eastern Trusts. Of those, only 6.6 patients were seen within 14 days of their urgent referral for breast cancer. A truly shocking figure. As I said before, during similar debates, the statistics are shocking, but they account for real people, our friends and our family members. And the delays they are facing, either for diagnosis or treatment, are impacting directly on their outcomes, their quality of life, indeed their chances of survival. And whilst the information we have available paints a dire picture, what we don't know might actually make it worse. For example, we don't know how much longer than the 62 days patients ended up waiting for treatment. Additionally, the 62-day target measures red flag referrals, but not all patients are diagnosed via this route. Some come through A&E, some through screening, and others through secondary care appointments. How long are they waiting for treatment, and why are they not counted? Additional data, in my view, is required, and further questions need to be asked. completely concur with the questions that Diane has asked, and further to those, and the Minister may not be able to provide answers this evening, but I would be asking if the size of the backlog of each trust for each speciality could be published, as well as the average and longest length of waiting time, and if a region and trust specific demand capacity analysis has been done to understand the extent of the problem. With regard to the amendment, Collier, we feel that whilst tackling capacity and reforming elective care are essential to addressing the waiting times crisis, we must also fully harness the potential for cross-border cancer care collaboration. Doing so can expand access to clinical trials, strengthen diagnostic capacity, enhance research quality and innovation, and create more integrated treatment pathways, all of which can contribute directly to improved patient outcomes and survival rates. The Good Friday Agreement recognised that cancer is a shared challenge. The Memorandum of Understanding agreed a year after its signing between the North, South and US Cancer Institute in relation to cancer research and cancer care has not only led to greater and more impactful collaboration in terms of both the quantity and quality of the research outputs, it has also led to over 40,000 patients being involved in cancer clinical trials, potentially saving thousands of lives. Building on that consortium, the All-Ireland Cancer Research Institute has brought together 10 universities on the island of Ireland to work together in developing a framework for cancer research and sharing expertise across this island. Given our small population size, the case for working collaboratively on an all-Ireland basis is clear. Many clinical trials require large numbers of eligible patients, so this is particularly important for people with rare cancers. Joint infrastructure reduces duplication, cut costs, and allows for a more effective use of resources. Shared training opportunities and access to specialist expertise could strengthen capacity across the system, and we already see the success of cross-border radiotherapy provision in the Northwest Cancer Centre in Altnagalvin, where patients from Donegal have been receiving timely treatment close to home. Access to life-saving healthcare should not be considered by the boundaries of the system, but rather the closest facility possible. Lascan Collier, can I commend cancer research and all the other cancer organisations for their ongoing efforts to highlight the impact of delays in cancer treatment and diagnosis. As I said earlier, it's important to remember in this and all debates that the figures we're discussing today are not just statistics, they equate to real people whose lives are placed at greater risk because our system is failing to treat cancer with the urgency it demands. Any delay in diagnosis or treatment has the potential to impact on both physical and mental health, and we are acutely aware now of the importance of catching and treating cancer earlier to improve outcomes. Awareness-raising campaigns encouraging us all to be alert for early indications of certain types of cancer have been very effective, and opportunities for screening for people with symptoms, without symptoms, continue to grow and have no doubt helped to save lives. So it's important then that this is followed up with timely intervention. We are now into the third year of a 10-year cancer strategy. Progress is happening, but it is nowhere near fast enough. We need to see the Minister building on the recommendations in that strategy, which has a key role to play in improving diagnostics, treatment options and ultimately patient outcomes. We also need to see the publication of the cancer research strategy, and hopefully the Minister will advise us on this during his contribution. We need a dynamic, responsive research strategy that is essential if we are to reverse the trends we are confronting today. It's important that the issues identified in the Auditor General's report concerning the condition of imaging equipment, including MRI and CT scanners, are fully resolved. Reliable, modern imaging systems are a critical component of any effective diagnostic pathway. But where improvements and progress to reduce waiting times are being made, it should be acknowledged that the Rapid Diagnosis Centre and mega clinics, and I welcome the additional 10 million allocated towards these clinics and the commitment to invest in red flag and time-critical services, capacity building and clearing the backlog. But, Lascan Collier, there is a long way to go and patients cannot continue to be failed.
Thank you. Call Nuala McAllister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the proposers for bringing forward this motion today. I think it is important that we have our eye on this, and given the The waiting list statistics for cancer come out every quarter. I think it is often important to have it raised in this chamber and at Health Committee. We will be supporting the motion and the amendment today. Waiting times, I think we all agree, are a national shame, and it is no better evidence than through the impact and the lives that has on our individuals. But I think it is very important, like the previous speakers, to highlight just the hard work and the compassion that our health service workers actually provide to those who have been diagnosed and who are awaiting a diagnosis of cancer. Treatment is essential, but so also is research. And I also want to pay tribute to the many hard-working individuals who have the innovative skills to work in a hard climate here in Northern Ireland, competing across the world to ensure that Northern Ireland has its footing on clinical trials and moving into the future. We have a target here of at least 98% of patients diagnosed with cancer receiving their first definitive treatment within 31 days of a decision to treat. In the quarter April to June of this year, only 87% of patients began their treatment for that 31-day period. The 31-day period is not the only significant target. We also have the 62-day target of referral from a GP with suspected cancer to begin their first definitive treatment. And we have only 32% of patients that began the treatment. In England and Scotland, which sits at 67% and 69%, it's evident that we are falling behind, and it's not acceptable. As if this wasn't concerning enough on its own, Cancer Research UK highlights that we don't actually know the true scale of the problem, because the statistics from the Department of Health don't tell us how many patients are still waiting beyond the 62-day period, nor do they tell us exactly how many patients are waiting. One of the issues that we have been raising many times in this chamber is around the impact that the rollout of Encompass has had on this analysis of statistics. Often we have waited for the publication from many trusts to hear that there are issues with this rollout scheme. However, I would appreciate if the Minister can provide us with an update on when we can expect all trusts to have completed the full rollout, so that we no longer have to wait on the full statistics. I think whilst we're talking about the importance of that data to be able to collect, analyse and scrutinise from our perspective here in the Assembly, data is also important for those clinicians and academics working in the field of research. As a member of the Health Committee, I and many of my colleagues have been approached by many organisations around the use of secondary data and what they can do to actually process it, and the fact that they often cannot get their hands. I appreciate that there's issues when it comes to data sharing. I appreciate that there's privacy, confidentiality issues, and I also appreciate that there are issues with sharing that data to external providers. But I do hope that we can move into a system where we can share data on an appropriate basis to actually enable and encourage that innovation. We all know the delay and the impact of receiving treatment can have on cancer patients. The proposer of the motion spoke about our constituent regarding breast cancer referral, and I think that many of us in the chamber would actually share the sadness at that and the frustration, and knowing how that can impact your private and family life. We need to get to a position where those who are waiting have communication, because we understand that the health service is under pressure. But whenever you're waiting for that yes or no diagnosis and you don't know what your future can look like, silence is worse than waiting. And it's important that we do up our game when it comes to communication. I also want to focus on the issue of research today. The Minister has, in the previous motion, I believe, that was back in June, focused on the progress that we have made, and it is important for all of us across the chamber to point on that with regards to the North West Cancer Centre in Altnagelvin, the Shared Island Fund being the main proposer of that. I think it is important that this amendment therefore focuses on cross-border collaboration, a reason why we are supporting it, because health doesn't know borders. But we also must pay tribute to the Peter Johnson Centre, working with Queen's University and Cancer Research, because without those people and the clinicians doing that work, we wouldn't have the better outcomes for our clinicians and medical practitioners, but actually deliver the treatment.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Few issues brought before this House carry the same priority or urgency as cancer care. As we all know, cancer is a disease that can thrive in vacuum, and that is why every step possible should be taken to stamp down on avoidable delays in diagnosis. And has been said, every postponed treatment represents not just a statistic, but a person. And so it is for them that we must approach this discussion with the seriousness and focus it deserves. From the outset, I want to acknowledge the work not just within the department, but across senior clinical leadership that is underway on not just sustaining but improving cancer services. The cancer strategy is something every member should get behind, that no matter where patients may live in Northern Ireland, that they should have equitable, timely access to world-class cancer referral, diagnosis, treatment and person-centred care. That is not an aspiration, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is a necessity. But as has so often been discussed in this chamber, we must also be honest with ourselves. The gap between the ambition of the strategy and the resources currently available is significant. The strategy anticipated recurrent funding approaching £55 million by year 4 and rising further over the decade. Today, the Minister is working with just over £10 million. It is a credit to our healthcare staff that good progress has been made in such trying circumstances. As I said, cancer waiting times in particular must be addressed with a renewed sense of urgency. The Minister has often acknowledged in the past, and also likely and rightly again today, that too many people are waiting beyond the targets and far beyond what any of us would be willing to tolerate. Whilst that is undoubtedly the case, I think it is also important that we look at the broader data, and thankfully our outcomes would suggest that patients are still receiving, on the whole, the high quality of care and treatments that they require. That's important for us to emphasise because patients and their families deserve that encouragement and hope. But of course, every single delay is one too many, not least because early treatment saves lives, early diagnosis saves lives, and removing avoidable delays can quite literally save lives. I very much welcome the elective care framework and the implementation plan that has directed substantial funding, £85 million, into red flag and time-critical care. This is evidence of a system that is trying within its constraints to do what is right. The targeted investments in endoscopy, diagnostics, systemic anti-cancer therapy and cancer nursing capacity are all steps in the right direction. As has been shown through the publication of the most recent reports, we can see that these focused investments are beginning to have a real impact. Waiting lists for endoscopy have been reduced dramatically. Rapid diagnostic centres are streamlining care for patients whose symptoms do not point clearly to one cancer type, but whose need for swift assessment is no less urgent. The expansion of CT and MRI capacity, not just at the RDCs, but also at other acute sites, also is helping the system reduce some of the longest waits on record. As has been mentioned, there was a decision earlier this year to move to a regional breast assessment list, and whilst it was never going to be easy, it was still the right thing to do. The waiting times for breast assessment that rightly concerned us at the end of the summer are now beginning to show significant improvement. And importantly, the new approach has ended the wholly intolerable postcode lottery for patients, including for my constituents in the South Eastern Trust, who had previously faced some of the longest waits. Finally, Mr Speaker, the motion understandably references the cancer research strategy. The idea was to publish it earlier this year, but as the Minister has rightly said, he wanted much more than a plan for a plan's sake. And so it was the right thing to do to take time to get it right, and importantly, to gain its support of the wider research community. So in conclusion, Mr Speaker, this is an important debate on an important issue. Progress has been made, but we can all see there's still much to do. And I would like to certainly place on record our appreciation and thanks to all the medical staff who provide care and comfort to people suffering from this insidious disease. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In speaking to today's motion, I do so with a deep sense of empathy for every single family across the North who has faced the fear, the uncertainty and the anguish that a cancer diagnosis brings. And I'm particularly thinking of one family that just got bad news yesterday. So behind every statistic in this debate is a person waiting for news, a family and friends that are pacing corridors, communities holding its breath. And it is for them that this Assembly must act with urgency and unity. The motion outlines what we already know to be true. Our waiting times are unacceptable and they're costing lives.
I thank the member for giving way. It's obviously a very emotional issue for you, given the news you've just heard. We in the SDLP are fully behind this motion and want to see the elimination of delays in relation to accessing cancer services. And fundamental to that is adopting an all-island approach. Just last week, a constituent of mine, Fergal Sherry, went bravely on BBC Radio and told the story of his wife, Catherine, contracting cancer and the diagnosis, and how they told their 3 young sons, and it was blood cancer, and the treatment that was necessary to treat the cancer was CAR T cell therapy, and the Minister knows all about it, where the family were forced to travel to London to get access to treatment, and it would have been so much easier if that treatment had been available in Dublin. And we've pressed the Minister on multiple occasions that an all-island approach must be adopted to cancer care, and that would be better for everybody involved. So thank the member for giving way.
Thank you. Only around 1/3 of patients urgently referred with suspected cancer begin treatment within 62-day target. For breast cancer, just 6.6% of urgent referrals were seen within 14 days in the most recent quarter. And since actually regional transformation of these services have taken place, the Western Trust referrals waiting list time has actually increased quite significantly, and that is devastating news for my constituents. And we have the lowest one-year survival rates for ovarian and pancreatic cancer anywhere in these islands. These delays mean later diagnosis, more invasive treatment, poor outcomes, and tragically lives lost that could have been saved. We cannot allow this to continue. But Speaker, while we confront the scale of the problem, we must also acknowledge that solutions do exist if we choose to grasp them. Cancer does not recognise borders, and neither should the response. Each day, people from Derry, from Fermanagh, from Newry, and right across into the Republic, go right across into the Republic for treatment, and they do so because they cannot wait and because cooperation works. We have already seen the success of the North West Cancer Centre, and it is truly first in its class, treating patients from Donegal, demonstrating that shared services improve outcomes for everyone. We should be expanding that collaborative model, shared diagnostic capacity, cross-border workforce planning, joint investment in specialist services, and fully utilising the EU-UK pathways that still allow structured health cooperation on this island. When the nearest radiologist, the fastest diagnostic slot, or the most appropriate surgeon is 20 minutes across the border, the question should never be, is this jurisdictionally tidy? The question should be, is this in the best interest of the patient? Because patients deserve a system that meets them with compassion, not complexity. To the Minister, I say this: the cancer strategy sets the right direction, but without sustained funding, without workforce planning, and without radical reform of diagnostic services, it will remain a plan on a page. We need rapid diagnostic centres operating at full capacity, meaningful investment in imaging, and a real strategy for recruitment and retention, including cooperation with our neighbours who face many of the same challenges. This is not an attack on the Minister at all, because we know he is working under constrained budgets. But we need the culture within the Executive to reflect the desire for meaningful change for the better. Colleagues, cancer is a disease that demands urgency. The studies tell us that a 4-week delay in treatment increases the risk of death by up to 8%. Every additional week is a week too long. So, Deputy Speaker, it is our task to meet this moment with empathy, with ambition, and with partnership north, south, east and west. The people we serve deserve nothing less. I support the motion and I support the amendment.
Thank you. Caller Leah Flynn.
I'll ask Collia, and I also welcome the chance to speak on this important issue. As has been said, cancer impacts every one of us, those of us in this chamber today, and the families that we represent within our constituencies. I want to reiterate that cancer waiting times are not an abstract policy issue, but they're sleepless nights and anxious weeks while people and their loved ones are left wondering whether they're going to live or die. And it was that silence that Nuala had talked about, when people are waiting in that silence and that unknown as to the future. And I'm sorry to see Sinead get obviously very upset there from whatever she's going through at the minute. Sorry to see that. I know the last time that we were debating the issue of cancer in the Assembly chamber, whether it was late May or early June, but I wasn't able even to take part in the debate because my own mother's just come through a breast cancer diagnosis and treatment. So I get that it's very, I'm sure, very personal to every single one of us in one way or another. And then also to all of the families and the individuals that we're representing. So it's a very, very current, raw and difficult issue to deal with and even to talk about. So thanks to the DUP for bringing the motion in the first instance, and hopefully the amendment will be able to get some cross-party support here tonight as well, just to make some improvements, because we know that across the north we're simply not seeing people quickly enough. And although many people and many families are very lucky to receive the gold standard care, the life-saving care, and they make it through to the other side, and people are very, very thankful and grateful for that. But we know that even the case that Diane spoke about, one of her constituents, we're sadly not catching everyone, and there's still people that are waiting outside of those timelines where their diagnosis and their treatment should have started much, much quicker and potentially saved their lives. It was mentioned already around the international evidence, and even just that 4-week delay in treatment can increase the death by between 6 and 8%. And we even heard just those the breakdown of the numbers that Diane provided. Every one of those figures is someone that's lost their life that, potentially mightn't have been in that situation. So I thought even that was powerful, just listening to that breakdown. That's what we're dealing with. And then maybe just to bring it back a wee bit to West Belfast and my own constituency. I know that we've done meetings previously around, and it's something more specific, but even with the screening for the HPV in particular and the vaccinations. And again, I suppose it's all of us trying to give that plug to every one of our constituents, all of the local groups, where there is any potential vaccines that can help prevent cancers or can, pick them up earlier. Please get them. It's the right thing to do. And then it means that you'll hopefully not be in that situation at the other end of the health service where you're requiring treatment to treat your cancer. But I know in the Belfast Trust, the HPV uptake for girls is sitting only around 72%. And the World Health Organization recommends by the age of 15 that should be at 90%. So we know that there's ways and means that we're falling behind at the minute, where we could be potentially getting more people vaccinated, screened at an earlier point, and then that means they're not coming into the system with a diagnosis of cancer later down the line. So certainly from a West Belfast point of view, I will try and push that and promote that locally to try and get the uptake of that particular vaccine, hopefully get an increase in that uptake. But we know that the prevention stuff alone isn't going to fix it, and it's a whole series of measures that we need to put in place. And then obviously our own party amendment is speaking about the all-island approach. I know there was a discussion at the North-South Interparliamentary Association up here at Stormont last week. I think Linda might give us a wee bit of an update on that. But the all-island stuff just speaks for itself. In terms of if it's the right thing to do, then let's do it. If it's going to save a life, then let's do it. And Philip already mentioned some of the good practice with the North West Cancer Centre at Altnagelvin. So if we can build on any of that, then please just let's do it. I know it's not as simple as that, and all of this takes funding and collaboration and hard work, but hopefully following today's motion we can move closer to that point. Gora Milgit.
Call down for side.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And sadly, cancer touches the lives of most people in Northern Ireland in some form, with 1 in 2 of us will have cancer in our lifetimes. Cancer services are essential, and there are many amazing healthcare staff and voluntary and community sector organisations providing a range of care and support. However, the excellent work going on does not hide the fact that we must see transformation in cancer outcomes and stabilisation in cancer waiting times. The people waiting on cancer referrals and treatment are all people that we know. They're waiting anxiously for answers and clarity about what's happening to their body. The issues span a wide range. We don't have high enough awareness of various types of cancers and their symptoms, of what to look out for or what screening is available. And our motion highlights that in Northern Ireland we have the lowest one-year pancreatic and ovarian cancer survival rate in the UK, and this is horrifying. A former colleague of mine, Stephen McCormick, recently lost his wife Julie to ovarian cancer, and he has been campaigning tirelessly ever since to raise awareness of the symptoms for others in memory of his Julie. Often, as with many issues in women's health, the concerns are not well known. Issues are cast aside, put down to other things and not taken seriously, but it's so important to raise awareness to help increase early detection and improve the outcomes for patients. It is truly horrifying that 31% of women in Northern Ireland diagnosed with ovarian cancer will not survive a year. Awareness of breast cancer is somewhat lacking too, as screening is not in place through the NHS until women are 50. It's a common misconception that it's a disease for older women, but that's completely wrong, and awareness of how to check for lumps needs to be increased. My colleague Joanne Bunting, MLA, has strongly spoken out and shared her own experience to try to raise awareness of this and encourage women to check. In my own constituency, a neighbour of mine, Natalie Charlton, has spoken out so bravely on her experiences this year as a young mum of 2 in her mid-30s, had a shock breast cancer diagnosis this year, surgery and treatment. Natalie has been a huge factor in raising awareness of breast cancer in the Mournes area, and actually has had the Action Cancer big bus out in Ballymartin today. Such has been her dedication to raising awareness and helping others. She's truly inspiring. We hear so many of these stories of individuals raising awareness through their own experiences, and of local charities throughout the voluntary community sector providing much of these services and support. All of this is so welcome, but we need to see more from our Central Department of Health in leading the way. As well as increasing awareness, we need to acknowledge some of the barriers of accessing GPs in Northern Ireland, with the Audit Office reporting on this, and in Public Accounts Committee we have a live inquiry where there's been huge public interest, where people cannot access their GPs to raise their concerns and symptoms. They can't get into the system to begin with to even get that diagnosis or initial referral. Some will give up on trying to get that appointment. For those who do, they face further delays. As Diane Dodds outlined, the Department of Health has set a target that at least 95% of patients with an urgent referral for suspicion of cancer must start treatment within 62 days. The 62-day to treatment target has never been met, and performance continues to decline. This is terrible. I often have constituents in touch with me in absolute despair at this regularly. A 4-week delay in cancer treatment is associated with increased mortality. For surgery, it's a 6 to 8% increase in the risk of death for every 4-week delay. These numbers are horrific, and as has been said, they are not just numbers, these are people's lives. They are people that we know, people we love, and sometimes they're even ourselves. Northern Ireland is lagging behind other nations. Are we now numb to such shocking statistics that they pass us by, or have we decided that it's just the way that it is? Too many patients are still waiting too long for diagnosis and treatment. This Assembly must do better, and we need to hear some answers today from the Minister on how he will proceed. Northern Ireland needs cancer waiting time stabilisation and a recovery plan that learns from what other regions of the United Kingdom have done to turn this around. Everyone in the Chamber will be united in wanting all cancer patients in Northern Ireland to have the highest quality of treatment and outcomes. Cancer services in Northern Ireland need to improve. People deserve better.
Thank you. Danny Donnelly.
Deputy Speaker. In 2008, the Department of Health set a target that 95% of patients must begin treatment within 62 days of an urgent GP referral for suspected cancer. In June 2008, we were close, achieving 88% compliance rate. By June 2025, that figure had collapsed to just 33%. In 2008, the target was that 100% of breast cancer patients would be seen within 14 days following an urgent referral. In June 2008, this was delivered for 99% of patients. By December 2024, that promise was broken for the majority, with only 30% of patients being seen within this target time. And we have heard of the risks of delayed diagnosis. These are not statistics, they are the stark evidence of almost 20 years of systemic failure. The people affected are our friends, our family and our neighbours. I recently spoke with a constituent who was a young mum who had been red flagged by her GP and was told she had a 10-week wait for an urgent breast assessment. Imagine the stress of that 10 weeks while knowing that the target was 2 weeks. We often hear the phrase, change doesn't happen overnight, but neither does this kind of neglect or dilapidation. This is a pattern of continually losing the sight of real priorities. The evidence is not ambiguous, and the question now is not whether the system is failing, it's what we intend to do about it. What we need now is focus on early diagnosis, focus on shortening treatment waits, focus on building the workforce we require, and focus on ensuring investment is aligned with need. Delivering better cancer outcomes is achievable, and embracing an all-Ireland approach offers the opportunity to improve the availability of services. I recently attended the North-South Interparliamentary Association plenary session, where one of the topics under discussion was cross-border cancer care. We heard that while our regions operate distinct systems, our progress and challenges in cancer care are strikingly similar. Crucially, cross-border collaboration is not a theory, it's a proven model. Existing successes, including the Northwest Cancer Centre at Altnagelvin, radiotherapy sharing, joint research and integrated care pathways, demonstrate that cooperation is a feasible and essential path to building resilient cancer services for all citizens of this island. We have previously heard in this chamber about the sad death of a young mum, Catherine Sherry, who was severely immunocompromised while travelling to London for treatment, which is available in Dublin. Reports of an All-Ireland Cancer Research Institute and the Cancer Summit endorse this plan, highlighting the unique potential to leverage health data to save lives, to drive innovation and to become a global leader in oncology research. We must seize opportunities that allow us to move away from the 2 decades of failure and give us the chance to provide better services, better outcomes and a system that the people of Northern Ireland can rely on in their time of need. This must go hand in hand with addressing the dignity of survivors. We must also ensure that a person who has survived cancer is not discriminated against by other systems. I refer specifically to the right to be forgotten, which was highlighted recently at the Cancer APG chaired by Stuart Dixon. This is a principle that ensures that cancer survivors can ensure to return to a productive life without facing financial discrimination just because they have been through a serious illness, and research suggests that this should be after 5 years. There is so much work to be done to restore faith in our systems and deliver for those who have faced or are facing cancer. We need to start somewhere, and this is our opportunity to stop managing decline and start building something that works. Thank you.
Paul Stuart Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, as chair of the all-party group on cancer and as a cancer survivor, I welcome this debate this evening. For all our political differences in this place, cancer is not a party political issue. It's about people. People waiting, worried and often afraid to ask how long they can afford to wait. Today I'm asking that the political will of this chamber is brought to bear on the Minister and the Department. Whatever it takes, north, south, east, west, cancer simply cannot wait. I have brought people to this assembly. Isla Gear from Scotland, who presented her pancreatic cancer petition in memory of her late brother. My constituent, whose niece has terminal brain cancer. Time, Mr. Speaker, is everything. Evidence shows that many cancers of a delay of just 4 weeks in starting treatment increases the risk of death by 6 to 8%. Behind every percentage point in these statistics, there are lives that are shortened, families changed and opportunities for cure lost. Shamefully, Northern Ireland has one of the worst cancer waiting times in the United Kingdom. We're not diagnosing quickly enough and we're not treating soon enough. Cancer Research UK estimates that between July 24 and June 25, for red flag referrals alone, which account for 1/3 of cancer cases, 35,000 people in Northern Ireland didn't start their treatment on time. With regards to targets, we do not really know the true scale of the backlog and, more importantly, the human cost. This is simply unacceptable. Cancer also remains the largest killer by disease of children and young people in Northern Ireland. Our one-year survival rate are also the lowest in the United Kingdom for both pancreatic and ovarian cancers. The proportion of people diagnosed at an early stage has not improved for over 10 years. For too many families, the tragic fact is that the first certainty they get is that it's already too late. Our clinicians work tirelessly, and I can certainly attest to those nurses and doctors and oncologists who looked after me. But they're operating in a system that was built for a population that no longer exists. There are many bottlenecks. Imaging, endoscopy, capacity and overstretched pathology services serious gaps in our workforce in oncology and radiology and in specialist nursing. Many of our imaging systems are quite simply clapped out. 16% of scanners are already obsolete, and that number is rising. Some of the machines diagnosing cancer today in Northern Ireland have been in service since before some of our doctors left secondary school. The department allocates only £3 million a year for equipment. Although there is a real need for replacement, the cost is somewhere near £25 million. That's not just an inefficiency, it's unsafe and it's unfair. We also hear about the postponed Northern Ireland Imaging Academy as a permanent solution, but there's no confirmation, no funding and no timetable. Without investment in scanners, in training and workforce development, we cannot fix waiting times. All of this must be treated as a core part of our cancer strategy rather than an afterthought. There has been progress. The opening of rapid diagnostic centres in White Abbey and South Tyrone are welcome. The new regional breast cancer service pooling resources across trusts shows how joined-up care can work. But pilots and patches to the system cannot repair it and still are delivering a firefighting mode rather than a delivery mode. Cancer Research UK is clear that improvement is possible. With a focus on clinical safety, with a whole system approach that stabilises services, and while investing strategically in capacity, the situation can be turned around. A coordinated path with clear governance and realistic future funding is essential. Ultimately, the Health Minister must commit to substantial improvement, overall cancer rates, and put in place a roadmap to achieve that. Deputy Speaker, cancer can't wait. It is fixable if the Minister has the will to fix it, and this Assembly and the Executive is behind him in delivering that. It's time for us all to stand up to cancer. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge the significance of members speaking and pay tribute to Sinead. I think it's our friend or our family member, and I wish him the best. And Orlea's mother as well. Glad to hear she's got the good news, and I just want to acknowledge that in the debate, Deputy Speaker. Also, it would be remiss, whilst I don't know the person, not to mention Ernie Irvine, who's obviously on the front page of the Irish News, I think, today, who is somebody from, I think, Fermanagh, but was forced to wait 50 hours, I think, at the weekend in Altnagavin Hospital in ED, despite having cancer, which is completely unacceptable, and best wishes to him also. Our cancer waiting times, as people have said, Deputy Speaker, are by far the worst across these islands and getting worse by the day. And prevention, early diagnosis and fast treatment are life-saving. This is quite literally life and death, as people have indicated. The longer people wait for diagnosis and treatment, the more opportunities for treatment that are obviously missed. And the BMJ, the British Medical Journal, estimates that a 4-week delay results in a 6 to 8% increase risk of death, which not to be too dramatic or flippant about it, but can be a death sentence for so many people. Cancer research, that people have said, says that 3,500 people in the last year with red flag referral didn't get their treatment on time, and members obviously have said that, but I think it's worth repeating that shocking point. These are people with the most serious urgent cases of suspected cancer, and the 62-day target from referral to first treatment has never been met in full since it was introduced in 2008. And right now, less than a third of patients in the north are being treated within 62 days. Scotland and England, it's around 70%, so we're way behind, obviously. Missing the 62-day target is just the tip of the iceberg, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It only includes GP red flag referrals, doesn't include screening, non-urgent referrals or emergency department presentations. We don't have access to some very basic but important information, including how long people are waiting from diagnosis to treatment. And I've been made aware of one case involving a man red flagged for prostate cancer in January, only started his treatment this month in November, and it seems that he will be needing a year for treatment. And how different would his outcome be if treated on time? At the bare minimum, Deputy Speaker, the Department should regularly publish more comprehensive data on waiting times. I don't know who could disagree with that, as well as disaggregated data on children and young people and women with broader cancer statistics. This is crucial to understand the reasons for delays and what's being done to fix them. Children and young people also need mention in this debate. 125 children and young people under the age of 25 are diagnosed with cancer each year in the north, and Young Lives versus Cancer reports that most young people don't tend to wait a long time from diagnosis to treatment, but there are significant delays in even getting a diagnosis after first presenting to health services. Too many children and young people, indeed people of all ages, face an uphill battle for their health concerns to be treated seriously to get referral or diagnosis. Too many cancers are diagnosed in an emergency setting, and only 42% of people diagnosed with cancer in emergency departments survive beyond a year, which they shouldn't be diagnosed, obviously, in these places. We do need quicker access to high quality cancer services and a better experience of diagnosis. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we need wraparound support for people facing a cancer diagnosis, including counselling and mental health services, as well as financial support. The cost of practical but essential things like travel and accommodation should never be a barrier to getting cancer treatment, but unfortunately is. Children and young people travel around twice as far and spend twice as much as other older adults with cancer, and there just being one principal treatment centre in the north in Belfast, and only 8% of families receive support, Deputy Speaker, for travel costs. It's simply not good enough and puts an additional strain on low-income families who already are dealing with a devastating cancer diagnosis. Cancer obviously affects us all, rich or poor, but the burden isn't distributed evenly. Shockingly, cancer rates are 60%. Death rates are 60% higher for people living in the most deprived areas, certainly in the UK and probably across the islands. There are 78 extra cancer deaths due to deprivation each and every day. Nobody should face a greater risk of dying from cancer simply because of where they live. We need the department to work together with local communities to prevent the causes of cancer and spot signs at the earliest possible stages. Interventions like smoking cessation clinics and targeted lung screening programs will help, but ultimately we need to deal with the health inequalities and the gross wealth inequality that the Minister has alluded to, but I think we need to see action for that to eliminate health inequalities and treat cancer. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, before we move on, I from the Chair would like to pay tribute to those who shared their experiences and indeed their feelings in that debate as they go about their work to represent others on these issues. I now call the Minister of Health to respond to the Minister. You have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I begin by echoing your sentiments with thanks to all the speakers, but particularly those who shared highly personal experiences. I often say all healthcare is personal, but I think particularly so when it comes to a condition like cancer. And I'm kind of heartened because I get a sense that nobody thinks that the workforce in health and social care are anything other than fully focused and committed and dedicated to doing better in terms of timely outcomes. But let's cut to the chase. It always comes back to funding. We've got a cancer strategy. Since 2024-25 financial year, 10.6 million has been invested recurrently into the implementation of that strategy. 10.6 million, it's not an insignificant sum of money, but it is when the strategy funding plan assumed a recurrent investment of 55.7 by year 4, and by year 10, the final year, £145 million. So gently I say to members, if you accept the validity of the strategy and you support the strategy, can you accept that the budget for health should be based on objective need and not on a crude percentage of the executive pot? Because there is this significant gap in available funding, and that stands up against what's required to ensure the implementation of that strategy. So it's simply not possible to deliver all the activity envisaged under the strategy with 10.6 million currently allocated. And I've gone on record before, along with other key areas of health and social care, it requires substantial additional investment. And Mr Dixon mentioned some of the capital costs for machinery. Some of that machinery is really creaking. In fact, there's one machine that needs replaced absolutely urgently. And it's over a very important area. So, within that context, of course, I want to acknowledge cancer patients are waiting far too long. It's not something anybody in the department is taking lightly. The performance waiting times are clearly unacceptable. I won't rehearse them, many members have. But starting treatment within a targeted time frame from diagnosis is so important to deliver the best outcomes we have and increase the likelihood of a successful treatment. So yeah, I want to reduce waiting times across the system. I want to embed the changes which will lead to those better outcomes. And as part of that, a revised elective care framework was published in May of last year. It set out a five-year roadmap to reduce waiting times. And if fully funded, the actions will help close the demand capacity gap and tackle those long waiting lists. So in line with the programme for government, the Executive earmarked funding in the Department's budget for 2025-26 to support waiting list activities. And Mrs Dodds mentioned the breakdown, and I will get into more detail on that. But Mrs Dodds said that the Executive ring-fenced 215. In fact, if you check the paperwork, particularly coming out of the Department of Finance, it was up to 215. And it was broken down into three pots: 85 million for red flag and urgent, 80 million to build capacity, and 50 million to tackle the waiting lists. And only that 50 million was new. The other money was ring-fenced. But the 80 million for building capacity, it was made clear by the Department of Finance from the get-go that that was not ring-fenced and that they would look at alternative uses if we didn't feel we could spend it in a timely manner in this financial year, or that there was something even more significant to be done. And the really significant thing, as the member will know, is the existing gap, which we have down from 600 million to a lot lower than that. But I still have very real concerns that we will not balance the budget by the 31st of March. So she is right to say that over 70 million of that 80 million is going against the deficit. Now, the Elective Care Framework Implementation Plan, published in May of this year, details how the money will be spent: 85 million for red flag cancer. That funding, not new, as I say, and it has to be redirected from other areas of healthcare. The ECF plan describes a combination of measures to tackle our waiting lists, including maximising the existing infrastructure, the expansion of core capacity in a range of specialties, and partnership working with the independent sector. And notably for cancer services, there has been investment. So to Mrs Dodds' question, endoscopy, 13 million has been devoted. And that should resource sessions to cover all on-commission sessions by March of 2026, followed by subsequent expansion into evening and weekend working thereafter. 12 million has gone on diagnostics, potentially delivering continuous multi-annual expansion of CT and MRI sessions, and that's up to March of 2029. And then multiple specialties, including urology, breast, dermatology and gynecology, will receive investment to reduce waiting times for red flag and time-critical patients. Systemic anti-cancer therapy, SACT funding, will close the long-standing 20% gap against haematology-oncology stabilisation plans, supporting improved performance against that 62-day target. We're also increasing the number of cancer nurse specialists, posts that are absolutely essential to supporting patients, ensuring every individual receives expert guidance and continuity of care throughout their journey. Recognising the need to make services more accessible, we're funding the expansion of phlebotomy hubs across Northern Ireland. This will allow patients to receive essential blood work closer to home, help reduce pressure in cancer centres, and streamlining access to SACT clinics. And then the third sector, $1 million allocated this financial year for a new Cancer Charities Grants Scheme. I give way.
And I very much appreciate the comment that you made around the improvement and the additional number of cancer nurse specialists that will come online. And while I appreciate the department is funding that, does the Minister recognise that without support from the charitable sector, from organisations like Action Cancer and organisations like the Friends of the Cancer Centre at the Belfast City Hospital, that we wouldn't have as many CNSs as we do?
I absolutely recognise it, not just in terms of nurses, but the entire gamut of work that they provide. Cancer Focus, I was in Enniskillen for the opening of their new drop-in centre, which has proved, I think, at least as successful as they imagined. And I've got to say, when they first briefed me about it, I thought, are they being ambitious? Well, no, they weren't. They knew their market, and cancer charities know their market and who they serve and what they need. So since April of this year, more than 122,000 red flag or time-critical patients have been seen, diagnosed or treated across the Trust, and also through partnerships with the independent sector. Based on current plans, this figure is expected to rise to around 226,725 patients. I think that demonstrates the scale and ambition of our response to try and ensure quicker access for those requiring time-critical care. It doesn't solve the problem, but I think 250,000 patients is something to be acknowledged. Earlier this year, as members will know, we moved to that regional list for breast assessment. I believe now, as much as I did at the time, it was the right thing to do, but it's about doing two things. The first was to remove the postcode lottery, where depending on which trust you were reporting to, there was quite a significant variation in how long you would wait. But the second thing is to get down the waiting list right across Northern Ireland. So through further focus and prioritisation, last month additional breast assessment clinics delivered 374 appointments. And this saw the waiting times on that regional list reduced from the high of 10 weeks, which was absolutely unacceptable, to a less unacceptable 7 weeks and 2 days. And that was on the 7th of November of this year. So we've gone quite rapidly from 10 weeks to 7 weeks, 2 days. As long as we continue that journey, then I will remain convinced that the regional list was the right thing to do. But reducing those lists, it really does demand long-term collective responses. And that's right across government. It requires sustained and substantial investment through multi-year budgets, through workforce development and system-wide transformation. Now, work has been taken forward under the elective care framework to reform and improve the efficiency of health and social care here. Notable progress related to cancer includes the following: regional endoscopy centres, established as part of the wider reform. They play a significant role in tackling lengthy waiting times. Focused work in this area is delivering results. In August, waiting lists were 62% lower, and that represents 24,410 fewer patients than at the peak. Patients also benefit from this regional service. They can undergo their diagnostic endoscopy procedures sooner than in their local trust. These centres have treated 17,025 procedures since inception. Members mentioned the Rabbit Diagnostic Centres, 2 of them delivering a streamlined regional vague symptom pathway for patients with complex non-site-specific symptoms who would not otherwise have been eligible for a red flag referral. And I visited both the RDCs, and within hours of checking in, you will have your diagnosis and you will have your result. And if the result is bad news, you will immediately be put on a pathway. The IDCs have created additional CT and MRI imaging capacity. During this financial year, this is expected to provide an additional 8,973 CT scans and 4,913 MRI scans, targeting patients who've been waiting longest following red flag and urgent referrals. Then there are the mega clinics, and again, I've visited them, and they are really efficient. They're a key component of transformation. They offer significant benefits to the HSC, alleviating pressures across the system by targeting large cohorts of patients in a one-stop shop. So when I went to see one earlier this year, people were coming in who had been on a waiting list for a long time, so they were validated. And if they still needed the procedure, they were put on a list to be seen, as it happened at the Mater Hospital, within a matter of a couple of weeks. So these are really efficient, transformative procedures. But we need to continue to be proactive. We need to be ambitious in delivering equitable, resilient cancer services that our people deserve. And by the way, mega clinics have maximised patient input. They've seen 22,866 patients from January 2021 to September of this year. So transformation is key. It is happening, but we've a long way to go. So to prevention, it's within this context, early prevention and detection is more important than ever, with the aim to improve the health and well-being of our citizens while reducing the pressures our health and social care services are facing. Especially true for rare cancers, such as pancreatic and ovarian cancer, because their symptoms are non-specific, often appearing only in advanced stages when the cancer is spread. So early detection is crucial for survival, as it increases treatment options and leads to better patient outcomes. The Public Health Agency works closely with the Department, with the Trusts and other partners to support a range of activities to raise awareness of cancer symptoms and routes to earlier diagnosis. But I do accept that we no longer spend money on paid advertising, and the effect of that is certainly questionable. And at times I do wonder, is it a false economy? In my remaining time, I want to touch on the Cancer Research Strategic Framework. Members have said it is overdue. I accept it's a day late, but it is not a dollar shy. It was delayed because when I was presented with the draft for publication, which would have been in a timely manner, I was also made aware that key stakeholders were not happy. And I didn't see the point of publishing a strategy that the key stakeholders could not properly buy into. And so we've done a lot of work, officials have done a lot of work with those key stakeholders. You'll know people like Mark Lawler, CR UK, Cancer Research UK. I am told they are now very broadly happy and willing to endorse, and we will publish that Cancer Research Strategic Framework on Thursday. Can I just finish with one other thing, because Mr McNulty mentioned CAR-T treatment in the Republic of Ireland. It is available in the Republic of Ireland, but not to us. We have asked, and we've been told they have no capacity for us. And actually, by the time we develop the new haematology wards at the City Hospital, we will have the capacity before the Republic could build it. So let's not keep talking about Dublin as an option this year.
Minister, thank you. I now Dylan to wind the amendment, and you've up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Minister for his remarks. I thank the proposers of the motion today, and I honestly think you could talk on this for 50 minutes and still not have covered what has been said in the Chamber here today. But I do think that everything we've heard does just confirm what we already know, that cancer waiting times in the North are no longer just a performance issue, they are actually a patient safety emergency. Delays here are costing people life-saving treatment, they're costing their lives. and we're now the worst performing region on these islands for cancer waiting times, and that gap is widening. That's a result of more than a decade of chronic underfunding by the British Government, combined with a deliberate political project to run health services down and push more care into the private sector. So we've been left carrying the consequences of decisions that weren't made here, by people here, or for people here. I want to turn specifically to the price that women pay, because this is where the delay becomes especially dangerous. Survival rates in the north for ovarian are among the worst on these islands. Ovarian cancer is often diagnosed late, and survival drops sharply with every week of delay. Breast cancer waiting times, which we've already referenced, have deteriorated even in the absence of rising demand, and women are being diagnosed later, treated later, and far too often the window of curative treatment is narrowing when it does not need to. I attended the North-South Interparliamentary Association meeting last Friday, and one of the plenary sessions focused on cancer services north and south, and the presentations were outstanding. You know, when they talked about the research and the work that's going on, but what we need to understand is that research being used? And I'm really hopeful that we'll see really good stuff in the strategy. Is it being used to direct where we put the resources that you rightly point out are limited, but are they being put to where they need to be? Are those resources being used in the best possible way to ensure that we are saving as many lives with the limited resources that we do have? I mean, we had presentations also in relation to the North West Cancer Centre, and they said that they have the staff, they have the people ready to go, and they could provide the Sabre prostate and lung in the North West Cancer Centre, and they're currently the only radiotherapy department not providing that on these islands, and we need to understand why that is and why we cannot look at that seriously. The presentations, and just in relation to a comment by Mr Carroll in relation to children's and the distance they have to travel, and being a rural representative, I absolutely, hand on heart, feel for anyone who has to travel for treatment. But I do have to say this, in those presentations they said, we were told by the National Cancer Control Programme, combining 4 centres for children into one has had outstanding consequences for both improved treatment and outcomes for children. So it's about getting those children access and making sure that they are comfortably brought to where they need to be and kept where they need to be if that is necessary, and with family members.
So would you agree with me that the lack of sort of financial support for people, rural families and children, young people forced to travel, that gap really needs closed, and the Minister needs to address that point as well? Thank you.
I absolutely would agree with. Thank you. I absolutely would agree with the member in relation to that, and that is actually my next point. I do want to highlight the rural dimension. For women and men in rural communities, including Mid-Ulster, the system is even harder to navigate, with longer travel, limited public transport and fewer diagnostic hubs, all contributing to later presentation and poor outcomes. And that's exactly why cross-border cancer care is not an optional extra but a necessity. The evidence is already clear. Cooperation through the North-South US-NCI partnership has delivered major benefits, from shared trials and training to Altnagelvin's Cross-Border Cancer Centre, which is now ESMO accredited. An all-island approach can expand access to clinical trials, accelerate diagnosis, share specialist capacity, and attract major investment through initiatives like the proposed all-island oncology innovation cluster. Rural patients should not have worse chances simply because of where they live, and strengthening cross-border links ensures they can access the right care in the right place, including services just across the border in Donegal or Dublin. The Department has spent hundreds of millions on the Encompass system across the north. That level of investment must deliver more than new IT infrastructure. It must deliver real-world improvements for patients, and that means integrating primary care, including GPs, into Encompass, so that we have a single, accurate view of every patient's journey. Without that, we cannot track patients properly, we cannot identify the highest risk cases, and we cannot manage backlogs safely. Encompass should already be giving us live information on delays, diagnostics, treatment stages and bottlenecks. If we are not seeing that yet, then we need answers on when we will and why we're not. Because transparency and real-time data, and many of you have referred to the data, are the only way to protect patient safety and rebuild trust. So the data is not about just collecting data, it's about how we actually use that data to have real-life improvements for people. Turnaround requires robust tracking of every patient, active prioritisation of those at highest risk and firm accountability within each trust. That type of management is standard elsewhere. It must become the standard here. But that will only happen with transparency, urgency and political will. And I just want to, before I wind up my comments, just want to say that we're thinking of you, Sinead, and your family, and we sincerely hope that you will have the best possible outcome. But I'll give you a quick example. When I was 19 years old, I discovered a lump on a Sunday night. I saw my GP on Monday morning. I was in Daisy Hill on Wednesday and I had it removed on Friday. My mother, who never went to hospital, worked in the health service all her life, repeatedly went to her GP, repeatedly went to ED and died of stomach cancer because she was not diagnosed until a nurse told her to sit in an emergency department until she saw the consultant that she needed to see. So that is the difference that we can make if we get this right.
Thumbs up.
Gormaya.
Thank you. And I now call Alan Robinson to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I very much thank everyone who spoke today. Many of those spoke with their own personal experiences, and as I've said on here many times, we always value that, and it breathes life into sometimes can be very stale debates in this chamber. And we also thank the Health Minister for his input today. We all recognise that he has an incredibly challenging and difficult role, and I don't think we should lose sight of that. I certainly will not stand here and try to play politics with such an important topic, and I don't think any of us in here tonight did just that. Just to say a few words of my own. Every day in this province, 28 people get news that none of us ever want to hear, and that news being that they have cancer. With it being the leading cause of death here, even greater than heart disease, then we are in one hell of a battle against time, and our health system must work in the most efficient way. But the evidence is that we're just simply not diagnosing it quickly enough, and we're not treating it quickly enough. When treating cancer, timing really does matter. Indeed, we are the worst in the UK, with the gap widening. It is certainly not a record that any of us want to crow about. The latest figures published in October in the quarter ending June 2025, those referred urgently by a GP for suspected cancer, as has been said earlier, only 32.5% began treatment within 62 days, a figure far below the target of at least 95%. It is a scandal, and as referred earlier by others too, only a third of patients being treated within the 62-day period, whereas the figures for Scotland stands at 69.9 and England 69.1. It is worth repeating, 2/3 of these urgent patients are waiting beyond what is judged acceptable. It is wholly unacceptable that all trusts missed this target, and indeed this was the third worst figures since 2008. These patients include people with blood cancer, breast cancer, and worse still, almost 9 in 10 people with lower GI cancers waited more than 62 days to start treatment. It is also worth highlighting that the numbers beyond that 62-day period, or the length of time that they had to wait to be treated, are not published by the department, and the Minister needs really to publish regular and long wait data. Turning to survival and treatment outcomes, figures for the period away back in 2012-2016, the 1-year net survival after a cancer diagnosis stood then at approximately 73%, and 5-year net survival about 57%. It would be interesting to access the most recent figures for this. For some cancers, the position was more bleak. For example, pancreatic cancer in Northern Ireland had a 1-year survival of just 25.9%, and 5-year survival at 6.2%. And a major international benchmarking study found that patients in Northern Ireland receive less chemotherapy over a 5-year period than in comparable countries, Norway at 39.1%, in Canada 38.5%, and Australia at 42.1%. And they waited on average 57 days to start chemotherapy versus 48 in England and 39 in Norway. This study highlights unfortunate missed opportunities for patients in the UK to receive life-prolonging treatment. And furthermore, the proportion of patients being diagnosed at the latest stage is troubling. In 2018 to 22, the rate of stage diagnosis for pancreatic cancer was 51.2% in Northern Ireland. And has been said earlier, international research shows that a delay of 4 weeks in starting cancer treatment can increase risk of death by between 6 to 8%. And all of that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, paints a really poor picture of where patients are waiting far too long and proves that outcomes are unacceptable when compared to all other nations. So given how far we are from that target of 95% within 62 days, the Minister and his department must focus on clearing those backlogs, and those patients most at risk must be given priority. They should set incremental but firm milestones, e.g. reaching 50%, then 65%, then 80%, and report publicly each quarter. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not one that favours a plan on top of another plan, because we've seen many of that in the past, but we do need a cancer waiting stabilisation recovery plan that learns from other regions of the UK on how what they have done to turn this around. Call it a waiting list turnaround programme or call it something else, but whatever it be named, we must do better. And everyone in this chamber is united in wanting all cancer patients to have the highest quality of treatment and outcomes. Mr. Speaker, every week a patient waits is a week where their prognosis worsens and translates into consequences, real consequences, and sometimes those consequences are deadly. Northern Ireland's performance is not just lagging, but in some respects among the worst in comparable jurisdictions. It is simply unacceptable for our people. Again, this is not in any way an attack upon you, Minister. All of us in this House wants to support you, but we can't shy away from holding you and the Department to account when the statistics before us remain so stubbornly poor. And as I've said earlier, studies show that even a 4-week delay in starting cancer treatment increases the risk of death by between 6 and 8%. 4 weeks may seem a short time in policy discussions, but to a patient waiting chemotherapy, surgery, radiotherapy, it is an eternity. It can be the difference between a cure or, sadly, it could mean palliative care. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Philip McGuigan, Linda Dillon and Arlea Flynn be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We ask members to take their ease before we move to the next item.
Ladies and gentlemen, item 6 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is the Assembly do now adjourn. And in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Declan Kearney to raise the matter of an urgency of delivering the Birch Centre for Mental Health. I call on Declan Kearney. You will have up to 15 minutes. Declan.
As we all know, the North has the highest incidence of mental health illness on these islands. And that reality stems from a number of factors: the legacy of our conflict, high levels of poverty, and other socio and economic factors. But the provision of high-quality mental health care is a critical priority for our community. The main mental health care facility for the Northern Trust area is currently based at Holywell Hospital in Antrim Town in my South Antrim constituency. Earlier this year, during a visit to the site, it was absolutely clear from the outset that this 19th century built environment is now totally unfit to serve as a modern mental health care facility. The conditions in which the staff are managing everyday care for patients are now untenable. Despite the deep passion and commitment of all staff members, Holywell is no longer a medical centre which is conducive to the delivery of good mental health care provision. It was absolutely shocking to view how these facilities are rapidly deteriorating. Walls throughout the facility are literally crumbling in plain sight. Some buildings are literally sinking into the ground, and they're being held in place by external supports. During sustained rainfall, buckets are required to gather leaking water from the ceilings. The serious physical dilapidation throughout this hospital makes it a depressing and a repressive environment, both for staff and patients. The social and recreation space available to patients and their visitors can only be appropriately described as oppressive. The facilities are not fit for purpose. Frankly, they owe more to the Victorian era. They don't meet the standard of a modern-day mental health care setting for patients. It is an absolutely unacceptable working context for nurses, doctors, and other clinicians. Unsurprisingly, there is an enormous and a constant drain in recurring funding to meet the costs of the ongoing repairs, just to stand still. And that makes absolutely no economic sense when these premises are clearly beyond physical redemption. The Birch Hill Centre for Mental Health, proposed to be built on the Antrim Area Hospital site, was approved in a Northern Health and Social Care Outline Business Plan in 2020. It was granted planning permission in 2024. The new complex would centralise the Northern Trust's inpatient mental health services in state-of-the-art, purpose-built accommodation. It will replace the current provision at Holywell and also the Ross Thompson unit at Causeway Hospital. The Birch Hill plan sets out a strategic vision which is aimed at optimising patient assessment, treatment and recovery. And that ambition has been formulated through a comprehensive process of co-design, and also with the unique and exceptional compassion of the mental health management and staff in the Northern Trust. Their commitment to achieving something new, whilst doing their best to provide high-quality care in the existing intolerable conditions, is absolutely inspirational. The Birch Hill Centre is about securing a proper standard of care and support for patients and carers into the future. It's essential to provide staff with the capacity to maximise the standards of therapeutic care which they want to deliver. I have previously recorded my concerns with the Minister through both written question and correspondence. Regrettably, the responses to date have lacked the clarification needed to provide reassurance to the staff, the patients and the carers and their families who depend on the implementation of the Birch Hill Centre. The care facilities at Holywell Hospital are now at breaking point. The status quo is unsustainable. Urgent decisions are now needed. This evening, and I welcome the presence of the Minister, I would again appeal to him for two things. Firstly, to expedite approval of the required funding, And secondly, to confirm a clear timeframe which allows the construction to proceed for the Birch Hill Centre for Mental Health.
Thank you, Declan. And I call on Trevor Clark. And Trevor, you have up to 5 minutes, as will all other speakers.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I'm not sure I'll need the 5 minutes because I think everything that needs to be said has been said from the previous speaker. But for the benefit of those maybe who don't know the site, and some of that has been alluded to, but that site was picked in 1891 and then construction started in 1894, with the first patients coming in there in 1899-1900 for 400 patients. And I think that says in terms about the age, and I mean I think you've alluded to that, previous speakers alluded to that, and actually the name then wouldn't be acceptable in today's language because it was called the County Antrim Lunatic Asylum. So the language has moved on, thankfully, and aptly named the Holywell Hospital some years later. So it gives you the history and the length of time that this facility has been in being. The previous speaker has visited, I visited a number of years ago with a former director, and then even at that point, they were making cases to replace it. So it is disappointing to hear how things have went so slowly ever since. The previous speaker referred to the business case in 2020 and the Planning Commission in 2024. And if it had went to as planned, we would have been welcoming that site by 2028, 2029. But anyone who takes the opportunity to visit the site, and some of us have had to do that because we see some of the patients who have been there as well because of their families, the conditions that those individuals are in is intolerable, as has been said. It is not fit for purpose. But for me, it's actually a case of you can't afford to do nothing. Because it's been previously said, the cost of the repairs, and I mean, through yourself, Deputy Speaker, I had a question down to the Minister, due to be answered in September, to get an estimate of all of the costs, which still remains unanswered. But I think if I had that figure today, I think it would be scary. And this is essential maintenance. This is not wish list stuff. Because as the previous speaker has already alluded to, about buckets catching water, walls crumbling, those are all essential repairs. And now, the estimated cost of this site is £143 million. You're not purchasing land because you own the other site, but whenever you vacate this site, you have got a 140-acre site which could go to the market, which is sitting right within the development zone of Antrim Town. We can't afford to wait. The families who use the facility can't afford to wait. And the business case would be supported simply by the disposal of that site once this facility to be built. So as I've said, and I keep repeating myself, we can't afford to wait. It's costing us time, it's going to cost us additional money. We all know how procurement has worked in Northern Ireland for years. If it's 143 million now, it'll be 200 million in 5 years' time. But the cost of the disposal of land will not go at the pace in terms of what developers will charge in terms of the construction of that site. So I urge the Minister to go and look at this case again, look at all of the options, and also asked if he could put pressure on his department to release the figures for what it's going to cost to bring that site up to a standard that's acceptable, that any of us would wish if we had family members requiring that site, that they were getting the service they deserve and delivered in a fit-for-purpose facility. And I think whenever you see those figures, Minister, through yourself, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think you'll see for yourself that the business case is there, the case is there now, and you need to put more pressure to find the £143 million to deliver this site now. Thank you.
Colin John Blair. John.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to start by thanking Declan Kearney for raising this vital issue for debate today, and also for the detailed case for mental health provision in South Antrim that he has so clearly laid out. The entire issue concerns the urgent need to deliver the Birch Hill Centre for Mental Health, which is planned to be established at the Antrim Area Hospital site in my South Antrim constituency shared by yourself, Deputy Speaker, and those who have spoken before. The project is significant not only for South Antrim residents but also for the broader Northern Health and Social Care Trust area, as it will deliver a purpose-built modern facility that serves also as a vital resource. Indeed, Deputy Speaker, Northern Ireland has some of the highest rates of mental health in the UK, According to mental health problems in the UK, according to a report by the Mental Health Foundation, roughly 1 in 5 adults in Northern Ireland has a diagnosable mental health condition, higher than any other UK region. Furthermore, the Health and Social Care Board has reported that Northern Ireland has one of the highest suicide rates in the whole of the United Kingdom. The proposed Birch Hill Centre therefore will enable access to quality care for those who are struggling. For many residents in Southampton and beyond, having this centre means receiving the support they need and need now, closer to home and in an environment designed for recovery. The Health Minister has previously given assurances that the Trust expects the new facility to be open to patients by winter 2027. However, we must ensure that, despite the financial constraints we hear of often and uncertainties around capital budgets, that this project remains a top priority. Continued delays could have devastating effects on individuals and their families. The condition of existing facilities at Holywell has already been made clear in the debate. Deputy Speaker, as a society we must treat mental health and mental health problems with the same urgency and importance as physical health. The cost of inaction is profound, impacting not just individual well-being, but also causing significant repercussions within our communities, such as reduced productivity and less capacity to support others in need. I urge the Minister to do everything possible to secure the swift delivery and full funding of the Birch Hill Centre for Mental Health. He must show that he takes mental health seriously also, and I know that he does, and I look forward to hearing his update on this matter shortly. Thank you.
I call on Alan Chambers. Alan.
Deputy Speaker, there's no doubt that the proposals for the Birch Hill Mental Health Inpatient Centre are ambitious, but they are also undoubtedly necessary, because whilst the staff working from the Holywell Hospital and the Ross Thompson unit continue to provide a brilliant service, they are doing so from facilities that frankly have not kept pace with modern requirements, and we've heard some of the problems articulated tonight. A scheme such as the one proposed at Birch Hill, a new 134-bed unit serving needs ranging from acute mental illness to dementia care and psychiatric intensive care, would also really helpfully bring together a range of services that have long been stretched across ageing facilities. So I suspect that there will be political unanimity this evening on the call for the scheme to be progressed. But we also need to recognise that the expected costs of the scheme are also now significantly more than what they once were, and right across the health service and right across every executive department, the capital demands exceed the budget envelope available. Since coming into office, the Minister has repeatedly urged the Executive and MLA colleagues to consider the consequences of them repeatedly allocating below-need levels of funding for the health service. So whilst I'm sure he will continue to do all that he can to deliver investment and modern facilities right across the health estate, including the essential Birch Hill Centre, regrettably, the funding that is needed is simply not being provided to the level that patients and staff require. This is what I say to members from across the House. If we want Birch Hill to happen, and I believe most of us do, it cannot rest solely on the shoulders of the Health Minister or the Department of Health. It will take a collective decision by the Executive to prioritise and provide the capital allocations required. Words of support are welcome, but budget decisions are what make buildings rise from the ground. That is why the upcoming budget from the Department of Finance will be so important. For the sake of patients, staff, I hope the commitment will be there to allow critically important projects like Birch Hill Mental Health Centre to proceed. My colleague, Trevor Clark, there has put forward an interesting solution to raise the capital necessary to build a new facility there. But I have to confess not to understand fully how these things work in terms of revenue that would be raised from such a sale of that property. Perhaps the Minister could provide some clarity if there was a sale like that that took place, would the money raised be able to be ring-fenced specifically to provide that new mental health facility, or would the money raised simply go into a pot somewhere? Thank you.
I call on Cara Hunter. Cara.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank Declan for bringing this forward. I actually didn't intend on speaking today. I just wanted to listen in as this isn't my constituency, but I think it's important to be here today and to contribute on anything to do with expanding of our mental health services in this trust area. I too am very concerned at the lack of clarity on this important project and echo concerns of members today. I think timelines would be really welcome, Minister, and an update on the House, if you will, expedite approval and offer clarity on any financial constraints that you're facing. Just to echo members' comments, that I do note with extreme concern the prevalence of suicide and mental illness in the north, as it is the most common across these islands, and we must do everything to ensure that we're doing what we can with suicide prevention and investing wherever possible to help people. Minister, recently SOS Causeway had a meeting with the Northern Trust asking for clear communication about the potential closure of the Ross Thompson in Coleraine. It really is seen as a cornerstone of mental health provision in East Derry, and many feel there's just not enough communication with the public or with the voluntary and community associations and organisations in my constituency. Campaigners highlighted the need for improved communication, meaningful involvement with them, and transparent planning around future mental health provision for East Derry constituents. So, Minister, anything you can offer us today, any clarification or increased communication that you can offer with my constituents would be most welcome. And again, I'd like to thank the member for bringing this forward, and any opportunity in this House to discuss the importance of mental illness, mental health as a whole, and suicide prevention is most welcome. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Cara. I call on Philip McGuigan. Philip.
Again, just want to thank Declan for bringing the debate to the Chamber and allowing us the opportunity to discuss the issue. I welcome my own opportunity to speak today and to add my voice to the call on the Minister to confirm funding necessary to progress the construction of Birch Hospital in Antrim Town. As Declan has outlined, he and I visited Holywell Hospital during the summer, a building dating back to the 19th century, and he went into a lot of detail. What I saw was deeply concerning. Serious physical dilapidation throughout the hospital, and a layout that is simply not fit for purpose in the delivery of modern mental health care. Patients and staff alike are being asked to provide and receive care in an environment that belongs to another era. The case for a new facility to replace Holywell is clear, and has been well made and clear to all who have seen the conditions that exist. What is less clear, however, is when the new complex will actually happen. It was anticipated that completion would be in the latter part of 2028. That date moved to 2029, and now with the Department's review of capital projects across all trusts, further uncertainty prevails. Each delay not only undermines confidence but also drives up costs, as we know from experience with other capital projects, and has already been outlined by a number of speakers. Substantial sums of money is currently being, and I use the term, wasted whilst the project is being delayed. We're throwing good money after bad. In the meantime, patients and staff continue to be let down. They deserve and need so much better. They deserve facilities that reflect the important role that the environment in which mental health care has to play. The mental health strategy promises parity of STEAM, early intervention and better outcomes. Yet without proper infrastructure, these ambitions will remain unrealised. And despite a slight increase over the last 5 years in per capita spend on mental health in the North remains the lowest across these islands, a level of underinvestment that undermines the very parity the strategy proclaims. So we cannot continue to speak of transformation while asking patients to endure outdated wards and staff to work in crumbling buildings. The Birch Hill Hospital complex is not a nice to have, it is a necessity. And if we are serious about tackling the North's unenviable position of having the highest suicide rates on these islands, then modern, fit-for-purpose facilities are essential to prevention and care. So, like others, I urge the Minister to provide clarity and perhaps hope. Let us move beyond uncertainty and commit to delivering the modern mental health services that people in the Northern Trust area both need and deserve. Gurmilda.
Thank you, Philip McCullen. Sean Mulholland. Sean.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and again thank you to Mr Kearney for bringing this issue to the floor. And I also want to echo the comments made by my colleague John Blair, who has long championed the need for that safe, modern and accessible mental health services across our shared trust area. I think it speaks volumes when you have representatives from 3 different constituencies here all invested in this issue. Tonight I want to speak just about the pressure and the uncertainty that my constituents are facing, both the delay in delivering Birch Hill but also the proposed closure of Ross Thompson unit at Causeway, and that's right from Ballycastle, the Glens, right the way over to Ballymoney. Mental health services in the Northern Trust area are already under strain, and that pressure is only growing. The pressure on Causeway, and in particular the Ross Thompson Centre, the Ross Thompson unit, is growing. Staff are working in an overstretched environment. Patients are waiting far too long already for specialist care, and there is a sense of anxiety about what happens next, because whilst there are plans for the Ross Thompson to close, there's no publicly confirmed date or any guarantee that I know of that it will remain open until the replacement capacity at Birch Hill is fully operational, and that is causing an awful lot of anxiety amongst staff who work in the Ross Thompson, but also amongst families, and as Ms Hunter referenced, amongst those community and voluntary organisations and other stakeholders. They feel at the minute like they're being asked to prepare for a future they can't see, and that's not the transformation that Northern Ireland so badly needs. And it's my view that when we hear about the conditions both in Holywell as the alternative, but also at Ross Thompson, I do think it risks the safety of both patients and staff. If the Ross Thompson unit were to close prematurely, if we were to get that date, and it is before the proposed timeline for Birch Hill, pressure would immediately shift then to Holywell, but also to Antrim area. You know, beds become scarcer, admissions become so much more complex, and we know the practical outworkings of that. It means that patients in mental health crisis and acute distress, they wait longer in EDs, they are placed on general wards where the environment isn't appropriate for their needs, and that affects everyone, whether it's those with mental health crisis, but it also is those who are waiting for physical health care, for emergency care and elective procedures. So I suppose, Minister, to echo those before me, I want to ask, are you prepared to commit to ensuring that Birch Hill is prioritised in your requests within the capital investment plan? Will you provide a public timeline with milestones so that staff and families can plan with confidence? But in terms of the northern half of the Northern Trust, will you guarantee there be no closure or scaling back of the Ross Thompson unit until replacement capacity is fully funded and operational? And will communication improve when we're looking at that communication with stakeholders from the Causeway area? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And Minister, your turn, and you've got up to 10 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to everybody who contributed, particularly to Mr Kearney. The debate reminds me of a debate we had in early October when Sinn Féin members tabled a motion on the mother and baby unit. And believe me, my approach to both Birch Hill and the mother and baby unit is the same. I want them tomorrow. But I also want the Imaging Academy that Mr Dixon referred to in the previous debate, plus a whole host of other capital projects. And there are 14 so-called partially committed capital projects which we have on the books. And I can't commit to any of them just at the moment, and I will come back to that. But Mr Kearney knows I had no prior sight of his speech. I listened intently. I think I could have delivered just about every single word myself. As to Holywell, yes, I visited. I went up with the fabulous Petra Kaur, who's the Northern Mental Health Director, and she showed me around. But as well as visiting the current facility, within Holywell, as I'm sure members will be aware, there are the two-dimensional designs for Birch Hill, as well as the mock-up of bedroom which are all absolutely gold-plated. And the design to put Birch Hill within the confines of our Antrim Area Hospital is magnificent, and it is so in keeping with the modern way that we are talking about. So I can stand here and say that the proposals for Birch Hill include 134 inpatient beds, 72 acute beds across 4 wards, 20-bed inpatient frail mentally infirm ward, and so on, and that it's even future-proofed in that if there's an excess of demand for beds on an ad hoc basis, the second lounge is designed as a way that it could be turned into a short-term bedroom space. But I think more important than the physical is the ethos, because it has changed so much. It will focus on the ethos of a recovery-oriented approach in keeping with the mental health strategy. A model adopting a more holistic approach with principles centred on empowering the individual to take as much responsibility as possible for their own well-being, be trauma-informed. It will recognise the individual's life experiences and the consequent impact on the individual. And there's a thing called the purposeful inpatient approach. It's a model which will continue to be developed and embedded throughout the existing wards, ensuring a patient's admission is appropriate, purposeful, therapeutic and safe. So my point is, Holywell isn't just falling apart physically, which it is, at expense, which we don't ever see really the benefit of, because once we've done a repair, we go on to the next repair, like we're painting the Forth River Bridge. But it's out of date. As Mr. Clark said, it used to be called something else, a term for the inpatients, which I wouldn't even dare to use in this debate in 2025. But it was built at a time when the societal and the governmental attitude was get them out of sight, lock them away, and forget about them. People with mental health or neurodevelopmental issues. We wouldn't even dream of doing that today. So what I like about it isn't just the modern design, it's the fact the ethos is about a model that allows for teams to focus on engaging the patient meaningfully, engaging the family, the key stakeholders, the GP, community mental health teams, they are so important. Communicating expected dates of discharge and ongoing treatment. So as part of the service model review and development, the Trust has started to engage in accreditation to the Royal College of Psychiatry Quality Network standards for each service type to ensure Birch Hill will have its care and service provision benchmarked against the best in the UK. So that will enable the medical staff to deliver care that's both high quality but also time-bound. Now, adopting this proactive model of care will help reduce the length of stays through maximising clinical efficiency, optimising health outcomes and effective utilisation of resources. It will ensure, in short, a patient's stay on any ward is meaningful and adds value to them and to their futures. Now, Mr. Kearney seeks clarity from me. This is the one area where I diverge a little. You're asking the wrong minister. You want clarity? Ask the Minister for Finance. Because following the announcement of the outcome of the UK-wide 2025 spending review, which happened back in June, the Department of Finance has commissioned a budget exercise to determine the capital budget for Northern Ireland's departments for the years 2006-7 to 2029-30. So my ability to commit, as members have asked me to do, to commit to funding for any new capital projects is not possible today because it is dependent on my capital allocation from the budget process and the identification of sufficient additional recurrent funding to meet any additional resource costs associated with these projects. The Trust and other Department of Health ALBs, arm's-length bodies, have identified capital funding requirements of around £3 billion over the next 4 years. It's more than £1 billion higher than what I should expect the level of capital funding to become. So, under that basis, inescapable pressures tend to take priority. As I say, Birch Hill is one of the partially committed projects, but there are 14 of those, I would just assure members, when I've looked at the list of 14, Birch Hill, the Mother and Baby Unit, the Imaging Academy, they're all right up at the top. So, yes?
And appreciate what you're saying, Minister, in terms of the financing of this. However, whenever you were in another place in the policing board, they've done a review of the estate. And can I ask you, in terms of this debate, have you carried out, or your officials carried out any review of the estate within health? Because I'm just looking, actually, while you were speaking, 270 acres, I think, in Knockbracken. We have other different sites across the estate that has not been utilised. So has any rationalisation of the estate been done, particularly those sites that are not being used, which will bring in revenue or capital?
I thank the member for the intervention, and the short answer to that is yes, and we're looking at repurposing or divesting ourselves of property as appropriate, so that process is underway. With your indulgence, Deputy Speaker, in terms of the member saying he'd submitted a written question in September, I've already emailed the private office to say I would like that expedited. I know sometimes it takes longer than maybe anticipated to get the answers to certain questions, but at that point, I think when we reach the point where we should have responded, we should at least say, I'm sorry, we haven't responded, and here's why. And I think that's something we need to take on board as a department. As to the value of the sale of Holywell, I don't know the answer to that. The member may be more familiar with the price of property in the South Antrim area, but it's something, again, I will ask the question and revert to the member on. So, I would just caution one thing, because when you mentioned this about sale of Holywell, the member may remember some years ago the Ministry of Defence gifted, quote unquote, the executive some former military bases on the basis you were getting this land for free. Well, we didn't get it for free. There was a lot of work, not least in decontamination, that needed to be done. So I'm just questioning whether it's a straightforward thing of, do we decant to Birch Hill and sell and recoup the full value of a property sale? I do not know for that. But let me just finish. I think Mr. Kearney opened by throwing it to me. I'm going to finish by throwing it back to him. If he can have influence with the Finance Minister, if the Finance Minister can ring-fence the money required for Birch Hill, we will proceed, because I want it built. Yes.
Look, I think that's an unfair attempt to push that back onto myself. It's a cop-out. The reality is you're the Minister of Health. The fact is that our family members, our patients in Holywell, our family members and our neighbours, are the doctors and the nurses who try to provide care there. The reality in Holywell at this particular point in time, and I don't doubt for a moment, that you are committed to the ethos.
It's an intervention.
Yes.
It's an intervention.
Yes,
you're making
I don't doubt that you're committed to the ethos of good mental health care. But the reality is it cannot be delivered in circumstances where there are no wards, there are rooms. And what I would say to you, Minister, have you looked at the facilities within which the staff are working at this time?
Declan, take your seat. It was supposed to be an intervention. You know the rules as well as anybody else.
Well,
Minister, you've got 3 seconds to respond.
I started by agreeing with the member. Now I fundamentally disagree. I need the money. I don't have the money.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that completes the adjournment debate. Thank you. The Assembly is now adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber.